Hello from Richmond, where we're ready to go with the men's road race at these World Championships as we look at some of the contenders making their final preparations this morning. This is Simon Brotherton alongside Rochelle Gilmore and Chris Boardman, and we'll guide you through the entire 261 kilometres of today's race. If it's half as exciting as yesterday's finish to the women's race, then I think we'll be in for a treat. A field of 192 riders today. The race will start at the University of Virginia. There's last year's champion, Michal Kwiatkowski, who's just been confirmed as moving to Team Sky for next year. Only 5 riders have ever successfully defended the world title. Will Kwiatkowski become the 6th? And there he is with the number 1 on his back. Polish team did a great job to put him in a winning position last year. Spain have got plenty of chances, not least with Alejandro Valverde, the most successful rider of all time in terms of the number of medals that he's won at the World Championships, 6 in total, but he's never stood on the top step of the podium. Rigoberto Urán, silver medalist in the Olympic Games road race in London in 2012, one of those in the Colombian lineup today. And Great Britain, of course, without Chris Froome, without Geraint Thomas, without Mark Cavendish as well. But look out for Adam Yates, a late addition to the squad. He's in good form, as is the 2014 Tour de France champion Vincenzo Nibali. A string of good results for him in recent weeks, and perhaps a point to prove after his disappointing season. Belgium have options. Tom Bonen, Philippe Gilbert, a former world champion, Greg van Avermaet as well, and Sepp van Mark. That could be their Achilles heel, the fact that so many of them think they can actually win. Tom Dumoulin among the Dutch squad, Julien Alaphilippe as well in there for France. Australia, of course, have had a world champion with Cadel Evans in recent years. Simon Gerrans, number 72, finished as the silver medalist last year. Michael Matthews, number 76, could be their best hope of gold today. John Degenkolb there, wearing 78 today, from Germany, another rider strongly fancied. Andre Greipel, perhaps the course just a little bit too tough for him. We shall have to wait and see. Edvald Boasson-Hagen for Norway in great form with that win in the Tour of Britain recently. 93, Rui Costa, the world champion in Florence 2 years ago, always there or thereabouts. And also the Czech team strong, Zdeněk Štibar, number 101, another outsider with a strong chance of claiming the gold medal and becoming the world champion today. Andrei Grivko twice has finished 5th in the World Championship road race over the years. The Ukrainian rider, number 113 today. Mati Breshel as well, a former medalist in these World Championships in Geelong in 2010, if my memory serves me correctly. 3 riding for New Zealand today: Sam Bewley, Greg Henderson and Jesse Sargent. Daryl Impey, the first African to wear the yellow jersey in the Tour de France, one of 3 riders from South Africa. Reinhard Jansi van Rensburg as well has had an excellent season. And continuing down the list, number 146 from Belarus, Vasil Kirienko, the gold medalist in the men's individual time trial here the other day, the Team Sky rider. And the home riders, including Taylor Phinney, number 156. Navadauskas there, 158 from Lithuania, a stage winner in the Giro d'Italia and the Tour de France. And as we go down through the list, Tanel Kanga there, number 165 from Estonia, a key lieutenant for Vincenzo Nibali over the last couple of years with Astana. Sam Bennett and Connor Dunn, the 2 riders selected to ride for Ireland. Injury keeping out the likes of Dan Martin and Nicola Roche. Pretty exhausted after a tough season. 179, another one of the big favourites, Peter Sagan. Looks like a good course for him. Does he have the legs at the moment? Jean-Pierre Drucker there, number 190 from Luxembourg. He was the rider who won the Prudential Ride London Surrey Classic the other week, which we covered on the BBC. Well, there we are. There are the runners and riders in this men's elite road race world championship. They're all gathered there on the start line and almost ready to go. We're just a minute away from the start of this race. So let's just take in the scene Good number of people here at the finish line as well. I wonder whether some of them were a little surprised to find that the race doesn't actually start here where we are at the moment. And the Spanish team on the front row of the grid. A lot of riders will be fancying their chances today, having seen the races over the last few days, but we have seen that you can get away on that last lap and stay away, but the finishes have been close. And of course the first form of a sprint for the line really yesterday at the end of that women's race. We've got plenty of time to talk about that and reflect on Lizzie Armitstead's golden ride yesterday. Here we go, the last few seconds now before the start. 5 seconds to go. And the Men's World Championship Road Race for 2015 is underway, with the Spanish team leading the field of 192 riders away from the start line at the university just outside Richmond. They will head in to the downtown area of the city. They will hit the circuit, and then that is where they will stay. It's the circuit that we have seen in the other road races, so if you've seen the women's race yesterday, you'll be familiar with it. And just the 261 kilometres remaining. Rochelle Gilmore and Chris Boardman alongside me here. Rochelle, if it's half as exciting as the race we saw yesterday when Lizzie Armitstead won, I think it will be worth watching.
Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty excited about today's race. I'm with all the women cycling out of the way now for this week. I'm really into the men's race today, but it was a pretty exciting race yesterday for the women, I must say. I was on the edge of my seat at the finish.
I was going to say, can you relax now? Because you had a lot of vested interest yesterday in the
Yeah,
women's
absolutely.
race.
I think I was quite nervous having 8 athletes representing in yesterday's race, but much more relaxed today, and yeah, just very satisfied that the women's race was so exciting yesterday. And it's it's a little bit of a surprise that the women's race came down to just the last minute. There were some riders that weren't favourites that were away coming into the final, so to see it all fall into place for Lizzie yesterday was really amazing.
It was extraordinary, wasn't it? Because when we were watching the race, in the latter stages, you had that breakaway group of 9, and they were a minute ahead, and virtually all of the big teams were represented. It looked to us as if Lizzie Armitstead's chance had gone, and that she was going to have to hope that somebody else animated the peloton and brought it back together. So it was very much in other people's hands for a little while. That's how it seemed.
Yeah, I think it was out of the hands of Lizzie Armitstead, and she had to gamble a little bit, because had she have taken up the work to chase down that breakaway of 9, she may not have come home with the gold medal. So she did need to gamble a little bit, and it would have been a little bit disappointing, I think, if we had seen that break stay away, because it wasn't the favourites and the strongest riders from the season. But, you know, it all fell into place, and Lizzie stayed relaxed, and I think with the confidence that she had from a very strong season, that she was willing to take that chance. And
do you think that's what it came down to in the end? On that last lap, do you think a lot of the nations who had riders in that break thought, OK, great, it's good that we've got someone there, but the person we've got there isn't going to win?
I think that's what it came down to, and like we said, that the Netherlands had a rider there, Amy Peters, but they were the ones that chased in the end, and Lizzie profited from that. But I think just the class that Lizzie showed, even on the last part of the climb, she attacked really hard, and then she was able to judge, okay, I need to pull this back a little bit, and she can still win in a sprint.
I just felt that she really used her head as well as her legs. She kept her cool, didn't she, at the vital moment?
Absolutely. A lot of riders that would go on the attack and then know that somebody's right on their wheel would probably give up, and their head might fall off, but was so close to the finish. She gave 100% effort. She pulled up, she slipped back in, and just had a perfect sprint also. So stayed very composed, and she had the confidence that she could win on an attack or a sprint or whatever the scenario came down to, that she had a really good chance.
Chris, good day yesterday with Lizzie becoming the 4th British woman to win the World Road Race title. British chances perhaps not so great today.
No, it's often the case, World Championships now at the end of the year, that it can be a case of best left standing. We've got some class riders in there. I think amongst the best of the British team, a rider who wasn't even cited as riding the event, Adam Yates. He was drafted in at the last minute, not because he wasn't good enough. We believe he actually chose not to participate, wanted to go to the Tour of Lombardy, the season closer in Europe, but was persuaded to come when Mark Cavendish had an injury, a shoulder operation, a few days before the World Championships. So he was in good form just recently, He was second in the Grand Prix Cycliste Montreal just a couple of weeks ago. So I think he's got a good possibility if he infiltrates a breakaway. And we have seen it can be a chances circuit here. There's no obstacle that says, right, this is where all the big guys are going to go. This is the climb, only the strongest will survive. It's very much an opportunity for anybody. There's no difficulty that lasts for more than, say, 45 seconds. There's a big chunk of the course, 2/3 of it, we'll get into it later, are open, wide boulevards where anybody can attack. So I think there's an element of luck that will play its part today as well, and he may capitalise on that.
Do you think, though, having had a good look at the course, that we're probably talking about sort of strongman sprinters, riders, punchers, riders like Greg Van Avermaet, Stibar, those sort of riders, maybe Degenkolb and Matthews, as opposed to pure sprinters like Greipel?
Well, in the races that we've seen thus far, we almost haven't seen a sprint. We've seen a slog to the line, and it's quite deceptive. We've got 3.2 kilometres at the end, where we have 3 very, very short climbs, 2 of them cobbled, the last one not, but still 8% gradient that takes them to 600 metres to go, and that one is doing a lot of damage. One hard ride up there, and the sprinters are not getting to sit in the slipstream. They've got to climb until the point where they really need to start sprinting. So I think that does change things quite a lot, really. For me, I think I'm looking at sort of almost second tier Stibar kind of rider who is good enough to be there, and as they ease on that final climb and the favourites are looking at each other, take an opportunity to go, and there's a hesitation as the favourites watch each other. So I think there's probably about 20 people who could win this championship.
What do you think, Rochelle? Because I know you've ridden the course, you've done a few laps, and when you look at it, that short climb, the second cobbled climb, is only about 100 metres long, but hits 18%, and cumulatively that must really start to take it out of the legs.
Absolutely, and I think, like Chris said, one of those riders that take an opportunity, also Simon Gerrans from Australia, if they've got the legs at the finish, those riders that can take the opportunity to catch the peloton or the small bunch that might be left, just hesitating a little bit and get that gap. It's the type of finish that lends itself to being able to catch people, just having that moment of relief, because it's such a hard finish that they're not going to race right from the last 5 kilometres with pressure on the pedals right to the finish. So the moment that it eases, if a rider has the legs to take the opportunity, I think that they can hold that gap to the finish.
Gerrans has the career record. He hasn't had quite such a good year this year, though, has he, so far?
No, and I mean, they've also got the card to play with Michael Matthews, so would they want to damage the legs of Michael Matthews in the finish if he's there by putting Gerro on the attack, or hope that Michael Matthews can stay in contact for a very late sprint?
Are there high hopes for Matthews, do you think, back in Australia today? I mean, I get the impression that this is a good course for him, provided he can deal with the number of cobbled climbs.
Absolutely. I think there is high hopes, but it will all depend on how his preparation has been in the last few days. I guess coming into the World Championships, a very outside chance, I guess, on this course, but Australia's got to give a dedicated effort to 1 or 2 riders today and see what they can come up with.
And Chris, what about Peter Sagan? I mean, what a star he is of the sport. The sport needs people like him, and day after day he was in the breakaway in the Tour de France. Day after day he was sort of podium finisher on the stage, but he didn't end up winning. This looks like his sort of course today.
I think he's had over 30 podium finishes this year, which is quite remarkable, and an amazing array of second places. I think a lot of the time it's because he's so good. That's been his problem, and he's made himself visible. He's not quite learned to lay off, just be at the back, just take a risk by just not being in touch, so everybody can't see you, because as soon as he's there and he's visible and there's a couple of kilometres to go, everyone thinks, well, I'm not going to arrive, but this guy's going to beat me in the sprints. And I think it's tactics that's going to be his issue today, if anything, because the circuit, as you mentioned, is ideal for him. It's not big climbs, it's not a pure sprinter's course. That final climb, he's the kind of person, it's absolutely perfect for him, a 600 metre ramp up just to take the sting out of the fastest men. So I think he's got a good opportunity here. Perhaps not got the team of some of the other riders, but I don't think on this circuit that's necessarily going to be an issue.
It can work both ways, though, can't it, having a strong team in a race like this? I mean, with Belgium, I was talking to a Belgian colleague who works for TV and radio, and he was suggesting that they've got 4 riders who think they can win and think they should be the leader, and certainly 2 of them, whatever anyone says, they're going to ride for themselves anyway. So in a way, there's the potential there for chasing each other down at the vital moment.
That's right. I think the Belgium team, they have a bit of a tricky scenario on their hands with the riders that they've got there, but obviously a really good chance to win the World Championship with those options. So we see the races starting to go quite early here with the Irish rider.
Look like Connor Dunn there on the move at the front of the peloton. Well, this is a familiar theme, isn't it, Chris, at these World Championships? It's a bit like the start of a stage in the Tour de France, where you have this constant activity for a little while on the front. Eventually the elastic breaks and the little group goes away, and then it strikes me that the rest of the peloton are happy that that's happened. They can then settle into something of a rhythm, and the breakaway group gains considerable time, and we end up with a holding pattern for for more than a little while usually, before the business end of the race, the last 2 or 3 hours.
Some of these riders, they haven't got a shot in the final, so the longest of possibilities, the longest of odds is the only ones they've got, so they go from the gun, and sometimes they'll get 15 plus minutes up the road, but it's just not enough when the top riders here start to go. The speed is so high, they start to feel it, that they've been out there for hours on end. But so something will probably go in the next few minutes, and that will keep everybody occupied for a few hours.
What about the weather conditions today, Rochelle? 18 degrees it said, but there's a certain degree of humidity in the air, isn't there, as well?
Well, yesterday we had a similar type of weather and waiting for the downpour of rain to come that never actually came. So today's a little bit of the same feeling. It feels like it's going to rain, and that it could be torrential weather towards the end of the bike race today. But on the same note, yesterday we were expecting that and it didn't come. So I think the weather will play a massive part in this race if it does. If it is what people are saying, that it's going to be torrential rain towards the end. But at the moment it's looking quite... It's actually hotter than it looks out there. It's quite humid, like you said. So these riders will need to take on a lot of hydration early on in the race.
Connor Dunn there from Ireland. And the rider from Korea just going to the front there was Park Sung Baek. And number 184 is Ivan Stevic from Serbia. And 132 there, we're looking at Jessie Sargent from New Zealand. So the first semblance of a little breakaway group here. And it didn't take long, just a few minutes into this ride, just a couple of K into the ride.
Not fully established yet, they've only got a 50-metre lead. And you can see behind there's other riders desperately trying to get into this early move. The peloton's strung out, not quite ready to let it go just yet, so we might not have seen the final makeup of the early break. But they're working well together already.
Well, one or two riders there we can see in no man's land, desperately trying to get on before the break is fully established.
And they have eased up now, so we've got our 5 leaders there. And we may see a couple more bridge across.
Looks like the peloton have decided very much that they're happy to let that go now.
Well, having allowed a breakaway to begin to form so early, and the way, when you look at the way that peloton, it's almost as if the brakes have gone on the peloton so soon. These riders at the front really could gain considerable advantage fairly quickly here.
Well, they've got to have to get something in the region of 23 minutes if they want to lap the field on the circuit. They're going to join the circuit at the top end on Monument Avenue. They'll come onto the pavé. They do about 10 miles of riding before they get there. So these are roads that we haven't seen yet in this World Championship.
It nearly happened in Geelong, actually. There was a breakaway and they were 22 or 23 minutes away, and people were wondering what was going to happen.
And what will happen, Chris, today if they do get that kind of break and there'll be a lapping of the field?
Well, the organisers would have to try and separate them so they don't interfere with each other. It's going to be a difficult thing to do with over 190 riders on the road, but I don't think they'll get that much leeway, to be honest. I think maybe 15 minutes is about as far as they'll be allowed to go. I mean, it takes energy as well, of course, to get that lead. So the price will have to be paid later on in the day. At the moment, everyone's got fresh legs, and it's no great difficulty to be putting the power down. But in a couple of hours' time, you start to feel it and pay the price.
Jessie Sargent there from New Zealand, rides for the Trek Factory Racing team. Twice an Olympic Games bronze medalist in the team pursuit. A couple of bronze medals in the World Championships in that event as well. And twice beaten in the final of the World Individual Pursuit as well over the years. Sargent, you may remember, actually was involved in a controversial incident during the spring as well, because he was a rider knocked off his bike by one of the service cars during the Tour of Flanders. A whole spate of riders being hit by various vehicles and motorbikes during the season this year. There's Stevic from Serbia. He doesn't have any teammates with him at all. No, he's the lone rider from Serbia, two-time and current national road race champion, winner of a stage of the Tour of Bulgaria this year as well. And Conor Dunn there from Ireland riding on the front, the Amherst Chain Reaction squad rider. He's fresh out of the Tour of Britain pre-World Championships, 23 years of age. And Conor Dunn's best result this year, he was third on a stage in the Tour of Azerbaijan earlier in the season.
Well, Simon, I was speaking with the manager of the Irish team this morning, and he said that Conor Dunn was going to go on the attack early. Sam Bennett, the other Irish rider in the race, feeling quite good today in the lead-up. Sam Bennett said that he was really looking forward to the World Championships, and then when he got here a few days before the World Championships and saw the course, he said, it's too hard for me. And then leading into the race in the last 24 hours, he started to change his mentality again and saying, I might be able to actually get there for the finish. But the plan was to put Conor Dunn out there early in a break, and that looks like it's establishing now, so that seems to be going to plan for the Irish.
Well, if you don't have a realistic chance of being there at the end of the race or of winning the race, it's an admirable thing to do, isn't it, to just get out there and help to animate it.
Absolutely. Ripple back with the cars.
Looks pretty relaxed about it, though, and presumably no major problem. May have just gone back for a word, not aware of him having had a puncture or anything like that.
Not impossible for him today. I don't think it's an ideal course, though. But he's comfortable to sit at the back. Know that a big chunk of this race is a waiting game, really. Being able to just back off and not get involved too early.
We just had a shot there of Adam Hansen, number 73 from Australia, the Iron Man, Rochelle. 13 yes. Grand Tours in a row, a new record, a record that had stood for 57 years until he completed the Vuelta. What an incredible rider.
Absolutely. He's a superstar, obviously, amongst the Australians, and just so much experience and a wealth of knowledge, and really happy to share it also. I saw him spending a little bit of time on the course with the women before their race, explaining how to race the race, and the Australians in the women had a very strong race. They didn't come up with the goods in the finish, but they really did take control of the race and had a very active race. So Adam Hansen is always there to give his advice, and what a man to give it.
And just pushing on at the front there, Jesse Sargent. The rider in the blue and yellow is Andrei Krypta from Ukraine, who's with him. I saw a quote from Adam Hansen after the Vuelta, who said, I'm just going to keep doing these Grand Tours until I fall off my bike. But I don't think that's true, because he did fall off his bike in the Tour de France this year, and he seemed to be quite badly injured. I think he hurt his shoulder, and he was really struggling to finish for a couple of days afterwards. And you did wonder whether that run was going to come to an end, but should have known better, and he did make it to Paris.
Struggled through. Well, they're on the circuit now. They've just been over the pavé of Monument Avenue, turning into North Lombardy Street now. Roads that we know well after commentating for several days of road racing. I'm trying to think how many laps we've done.
Quite a few, and you've done a couple on the local bikes as well. That must have been quite tough, trying to get up those cobbled climbs on the equivalent of the Boris bike.
It wasn't the ideal machine for the job, but I thought World Championships colours, it was a topical bike. Really sorry about the picture breakup. We've had this problem the last couple of days. High buildings and very cloudy weather is giving us some technical difficulties.
And we're having the added fun of race radio breakup as well this morning so far. So all in all, it's going really well. There's our commentary position on the right-hand side. We're upstairs, looking down on the finishing line itself. We're expecting big crowds here today, and Libby Hill, I think, is going to be absolutely packed, as it was yesterday. for the women's road race. The women's races have been really good actually, Rochelle, because the time trial was really exciting as well, with 5.5 seconds separating the top three.
Yeah, and the women were racing the time trial very conservatively till the last kilometres, so it was very difficult to know who was going to win coming into the last few riders, and it did just come down to, we saw with Anna van der Breggen sprinting home like you know, she just saved so much for that finish. So the times changed so much in the last 2 kilometres of the individual time trial, and it was an exciting race. Linda Willemsen, obviously the New Zealander, coming out on top after being on the podium 5 years in a row until last year. So exciting time trial.
Ben King has just joined this breakaway group from the United States.
So in fact we've got 3 riders join this group. It's King, the Colombian rider. Here we go. Escobar.
Confirmation of the leading group. Sergei Tvetkov as well from Romania has also managed to join. Tvetkov we saw earlier in the week riding in the individual time trial. So Carlos Alzate getting in the group as well. The Colombian rider, number 16. Not one of the bigger names in a strong Colombian squad. .225 is the gap already. So 2.5 minutes the gap for this leading group back to the peloton.
You can see there's no concern whatsoever in the peloton. They've got 6 hours of racing ahead of them, and they're not in any hurry to get that started.
Just saw a couple of riders pull off to the side there, Chris. Would they be stopping already to go to the loo?
I think they will. I won't go into too much detail, but I think that covers it.
It's a long race for the men. We don't often see that in the women, given the races are a little bit shorter.
Well, they'd probably go through about 7 or 8 bottles of fluid in this race, so it's in the region of 7 kilograms that they'll take on, but the vast majority of that, of course, will be lost as sweat in these humid conditions. Each rider will have a calorie bill at the end of the day of about 8,000 calories.
I was talking with Connor Dunn, who's in the breakaway, who actually forced the breakaway early, about his schedule of eating this morning, which was probably perhaps much different to riders who want to be active in the last part of the race. He said that I need to be ready to go early in the race. He did a roller warm-up for today's race to be ready for that, you know, attack out of the gun. So really prepared. He said he was going to wear a skin suit because he planned to be, you know, in the wind a bit today, opposed to other riders like his teammate Sam Bennett, who said he was going to wear an aero jersey opposed to the skin suit. A little bit more comfortable, he said, with the bibs, the shorts and the jersey. But Connor Dunn ate probably a little bit heavier and earlier than some of the other riders.
Well, he's certainly using up his reserves as we speak. A lot of these riders, I mean, they'll change a lot of the kinds of things they eat as the day goes on. Sometimes it's quite surprising what they'll eat. Sometimes it will just be pieces of quiche, bits of panini wrapped up, just things that give the rider's stomach a bit of a break from high energy foods, which they'll switch to later on. And they can absorb about 70 grams of carbohydrates an hour is the maximum your body can absorb. So little and often is what they'll be doing through the day, maybe every 15 minutes just popping something in the mouth and chewing. And it's a very mundane but critical part of winning bike races to stay on top of that energy demand. And many riders have been caught out by that in the past.
So little and often the key.
Yeah, absolutely. And like Chris said, it's amazing that it's such an important part of the performance that can be overlooked sometimes with the nerve nerves and the focus and that goes into a race, and so easy. Sometimes as a manager of a cycling team, you sound a little bit silly telling your athletes that have been racing for 10 years that they should eat, but eat and drink and keep the fluids going in. But that's something that can easily be overlooked in the excitement of the moment. So yeah, it's very important. Obviously, the nutrition is a big part when it comes down today. All the other hard work's done in the preparation, and it's very important to get the nutrition right on the day.
They're very critical as well, in particular on a day like today, because of the distance, because this is the sort of distance they'll ride in the monuments, the full-on 260k. There's Libby Hill, and they'll get the chance to see the riders 16 times today.
A Belgian feel to it, that's for sure.
We're not Belgian, but we love you. Tom Bonan fans there.
Really is stacked out today, isn't it? Let's hope it stays dry for those guys.
Well, can you imagine the atmosphere in about 6 hours' time on Libby Hill? They look very excited already. They haven't even seen any riders yet.
The initial spike, I think it is, and then they'll perhaps just calm down for a few hours in the middle, maybe go and get some lunch. They're about to drop down onto Dock Street. They'll turn onto 15th momentarily. You can see our breakaway is already on the approach to Libby Hill, so all those fans are going to get something to cheer about in about a minute's time.
Again, we apologise for the picture breakup. It's completely beyond our control. We just have to go with whatever's provided here. And we're back with Sargent and Ben King, whose reaction when he heard that Richmond had got the World Championships was, holy cow, he couldn't quite believe it.
I think it's an excellent circuit, very different to things we've seen in the past. Just a different set of obstacles for them to negotiate, but interesting for that.
And this breakaway group going away so early, presumably all of the big contenders and the overall favourites for this world title, they'll be really happy about this. It's the ideal scenario for them, isn't it, Chris? For the break to go early so they can just settle down and just ride at a tempo for a while.
It tends to settle people down, yes, because when we get further into the race, there's no real incentive for anybody to keep attacking when there's already a group up the road. So, yeah, just trying to keep people pinned in place as they turn onto Libby Hill for the first time. 16 times they're going to be coming up here over the course of this race. So it might not be that long, maybe 45 seconds of riding over these stones. But it's going to add up by the end of the day, that's for sure. You can see them just getting over to the right. They've already practiced. There's about a 60 centimetre wide strip of concrete guttering that gives them a smooth option. They'll flick across to the left to pick up the same guttering on the other side. But only the first few riders around the corner will get that option. So positioning is going to be a key part of winning today.
Andrei Krypta in the blue and yellow from Ukraine leads them over the top. There's Ben King from the United States in the group, so the home crowd will be happy. They've got a rider in the lead group to cheer all the way around the course.
Nearly 4 minutes the lead now, so it's stretching out, but that lead group is cannily not going too hard. They know that they've been let go, and so they're thinking about being in this for the long haul as well, so they're measuring their effort. But extremely pedestrian at the moment, isn't it?
First sight of a couple of the British riders up at the front of the peloton. Ian Stannard there and Luke Rowe. Well, I think Stannard will be in it for the long haul today, don't you, Chris? He likes a few cobbles, doesn't he? Eats them for breakfast.
Well, the worse the weather conditions, and we have got a chance of showers today, I think the better it'll suit Ian Stannard. He's the hard man, I think, of the group. Very, very consistent rider, good in the classics. So no stranger to this style of racing, nor indeed this distance.
Germany with a few riders up towards the front as well. One of the stronger squads as well, with a full complement of 9 riders in this field. Germany, and high hopes for John Degenkolb today for them. Interesting to see whether he's recaptured the sort of form which landed him Milan-San Remo and Paris-Roubaix during the spring.
Certainly one of the favourites, isn't he? As we were talking earlier, there's probably about 20 people who could win the race, but
Christoph, we haven't mentioned Christoph yet either.
Christoph is the outright favourite, I would say, for this championship. But
here we go.
On
the first time on the cobbled climb of North 23rd Street. short and sharp, and strength sapping cumulatively.
12%, peaks out at 13% gradient. No problem at the moment. Everybody's got fresh legs and can just grind up here in the saddle, but 16 times up it. In total 45 climbs that they have to do today. Only short, but it will take its toll.
Obviously there was great disappointment that from a British point of view, that Mark Cavendish was injured and not able to take his place on the start line here. You know, former world champion in 2011 in Copenhagen. Do either of you feel that he would have had an opportunity on a course like this, or do you feel it might just have been a little bit too tough?
My feeling is that it's probably just a little bit too tough, but it would have been exciting, I think, for the British to have him in there, fighting to see how long he could stay there. So it's a little bit disappointing that he's not here, even if he was a very, very outside chance of hanging on. But it would have been great to see him on the start line for the British team.
I think it's the couple of climbs running up to the finish that would have caused the issue, because the final climb, of course, well, not dissimilar to the finish that he won on in Copenhagen, which dragged all the way up to the line, but that had a nice flat smooth run up to it with just one right-hander at the bottom. Well, it didn't have the technical and difficult 3 kilometers approach that we have today.
Peloton then heading up towards Libby Hill. It's just gone off the top of your screen. They'll make a right-hand turn to Libby Hill. And so far, so good weather-wise. The weather forecast on Friday here for the weekend looked absolutely terrible. I looked at 2 or 3 of the different forecasts, and they all basically had numbers of between 85% and 100% chance of rain, pretty much all day, both days. And the only thing that they were waiting to discover was whether it would be heavy rain or just light drizzle. That was the only thing. But the women's race wasn't too badly affected by adverse weather conditions yesterday. A bit of a greasy top fairly late in the day with a couple of showers, but if it stays like this all day, then hopefully we could be in for a really good race. It will change the race, won't it, if we have a couple of downpours?
It would completely change this circuit. This corner they're about to take now onto Libby Hill will become absolutely treacherous, as we've seen already. It played a part in the under-23 race, which just completely wiped out the field. You can see now, I think we're getting a perfect demonstration of why you want to get into this race. When you get into this part of the circuit right near the front, you get to choose your line, whereas behind they're coming to an almost complete standstill as they bottleneck at the bottom of this climb. First 50 riders, certainly at the moment, will flow around here, but behind they're stopping and starting even at this juncture in the race.
Well, Chris, the Dutch seem to be taking control of the peloton there, and what will their thoughts be behind that?
I think they just want to warm up, really have a good look at the climb, just get onto it in a controlled position, not really want to do anything with it as such, just get round safely and get this race underway. You can see, I mean, they exited the top of that climb, what, 15 seconds, 20 seconds ago, and we can still see the remnants of the peloton are coming round the middle bend. So the peloton at the moment is maybe a minute long. Now they've got to close all that back up, which is going to mean 10 kilometers an hour faster for them. So it makes it really hard. You're going to get whiplashed on this course.
That was one of the things that came out of the I know some of the riders were saying after the men's under 23 race, they said it wasn't that the course itself was too hard, it was the elongated nature of the race because of the course that meant they were constantly having to work that little bit harder. This constant sort of elastic
Which
thing.
is what happens in Amstel Gold. You know, Amstel Gold is a race of short climbs, lefts, rights, and it's very attritional. It seems to be a word of the week, but riders are going out the back rather than going out the front, and the main group is just getting smaller and smaller as riders just can't cope at the back with those constant accelerations. First time over the line for the breakaway group, so they are now under the banner with 15 laps remaining.
4 minutes and 50 seconds we're hearing is the gap as the peloton led by the Dutch take on the second of the cobbled climbs. There's Tom Boonen in the blue of Belgium, just going through your picture.
The Dutch, of course, have got that problem as well of having plenty of chiefs, perhaps not quite enough Indians. Lars Boom, I was hearing earlier, and Nicky Terpstra are the nominal leaders of the team, but they barely speak to each other. A reconciliation lunch was organised in August, I was hearing just before we started talking, just to get them to speak for the first time, and it's not an ideal situation here.
Tom de Moulin as well in the Dutch squad, of course, but you wonder quite how he's firing after his efforts in the Vuelta.
Well, so they're not the only team, are they? They've got multiple leaders. There's lots of teams here that have got this problem of having so many options. They could actually they could end up tripping themselves up.
So do you think that the teams like the Netherlands would all get together in the one room the night before the race to just go through some final tactics and to open the air? And
you'd think so. You'd think so, but whether they actually do, I don't know. Different countries deal with it in different ways. I mean, we watch it every year. Remarkably, the Italian team, with a lot of characters, a lot of egos, and big winners, and somehow they always pull together and they genuinely ride as a team. And I've never really understood how they've managed to get that cohesive national squad together every single year. But not every nation seems to manage it. Is that what happens with the women? Do you think they get together as a national squad?
I think, yeah, definitely. When they come into the national team for the women, it's still one of the most prestigious moments of the year to be selected for your nation, and you wouldn't dare do something wrong and, favour a teammate that's not on the same nation or assist in that way. It's very much a proud moment for the women to represent their country and want to do everything they possibly can to bring home that gold medal for the country. So they do actually lift themselves to a new level when they come in and get given their national team jersey and have team meetings, and it's generally all for one. Even in those strong nations, like you said, Italy is probably the team that does it the best. That they have so much pride in winning the World Championships, and they've managed to win 4 world titles in the last 10 years. Not this year, obviously, with the strength of Lizzie Armitstead, but they definitely know how to come together as a team at the end of the year, and it looks like they ride together all year. They do some training sessions during the season, but in any case, the Dutch look like they've got it all together out there on the road today.
Well, you touched on an interesting point, of course, that all of these people have a day job, so to speak. And I have actually made a note of all the pro teams of all the riders, because sometimes it doesn't always work as fluidly as it does for the Australian setup, of course, and some riders start to just favour their colleagues for the rest of the year, and to us watching them in their national jerseys, the tactics can look a little bit odd, so you need to look down to that next layer and see who they're riding for the majority of the season, and that sometimes sheds some light on the actions that you see taken. Well, this group is split in half at the moment as they come onto the finishing straight, having climbed Governor Street, 8% gradient, maxing at 9%, so deceptively steep little drag up to the last 600 metres. Really strung out. And they're only riding a very steady tempo on the front there, 4 minutes and 8 seconds. The clock is counting since the breakaway went over the line, so 4.5 minutes-ish.
Just saw a shot there of Matt Heyman going through the screen. Vastly experienced riders. A lot of experience in that Australian squad. I mean, Gerrans in his mid-30s as well, and Matt Heyman as well. Handy sort of rider to have as a road captain, former Commonwealth Games road champion too.
Well, I already identified, obviously, our eyes lock on different riders as they go past, but Matty Heyman is definitely taking care of Simon Gerrans out there. Got Simon tucked in behind him and keeps looking to make sure he's well in position already, so it's a job that Matty Heyman, I guess, is very experienced in, looking after a lead rider, but it looks like his job today is to look after Simon Gerrans, and we'll see them riding close together for the majority of the race.
Gerrans is, he's got the long-term pedigree, but Matthews, I think, is quite interesting because he, of course, has had recent form. Second in the Grand Prix Quebec, third in Amstel at the start of the year, and he's won in Paris-Nice at the points competition as well there. So he's had a good spread of wins throughout the season. but that second place in Quebec says to me he's in good form.
Just to let you know, there's quite a big split in the peloton here, and a number of the British team are in the second part of this split. I can see Steve Cummings in his traditional spot at the back of the peloton, but in that group off the back of the peloton, Andre Greipel as well already. And I don't know whether they'll just come back together again, but off the back.
Well, Andre Greipel, we certainly didn't spot him when we were talking about that.
Sorry, I've been
earlier.
distracted a couple of minutes ago looking at Carlos Alzate, the Colombian rider, and just making a note on him.
There's no worry at the moment, is that everybody's just easing themselves into this race. All the quality riders, no matter which bit that they're in, they've got no worries about it coming back together later on. It's going to be a long day.
Well, it's just confirmation that Greipel was off the back as he came hurtling past our window, some distance behind the main body of the peloton.
Start, hasn't it? I mean, we saw him in the cars having a chat with one of the cars right from the off.
But it was a decent sized split, decent sized gap
really
actually within the peloton.
I wonder whether something caused it, other than just a little bit of pace and the stretching out that we were talking about as we went over Libby Hill. Was there an incident that we haven't seen? Well,
race radio is becoming a little bit clearer in my ears, but at the moment, for the most part, it has just been an electronic noise every time we hear anything. It's just got a little bit clearer, but a lot of the time it's been indecipherable so far. 238k to go, as you can see. Just a quick run through. That's the front of the peloton. The gap is several minutes to the front of the race, and a quick reminder of those at the front. Carlos Alzate from Colombia, Andrei Krypta from Ukraine, Connor Dunn from Ireland, Park Sung-baek of South Korea, Ivan Stevic of Serbia, Jesse Sargent from New Zealand, Ben King, USA, and Sergei Tvetkov from Romania. Those 8 riders lead the way. Early stages of this men's elite road race at the World Championships here in Richmond, Virginia.
And they're enjoying some watery sunshine at the moment. First time we've seen that for a couple of days. It's been cloudy and windy for the last 2 days with showers. We had a little bit of a sprinkling before the race got underway this morning.
In the commentary box we had a bit of a sprinkling yesterday, didn't we, before the race
started? We've got a leak in the roof here, just so get us.
They've fixed it, they've taken the light out and blocked everything up as best they can. Chris had to improvise yesterday and stick a paper coffee cup next to where the water was coming in, stick it up with gaffer tape.
I like a bit of Heath Robbins.
But it was directly above my head, so I did wonder whether when
it was a win-win
it
situation.
became too heavy,
really.
It would just give way and land on top of me. But it didn't, so technical genius.
So we didn't make 250 quid for that movie.
4:53 over the peloton is the latest gap. And there's the rider from Korea, Park Sung-baek, and confirmation there of the leading group. But it was Connor Dunn who instigated the move. He was very quick out of the traps this morning, both in terms of getting downstairs for his breakfast in the hotel and at the start of the race as well.
They're all starting to ride quite briskly now, aren't they? And even in this group you can see the difference as they go around the corners. Small speed differences exaggerated.
Here we are back with the peloton, and the Dutch happy to just control things at an even tempo at the moment.
Well, there was a few people asking me about this pavé type of section on the road here, and you can see that the riders are using the smoother bit of concrete, so it's obviously got some texture to it, a little bit of a bumpy surface there.
Yeah, how did you find it? Because, you know, when you go around it in the car, it feels like it's not cobbles as we would imagine, not Belgian cobbles. It actually seems very, very smooth. It almost looks like just a pattern on the road almost.
Well, I think the first couple of laps that you don't notice it, but with a little bit of tired legs after you've done 4 or 5 laps, for myself when I was out there, you're definitely looking for that smoother part of the road when you get onto that section. It's a little bit exposed to the wind there, so if you're in the bunch, I think it's not making any difference whether you're on the smooth section or on those smooth pavé, but you can see that the riders, when they hit that, they do go to the left side of the road and look for that smoother surface.
A word about Sergei Tvetkov, the Romanian rider who was one of the last ones to join the breakaway group. He races for the Androni Giocattoli team in Italy, 26 years of age. He was third over in the US Pro Challenge race last year, so he's had some measure of success racing in the United States, and he was third overall in the Sibiu Cycling Tour this year, race in Serbia. Still 235 kilometers to go, and just waiting for the latest time check. It's around the 5-minute mark from the 8 riders at the front back to the peloton. As they go along Monument Avenue.
That really is a depleted peloton already.
Yeah, I was
isn't
saying
it?
that was why I was leaping up and down, getting excited a few minutes ago when they came over the line, because it was a sizable gap back to a big portion of the peloton.
And almost in a recreation of the women's race, the Dutch riders have decided to do all the riding on the front in the bit that doesn't actually help them, and it gives everybody an easy ride around. Not quite sure what possible tactics there are there. I wasn't quite sure what that graphic meant, but I'm just wondering if it was trying to indicate that the second group, the second half of the peloton is nearly a kilometre behind.
They might be. They might be, because they were a few hundred metres behind when they crossed the line here. We will tell you as soon as we have any information or any pictures to illustrate the split in the peloton. Looks like Jos van Emden riding on the front for the Netherlands here.
Well, most of the British team was...
most of the British team are not in that front
there.
group. Yeah, most of them are in the second group, from what I could see, just looking out of the window.
I'm just wondering if there's some sort of mechanical and they've got together back there. I don't know. An unusual situation.
Well,
that's
maybe
really
if they were loitering at the back end of the peloton at that point, then they will have been caught out, wouldn't they? I mean, we haven't heard of any incidents, any major problems. It is Jos van Emden, I'm sure, who's riding on the front of that peloton, the first chase group.
It looks like they might be coming back together here. So we've got the first group that we can see at the top of your screen, and then a bit of a chase to bring that back together.
Well, this second peloton are having to get a bit of a scoot on to rejoin the others. But it does look, as you say, Rochelle, as if that probably will happen in the not too distant future.
15, 16 seconds, the gap. Our graphics obscuring each other there.
Back with our leaders, there's Sargent from New Zealand. And the second group are about to catch the first peloton any moment now. Tvetkov there just going through the screen. There's Connor Dunn, who's so tall he almost was off the top of the picture there.
90 riders left in that front group, thereabouts. It was 100 riders who were left behind. They head down Dock Street alongside the iconic almost raised railway there from the 1930s, still in use. Running alongside the James River before they do an almost U-turn back onto East Main Street. And the Dutch have decided that for whatever reason they don't want this breakaway gaining any more ground and have started to drive things. I'm just wondering if it's just somebody caught in that back group that they'd quite like to see them getting a hard time getting them back on.
Peloton is all now back together.
I'm desperately scrabbling for reasons to why the Dutch are riding on the front at the moment.
Well, considering they're 230k to go, the peloton does look a little bit more animated than we might have expected at this stage of the race. Do you not think, Rochelle?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't expect that the Dutch or one team would just take up the chase or the pace on the front of the peloton at this early stages of the race. Like Chris said, we could expect that break to go out to 15 minutes before any of the teams start to get together on the front, but the Dutch certainly want to take control for whatever reason. Maybe they're setting up for an early attack or breakaway on one of the earlier laps, but yeah, in the women's race also they took up the chase, which was unexpected, to put Lizzie Armitstead in a winning position. So an interesting tactic from the Dutch, but they obviously feel very much in control there on the front of the peloton.
4:40 is the gap from the breakaway group back to the front of the peloton. A very strung out peloton as well, which is always a good indicator of the stress levels within it and the amount of effort that's going in.
It's also showing us the shape of the course as well, isn't it? When they're going around the bends, there's a natural sort of slight lengthening, that include as well as the pace. And, they're just descending. I think they are on East Main Street at the moment, which is the only descent of the race. Breakaway now heading up towards Libby Hill for the second time.
Connor Dunn then on the front for Ireland. One of just two riders representing Ireland in this race. They could have had three, but due to injuries and fatigue among the big names, they just entered the two, Connor Dunn and Sam Bennett. Here we are then, second time up Libby Hill, and Ben King leads the way, much to the delight of the home crowd. The Cannondale Garmin rider, fresh out of the Vuelta, if that indeed isn't a contradiction in terms. Alzate second in line, Tvetkov third. Well, that's got to be a real buzz for Ben King, leading the way in the World Championship on home turf.
They're riding it pretty briskly, that's for sure. Probably the crowd having some impact on that. All that cheering, it's hard to ride steady. As the main group come down onto Dock Street. Very strung out now. I think we can expect to lose about 10 riders a lap as they go around each of these laps and through the obstacle section. I've sort of come to term it really. We were trying to find a generic term for this, three obstacles lumped together, weren't we? This 3.2 kilometre section of twists and turns and climbs and cobbles. But if you're outside the top 50...
Sorry, Chris, I should think the term for many of the riders would be the end.
Well, it's going to be for quite a few each lap, I think.
The end of each lap. It's we were talking about this when we rode the course a couple of days ago, how it's the section of the course, obviously those 5 kilometers, that are really tough, and in the rest of the section you can get a little bit of a rest and you know, take the pressure off the legs and just float in the peloton, but you're mentally always thinking about every lap that you know, concession of climbs coming up, so you don't actually get a mental rest because you just get over the top and you get a little bit of relief, and then through the finish you want to get composed again and refresh yourself, but your mind keeps going into, we're soon going to be back at that hard section of the course.
Well, the problem of course is that if you're not in the top 50, that bit where you could be having the rest, you're spending all that time getting back on terms, and then you're back into the nasty part again. So being well placed today, absolutely critical, which in itself takes some energy, both mental and physical.
Andrei Krypta, the Ukrainian rider, looks as if he's just off the front of the breakaway group there. Whether they'll just have a little regroup now once they're over the top of that cobbled climb, I'm not sure whether he was. It'd be surprising if he was ploughing on his own, but it did look like a little gap there.
It's what speed you carry into cobbles as well, because speed changes when you're actually on the stones is very, very difficult. So if he went into that just coming through to the front of the group, he may just carry that momentum onto the top.
But quite often TV pictures don't make things look as difficult as they really are. But just walking up that second cobble climb the other day, it's really steep just to walk up, never mind to ride up.
Peloton back on East Main Street, running up towards the base of Libby Hill. You can see just how, if they're only 4.5 minutes-ish behind, just kind of ground you can cover of this course. And the breakaway already done the first 2 of those climbs. Swelling of the peloton as people come around the outside to try and better their position. The Dutch have been holding the line, but they're about to get swamped. Not too important at this point in the race, of course. But this peloton now is maybe 6 seconds in length. By the time they've gone over 2 of these climbs, it'll be 1.5 minutes from front to back.
Here we go then, Libby Hill once more.
Great shot there. The Germans this time were amassed at the front, and they are amassed, 4 or 5 of them.
Great scene already so early in the day, and you would imagine that the crowd numbers will only grow the longer the race goes on.
It shows you how short it is, that shot as well, though. You can't really get a sense of that when you're riding up it, but it really is just a couple of 100 metres long, and yet it's having such an impact on this race.
Jos van Emden again coming to the front for the Netherlands. Packed a good portion of their team up at the front of the peloton. In fact, they're all in the first 30 or so, by the looks of things. Support for the Norwegians here, a few Norwegian flags fluttering in the breeze. High hopes perhaps for Edvald Boasson Hagen.
Boasson Hagen taking that win in the Tour of Britain, showing some flashes of his former self. I mean, a few years ago you would have said this is a perfect course for him, but I'm not sure if he's lost his way or the standard has come up around him, not sure, but not quite had the...
Well, maybe he had a different role, Chris, quite a lot of the time with Sky, and had to defer to other people rather than perhaps having as many opportunities as he might have done for himself. Did win a couple of stages in the Tour de France back in 2011, but at the time Sky signed him that winter a few years ago, he was the outstanding rider on the open market, wasn't he?
Well, it looked up, we weren't sure in 2011 whether that was part of his trajectory.
Yes.
When in actual fact it was a plateau at best, so that was his peak. But you can never tell with young athletes, are they going to go the next step, or is this it?
Will we see Boasson Hagen 100% committed to supporting Christoph today?
I would have said undoubtedly. I mean, I think it's pretty clear cut. I mean, Boasson Hagen winning the Tour of Britain, that's a great win for him. It's a great race, but I think Christoph very much the standout for that team. So they haven't got that problem, I don't think, of too many leaders.
It was interesting, wasn't it, Christoph? Because he's been outstanding in the last 2 springs in the classics, and he won a couple of stages in the Tour de France last year. But this summer in France, he didn't quite hit the heights, did he, in the sprints? He didn't really seriously challenge in the sprints for a stage win. Greipel, of course, came out on top overall with 4 stage wins in this year's race, but maybe Christoph's form was just slightly off. As the leading group riders just go past our commentary position here, 14 laps to go.
Well, I think I'm quite surprised if you read all of the press opinions on this, that Christoph seems to be the standout rider, but I am a little bit surprised. I think there's others in there that have got more possibilities than him. I think, as you said, Degenkolb and...
I do think there's a good chance for riders like Stibar, personally, to maybe just get away at the end where other people are looking at each other.
Well, he did that in the Tour de France.
He won that stage into Le Havre, didn't he, as well?
Yeah.
That was an uphill finish. Tough finish, that.
And it was an opportunity. He was strong enough to be there or thereabouts, and then took an opportunity of the favourites watching each other.
And another stage that perhaps springs to mind when we look at the finish here, the last kilometre here, the finish in Rodez in the Tour this year as well, when Greg van Avermaet out-sprinted Peter Sagan and took the win.
Van Avermaet, another canny rider. I really can't. I mean, although it's the game that we always play, and I guess as media we're obliged to play it, who's going to win the race, who's the favourites. I think there's 20 people that could win this race.
Do you think Nibali is in that group of 20? Because the Italians have been bigging him up in the last couple of days, and his form has been very good in the last couple of weeks. He's got a number of top 5 finishes in one-day races.
Well, I think for the Italians, Viviani's going to have a really good chance today.
Well, he's in great form, isn't he? Those 3-stage wins in Tour of Britain.
So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the Italians play it out at the finish, but certainly think he's got some good form and feels very confident coming into today's race.
And Trentin is strong as well. Showed that in the Tour of Britain with that stage win in Nottingham. Said it was one of the hardest days of bike racing he's ever had in his career, that stage of the Tour of Britain. The Tour of Britain's got quite a nice niche, hasn't it now, Rochelle, for the men in terms of as a lead-up rate?
Absolutely, and there's a lot of comments coming out of how riders were performing or feeling at the Tour of Britain. We spoke about Stibar before. No outstanding performances, but the word is from his coach and his camp is that he was feeling so good at the Tour of Britain that it gave him so much confidence coming into the World Championships, and that was kind of his test race, you know, then to go away and train in Spain a little bit before he came over here, but just feeling that he could have done a lot more than he did there, and that his form was coming right on cue for the World Championships.
Just to let you know, the gap from the 8 riders at the front back to the peloton whom we're looking at is 4 minutes and 18 seconds.
And it's still the Dutch leading the peloton. They haven't really let anybody else get a look in. And, well, everybody else quite happy to let them crack on with it and just sit in behind. Glimpse of Tony Martin there.
Sepp van Mark just saw going through as well.
I've been watching the Dutch on the front there, and a lot of those riders have been playing with the zippers of their jerseys, zipping up, zipping down, and you can see that a few of them have more than one layer on still. So I think looks like they've got skin suits under their jerseys, and they may be thinking about taking their jerseys off later, but it's interesting that they've been zipping up and down while they've been on the front there taking turns.
I noticed that already, because as they were coming past the window here, you could see that they got jerseys on, which unhelpfully for us means they're covering up their race numbers at the moment for the most part.
That's right, so I think they may have made a conscious decision that they're going to leave those on for a period of time.
Just look how long it's taking the peloton to regroup after those 3 climbs. They are still just finishing coming round the bend here as the Dutch riders are coming up to the line, so that's probably 500 meters long.
So Jos van Emden, the Lotto Jumbo rider from the Netherlands, leads the peloton over the line. Pim Leichhardt is right behind him. Four minutes 12, the gap from this group here back to the peloton. Very watery sunshine doing its best to break through the cloud layer. And the pit's never less than potentially chaotic, especially with a field this size. 14 laps to go for the peloton. Look like Steve Cummings there at the back.
Yates, the highest placed of the British riders, and 59th as they came over the line there.
He could do a good ride today, you know, Chris, Adam Yates.
Dowsett and Stannard 102nd and 104th, so almost exactly midway in this group. They were the only ones in the front half of the peloton, apparently, when it split up briefly before.
.4:15 is the latest gap. Back to the front of the peloton there. Well, the Dutch are more than happy to be controlling things on the front of that peloton at the moment, and Van Emden has been on the front of the peloton for most of the last lap and a half or so. Stage winner in the Inico Tour this year. Experienced rider Van Emden. And the leading group staying at roughly 4¼ minutes ahead. Norway have had a couple of problems actually in the last 5 minutes. They've needed some assistance for Sven-Erik Bistrom and also for Vegard Lengen. Keeping the team car busy. Connor Dunn there for Ireland. If you've just joined our coverage, the instigator of the breakaway group here in this Men's Elite World Championship.
He's got to be the tallest rider in the race as well, I would have thought. Absolutely enormous.
I don't think there's going to be any doubt about that. Just over 220k to go. And an increasingly pleasant morning here. Riders on Monument Avenue.
Interestingly, just having a little scan down the list of order over the line, which is a pretty good indication of order up those climbs as well. You've got Sanchez coming across in 19th for Spain, Boonen in 22nd, Valverde 21st, Greipel back up there, Kwiatkowski 28th. So all of the names that we've been talking about, the favourites for this race, are all staying in the first 30 or 40 riders despite the early stages. Because it's just so difficult to keep accelerating every time.
That's the thing, isn't it, Chris? On a course like this, if you're near the back, you're going to be doing a lot more work just to stay with the peloton.
There's an awful lot of acceleration. 10 kilometre an hour burst, or 10 kilometres an hour faster than the riders at the front. And it's the slowdown and the re-acceleration which is energy sapping. The first 20 riders are flowing around a corner. Everybody else in a field of this size is forced to brake right down and then have to sprint back up. And that's what we were saying. We're seeing the bunch go from 6 seconds long to a minute and a half long after those obstacles, and that gap has to be closed. And Rochelle was talking about the circuit being good for having a rest, the majority of the circuit, big wide boulevards, but for a lot of these riders, a chunk of that time is spent just getting back on terms.
We mentioned the fact that the weather has been quite changeable here this week, and may be changeable here today as well. For any casual viewers, do riders have to make similar decisions to footballers, for example, who have to choose what studs to go with, due to the conditions? I mean, will there be tyre choices to be made? Is it a bit like Formula One in that sense? Will they have to make a decision? Are there compromise tyres and compromise levels of inflation?
Absolutely. I think it's one of the biggest discussions. I mean, some athletes handle it better than others coming into a race, whether it's going to be dry or wet on the morning. But, a lot of riders, and I think also in the men's peloton as well as the women's peloton, it throws a lot of confusion into their minds on race day if the weather's bad, because ultimately it's the athlete's choice of tyre pressures, but obviously they'll take advice from mechanics and people around them. And even though that they race day in and day out, when you get to a World Championships, You've had to make these decisions all year around the last 5 or 10 years, but still it can be confusing on race day as to what tyre pressure you use, and also the clothing choices, helmet choices, covers or no covers, opposed to the heat and humidity, rain. So there's a lot of lens choices for your sunglasses. All these kind of things when it rains come into the athletes' minds, and yeah, opposed to a dry day or a wet day, I think it's a confusing factor for many athletes on race day. Today the weather's, it's on and off. They don't know if it's going to rain or it's going to be hot, it's going to be cool. A lot of choices to be made.
4 minutes 12 is the gap from the lead group of 8 back to the peloton. And they will be able to take some supplies on board, should they wish to, the next time they go past the box area, the pit area.
Seems to be 2 pit areas for the day. One is just past the start-finish line. The other is after the top of Libby Hill. The latter is probably better because the speed's a little bit lower.
Well, they've just said that they'll be allowed to take stuff there next time round. Van Emden's just sitting there, isn't he, on the front?
Well, that looks like his allocated role for the day is do the pacemaking early part of the race, and anything else we get out of you will be a bonus.
So early few laps to control things, do his day's work, and then the potential for an early flight home perhaps to Europe this evening. Back with the leading group with Connor Dunn there at the back. The rider in the black is Jesse Sargent. Ben King in the red and blue of the United States. A rider from Korea in this group as well. Park Sung-Baek, Andrei Krypta from Ukraine, Carlos Alzati from Colombia, and Tvetkov from Romania. But the gap has steadied and settled at just over 4 minutes.
Most of these riders have probably gone with the same tyre choice for today. 25mm is a good all-rounder, very popular now. Tyre sizes have gone up over the last few years as a trend. So good rolling resistance and roll fairly well over the bumpy cobbles.
So if there had been more cobbles like a classic style a race in Belgium, they would have chosen bigger, do you think, Chris?
Some will go to 28s and they'll drop pressure a little bit. Because the key part of the course, you may be disadvantaged elsewhere, but that elsewhere is not where the action's going to take place. This is the critical part of the course. Not so much here. But you are right, we introduce some rain and it just changes everything.
So do you think that they would have chosen their tyre pressure today considering that it'll be a dry race, or would have they expected that there's going to be rain and run a lower pressure?
It's a bit of a gamble, isn't it? I would have gone for higher pressure today. 30% chance of rain. I'd have probably gone for the slightly higher pressure. Pressure goes down as size goes up for a relative hardness, if that makes any sense. So probably about 7 bar they'll be running in the tyres.
Do you think there would be any incidents here with athletes who ride a different tyre in a pro team and now they come into the national team, that they have the option with sponsorship deals and stuff to change tyres to a different brand?
Yeah, it is a problem, and riders tend to have favourites, and they're not always logically based decisions as well. They just have a good race and they're riding a given tyre and they just decide that that's good. I mean, there's a lot of tyres now at the very top end, they're all pretty good. There's a lot of work going on compounds at the moment for rolling resistance and types of tyre, whether they be tubeless or tubular tyres. Tubular tyres have always been the default racing tyre. So you get a circular section, the whole thing is glued on, but open tubular tyres, as they're being called, so effectively no inner tube, just an airtight rim that lets you run the tyre with a small amount of sealant in as well, so any small punctures are instantly filled, are becoming more and more common.
Will they be riding those today, or do you think the majority riders?
I think some of the teams will be, yeah, partially under pressure from sponsors, to be honest. There's a lot of big claims being made for them. I still think that tubular tyres are probably going to be the lowest rolling resistance and most resilient for an event like this. But trends are changing, and so is technology, and it's easier for the likes of us as well to use tyres that don't need to be stuck onto a rim. We go out riding and we have a puncture and we need to change, then it's just easier for us if we can stick an inner tube in. But it's often what the industry wants to sell that drives what the pros use, of course. So disc brakes is being a great case in point, which are likely to be in the next couple of years. And we've been having a discussion, haven't we, over dinner, you know, are they an advantage, are they not an advantage? And it's quite an interesting one that it's being industry driven. It's the guy on the street that uses them and enjoys the fact that they have consistent braking in wet and dry, and the professionals haven't been allowed to use them. Well, they're about to get that choice.
So the UCI have made the announcement yet whether they are permitted next year or they're not?
I'm not sure whether an announcement's been made on whether they're going to come in en masse. They've had test events where riders have been allowed to use them, and they've taken that option. But it gives a lot of service problems. I think that's what a lot of people don't realise, is you've got different axle sizes, you've got different size of disc brakes, different rotor sizes. So that just means that you can only take service from your own car, which gives you a tactical problem in a race as well. Often the team car is stuck behind the bunch if you're in a breakaway, and if you can't get service, it's all over.
Well, it's a interesting discussion amongst women's cycling as well, because there is talk about it being permitted in the Peloton next year. And I've not actually had the privilege of riding the disc brakes yet, but I love descending, and I fancy myself a pretty okay descender. Having some experience in motorsports as well, I brake really, really late and hard into a corner, and I think I could really benefit from using disc brakes opposed to the standard brakes that we use now. So the big question is, in your opinion, Chris, a rider who has disc brakes in a women's peloton opposed to that who doesn't, which we could see in the peloton next year, will that rider that doesn't have the disc brakes be disadvantaged?
Well, not wishing to sidestep your question, it would depend on the course. If there's a lot of braking, if the weather conditions are bad, I personally would go for disc brakes all round. I mean, you've got an increase in weight, but it's central weight. Braking on carbon fibre has always been a compromise. It doesn't dissipate heat, so the brake blocks have to be very, very hard to be able to cope with the heat, which means they don't work very well to start with until they warm up. It's not too bad, but when you're right on the limit, it does become a problem. And in wet conditions, braking on carbon fibre is not ideal. So personally, I'd go for disc brakes and just make the change.
As a side issue, is there a slight issue if there's a big pile-up in the peloton in terms of slicing your
you've got chain rings with teeth on already.
Yeah.
I mean, there's definitely an issue of heat. They get extremely hot after a lot of descending.
You wouldn't really want to land on that, would you?
I think that would probably be the least of your problems if you're in a big pile on the floor.
Well, the weight issue that you mentioned, I think in the women's peloton, because the bikes are really small for the women, that weight's not really an issue, because as we discussed yesterday in the women's race, that one of the athletes that rides for my team, Wiggle Honda, she had to ride chorus cranks instead of super record cranks to make the weight at the last minute, the 6.8 kilos. So the weight, I think, for the smaller bikes is to make that weight is not really a big issue.
Well, we are hearing rumours that is being looked at by the UCI at the moment, and there are only rumours that the 6.8 kilos may either be changed or it might even be abandoned in favour of a safety test. So you make a bike that passes these safety tests and it could be whatever you want, and that would really shake things up, wouldn't it?
Well, I think it's important to this point that they've had a minimum weight for that safety issue, but if there is a very strict standard on the safety issue, then perhaps if the bike is proven to be safe, that they can afford to have a lighter bike.
It's a bit of to be honest, as a manufacturer, this is one of my little bugbears, is that we have to test everything, because we have to be legally protected as well. So regardless of what the UCI does or doesn't do, we already adhere to EC standards and rigorous safety standards because it's in our own interest. So it's a bit of a misnomer, but the UCI seems quite keen on introducing more and more regulations around wheels and having their badge on frames and their badge on wheels. So it's a trend that's happening, I think, whether it's based in logic or not.
And back to the question that Simon had about the disc brakes in the women's peloton or the men's peloton. If you have a rider who's riding disc brakes closely followed by a rider who's not on disc brakes, and that rider grabs the brakes really hard and late into a corner, is there a chance of a pile up because the rider behind can't brake as quick?
I think only in rain. I mean, if you think about it, the deciding factor really is traction on the ground. So if I can lock up my brakes with with discs. I can lock them up with standard rim brakes. So the traction is the deciding factor. I think what you get from disc brakes is actually better modulation. People think it's the better way around. So control of that braking, and you can get with the confidence of disc brakes that it's very, very uniform. You know that you can brake harder earlier. You don't have to feel your way into it. So there will be a difference, and a difference between riders when they're on the limit is not always good.
Libby Hill again for the main peloton, 4 minutes back, and still Jos van Emden from the Netherlands riding on the front. We just saw Taylor Phinney a couple of minutes ago. He'd had a puncture, that was why he was off the back, nothing more than that, and he'll be rejoining that peloton. He's probably on the back of it now.
What do we need to see Taylor Phinney do for the Americans today to be in the mix for the medals? Escape. Is the high hopes for the Americans?
I don't think he's got the power, the outright power to, after coming back from injury as well. And the disappointing time trial for him shows he's still not back to full form, but I think he's going to have to escape maybe 30 kilometres to go rather than wait to the death, because I don't think he's got the out and out engine size to be able to compete with some of the classics riders here.
3:30 the gap from the breakaway group. Well, they've not been given much leeway at all, have they, by the peloton here?
We've seen the Dutch pushing the pace on the front. Well, controlling the pace, should we say. Not so much pushing, but just controlling the pace to keep that breakaway within reach. Done a lot of work, it hasn't been, like we said, pushing on the pedals, but they've been there at the front in the wind, just controlling that pace.
You mentioned the American lineup. Ben King, of course, in the breakaway group at the moment, but when you look at the riders they've got, it's hard to see success today for the United States. Phinney, Lawson Craddock is riding today, Alex Howes, Tyler Farrar and Brent Bookwalter. That's the lineup for the United States.
Interestingly, with the Dutch, while we're fabricating reasons for why they're riding on the front so early in this race, I mean, if you've got riders here who just say, listen, I'm not going to be of any use to you towards the back end of this race. I've got nothing to give. While it's really steady, why don't I just ride on the front? Just keep a little bit of pressure on so you get a smooth ride for the first few laps, and at least I've done something. And that would be a legitimate strategy, I think. I mean, we've seen with some other teams, certainly in the women's race, where the quality difference hasn't been there. The quality difference has been there within the one team, but they can't help when it gets hard. So they might have just smoothed it out to at least contribute something in the early stages.
I think we saw that a little bit with the team of Lizzie Armitstead with the British team yesterday, that Lizzie was very determined to use her athletes, young athletes, early in the race, to give them a role and just to give them a purpose, to take me from the back to the front, put me in position. A little bit of a turn on the front early in the race, knowing that they may not have the experience to be there in the later part of the race, but just to give them a role. And that experience, if they're going to represent in Rio, she wants to know that they've had a little bit of experience of being in the mix and having a role to play.
Just a little shot there. Adam Yates towards the back of the peloton. Saw Peter Sagan as well, up near the front, not far behind the Dutch, just keeping an eye on things. And looking very predictably comfortable
when
at this
the peloton
stage.
Comes over the line, we'll check the computer and give you an idea of who is where in this peloton.
Well, we're an hour and 12 minutes into this race now. 13 laps to go over the line this time.
5.25 hours to go. That's a long time, isn't it, for them to be out on the road? It's quite a long time to keep talking.
It's a long time for all those fans that are yelling at the top of their lungs on Libby Hill. That's just amazing at this time of the morning. The atmosphere out there is just incredible.
You can see a little pocket of Eritrean fans on the other side of the street, all decked out in the national colours. Alexei Debesay, the one rider from Eritrea in this race today. But with the efforts of Daniel Tekla-Hymanot, etc. in the Tour de France, what a year in cycling terms it's been for Eritrea. Here's our leading group. Last time we heard, about 3.5 minutes the advantage that they have. And just riding off the back of that group at the moment is Ivan Stevic from Serbia.
Well, it looks at the moment as if the time is being whittled away a little bit at a time, but consistently so. But the Dutch were having a little chat there. I'm just wondering whether they've decided to back off a little bit. Don't know. No sign of it at the moment. You can see the nerves having eased in this peloton now, as but there's bigger gaps between the riders, which says we're comfortable. When the Dutch started to push on, I think everybody was a little bit rattled, thinking, what's going on here? This is unusual, but they've settled now. Belgians there, all towards the first third of this race.
Van Emden hasn't moved from the front of the peloton for a couple of laps now.
I think Matthews and Gerrans are dark horses in this race as well, just getting a glimpse of the Australians, and always the case, particularly with Simon Gerrans, you don't see him, you don't even know he's in the race until you start calling the sprint, and there he is. So clearly they fancy their chances.
There's Tom Bonen up towards the front, Peter Sagan as well. Sepp van Mark just going through. And a lot further back in the peloton, looking for some of the British riders.
Well, this is an interesting...
This is Taylor Phinney, by the way.
Situation.
Who was off the back because he'd had a puncture, and maybe he hasn't managed to get back on, unless he's dropped back again.
Just talking to the team car. Excuse me. Oh, having a mechanical, perhaps.
Doesn't look entirely satisfied at the moment, does he? Just great to see him racing again. It was a truly horrendous accident that he had when he crashed into a guardrail last season, smashed his leg and his knee. He has a really nasty scar all the way down his leg, so he's done extremely well to rehab, to be well enough to be back in the peloton once again, and quite something to see him come back with a win as well in that US Pro Challenge race back in August. 13 laps to go for the peloton. 3:17 the gap back to the front of the peloton from that leading group. We've seen Luke Rowe go past our window towards the back. Adam Yates is fairly towards the back of the peloton. Steve Cummings is right at the back. He was one from last over the line, but that's no surprise. That's a familiar position for him to loiter during a race. And also Andy Fenn and Ben Swift in the last quarter of the peloton there.
Feeding starting now, and you can see the problem here as all the soigneurs try to get a glimpse of their riders. They all step out until there's almost no room for the athletes to go past. Bit of a wheel change here.
Yeah, this is for Robert Haysink.
Just dropping off the capes in the pits. This bunch so long, as we mentioned. There's an opportunity to do this, and the riders are still going past. As long as he gets back in within the convoy and get some shelter to get back on.
Costa Rican rider has crashed, and there he is.
It happens a lot in the feed zones, of course. There's a melee of people trying to grab things, changing direction, abruptly braking.
It is Juan Carlos Rojas, I think. No, it's Cesar Rojas.
Well, doesn't look happy, and he's certainly not getting up there. Let's see if we can get a top view. So they was just out of the feed, actually.
Well, 2 or 3 riders caught up in that. Looked like possibly one of the riders from Norway as well as the Costa Rican, but he certainly has come off worst. Cesar Rojas. 3 minutes 30, the gap's just gone up a little bit from the 8-man breakaway back to the peloton. Well, that looked like quite a heavy fall, and I think his race is run, and Costa Rica down to 2. That's Sargent there representing New Zealand in this breakaway group. Bags of experience there on the track and the road. Rode the time trial earlier in the week. finishing in 35th place. Usual suspect riding on the front.
Dutch still on the front. Just had a message from the team car of the Irish saying that Connor's doing a great job out in the break. Only the discussion amongst the team managers that have riders in the break is why are the Dutch controlling the peloton and riding on the front. Said it's a very strange move, so we're not the only ones that are questioning why they're doing what they're doing.
Well, interesting tactics from the Dutch in the women's race yesterday as well. They were very active very, very early, and you wondered quite to what end that was at that point in the race.
Yeah, I think when that breakaway yesterday of 9 riders was away and Lizzie Armitstead was in a position where she had to either gamble or chase it down, she was very fortunate that the Dutch took up the chase for her.
But they've been doing a lot early in the race, haven't they, in the first couple of laps as well?
They had, yes, they were. They were a little bit off and on the whole race. They were attacking the Dutch and then they were sitting in and then attacking, and yeah, it was an interesting tactic, but in the end they came home with a silver medal for the Dutch, and I think with the form of Lizzie Armitstead that's probably the best that they could have hoped for. They may have been able to throw a different tactic towards the finish and just attacked into the finish rather than riding into the bottom of the climbs, which played into the hands of Lizzie Armitstead.
Almost 20% of the way through this race now.
First little look here at Ryan Anderson from Canada. Just off the back of the peloton at the moment. Working his way back through past one of the Brazilian riders.
Well, some of the riders just got caught out, have had mechanical problems, but a lot have just stopped to hand in capes and change some clothing, just strip off some layers as the weather warms up and the race moves on. They know that with experience, they know that this race isn't going to hot up for some time yet. And it looks like the Dutch have backed off a little bit, perhaps. Perhaps just the approach to that corner at the top of Monument Street.
One of the Russian riders.
When he goes past us, go with him.
Getting some neutral service. Surprising, actually, at this stage of the race, with so much space for team cars to get past, that he's had to take neutral service.
Actually, it's Stevic from the breakaway group.
Well, that'll be why then.
Team car sitting behind the peloton. Not up behind the brake, but the team cars can be sitting behind the brake, can't they? So does that mean they have...
Well, they can. They get, if the gap at 30 seconds, they tend to get pulled out, but probably decided that our main riders are in the bunch. They're the ones that will worry about looking after. You can fend for yourself for a few hours.
Latest gap in real time, 3:32 from the leading breakaway back to the peloton here.
So will we see the team car of that rider make its way up to the brake and rechange that wheel, or he's just going to keep that wheel in now for the rest of the race?
I mean, a lot of these riders using Shimano equipment anyway. He's probably better off sticking with it if that is the case. Just sticking with it, and it takes a lot of energy to keep stopping and starting. Of course, he's already got his work cut out to catch back up.
He's not going to want to stop again, is he? If he can
I know, I
it.
wouldn't.
You see the gap that he's needing to close now, and the extra watts he's having to put out. I don't think he's going to want to stop again to change that.
I'd be highly satisfied with that wheel if I was him. It would be my favourite wheel.
Hey, we're not far off being inside the last 200 kilometres of the race here now.
I'm just saying we're almost covered to 20% of the race now. 80% still to go.
Well, Connor Dunn still doing a good job there in that breakaway group, but it is interesting. I thought, given how quickly they were able to escape and the way the peloton just put the brakes on and let them go, I thought we were looking at a breakaway that was going to suddenly be 10 to 15 minutes ahead for a little while, maybe at least 10 minutes.
It's possible that it could have been if it wasn't for the Dutch controlling the peloton, so I think everyone else was pretty happy to let that go a little bit further, but you can see here it's still the Dutch lined out on the front.
Jos van Emden's like a diesel on the front there, isn't he? Just ploughing away on the front of that peloton.
You can see just behind them to the right of your screen when they come around the corner that the Belgium team are also all together there near the front. The Germans sticking together And here's the Belgians just to the right of your screen, all getting together to move to the front.
Quick drink there for Bauke Mollema of the Netherlands, and here Ivan Stevic should be able to get back on here.
Interestingly, the Stevic's team car is being told that he might get permission to, rather than try to have to go past this peloton, which is gutter to gutter at the moment, he might be allowed to cut across the course, one of the advantages of having a circuit. But I'm not quite sure whether Stevic is going to want to avail himself of the services of the team car. Let's go through all of that again. 54 k's an hour as they come down East Main Street before they swing right onto 15th and down to Dock Street.
Well, that's worked out quite well for Stevic there from Serbia. Back on after his puncture.
Fastest part of the course, this. They'll be reaching speeds of over 80 kilometres an hour when the action hops up later on this stretch.
Well, if he'd punctured before Libby Hill, he wouldn't have been seeing the breakaway anytime soon, that's for sure. And the familiar sight of the Dutch riders controlling the front of the peloton at the moment. But as Rochelle was saying a few moments ago, some of the other big teams just remaining vigilant. Spain, Germany, Belgium, prominent just behind the Dutch. 3:35 is the latest gap from the breakaway group. Still 12 laps to go next time over the line.
Happy to hold station now, aren't they? Not trying to bring it back. Sort of got the measure of the group, holding them at roughly the same speed.
Yeah, Dock Street again, along by the James River.
What an opportunity for amateur cyclists to ride alongside the best in the world during the World Championships. Not many places you can do that. Rode along that cycle path myself the other day. Nice stretch and leads into a small nature reserve.
I had a nice opportunity to get out on the course a couple of days ago with all of the pro men and women training for yesterday and today, and was riding alongside Peter Sagan, having a chat to him about his chances. And he said, interestingly, I said, should I put my money on you? And he said, yes, you should, for second place.
The crash involves Paul Martens from Germany, and also down Jarlinson Pantano as well from Colombia, I think.
Just got his chain jammed on the inside ring there. Just another feed zone crash. Happens a lot, just a tumble. Low speed, and at the back of the peloton you're going to encounter this kind of thing a lot, I'm afraid.
Yes, definitely Jarlinson Pantano as well.
Yes, I believe Jonathan Edwards accompanied you on that ride and got thrown off the course.
Yeah, I think they were moving a lot of people off the course, so you had to try to blend into the teams, I think. Yeah.
But didn't wear any team kit, so didn't blend in. And being very, very British, he couldn't bring himself to lie. But he got to do a couple of laps with the stars, didn't he?
Yeah, it was a bit of a buzz just to be out there. You can see all the focused riders and just having a look at the corners and checking out. It was for many of the riders, it was the first time that they got onto a closed circuit. So you're just getting the opinions of all the riders on how hard it actually was. And I think the course actually shocked a few people about how difficult it was, those last three climbs and the steepness of the cobbled climbs.
Still rises a little bit here, doesn't it, on East Main Street? Even before you get to Libby Hill, it's a steady incline.
I was quite surprised. It kicks up for a couple of 100 metres before they take that right-hand turn onto the cobbles. It's steeper than the hill itself, actually. Libby Hill, 8% average gradient. Max is out at 9. causing much of a problem at the moment. Interesting to look at the faces though, maybe from 50th places back in the peloton, and see the difference it makes riding around in the first 20 when you get to pick your line, you carry all your speed into the climb, and how much more difficult it is further back. And you have to balance riding further back like that and not having to fight position versus constantly having to readjust and put energy in to stay in the first 20 or 30 riders, but then you get the benefits after this difficult section.
Well, the American Ben King, he's asking for the time gap from the motorbike. He wants to know what the time difference is. But the hard thing about coming onto the climb at Libby Hill and keeping composed is the crowds. The roar of the crowds is just getting under the skin of the riders and just lifting them. So, you know, you want to keep the steady pace, and you don't really want to lose any of the riders. They want to keep each other together at this point. But the roar of the crowds, it's very hard to stay, controlled on. You just want to attack the cobbles too when you hit them.
Well, I think as the legs get sorer, they'll be more and more inclined to ignore the crowd. But at the moment, Ben King on home territory, it must be quite a thrill for him. Not done too bad this year, had stage wins in Criterium International, which is quite a big race. Won the national championships back in 2010. He rides for the Cannondale Garmin team for the rest of the year, hence the green bike. 3:35 is the gap at the moment, so if anything they're just pushing out again a little bit. The Dutch are confident they have it under control, just reined it in slightly in the last half a lap or so, and we can see already before they take that left-hander onto East Main Street that they're already starting to try and position themselves to go into that climb. You can tell because the pace is high, but the bunch is thickened up as more and more riders are coming around the outside, so the pace has to keep increasing so that the front riders don't get swamped. Well, we'll be apologising through the day for the picture breakup. It seems to be a staple of our coverage. Nothing we can do about it, I'm afraid. But it's been there for all of these championships. City centre courses are often difficult to televise because of high buildings, trees, and quite a lot of interference. Some really nice brownstone buildings around here. I had a little wander around myself on one of the higher bikes a few days ago. Really nice part of town. So straight up, straight back down.
That's one of my favourite corners, Chris. It's at high speeds and it's got a little bit of a dip, and you've just got to get the line right so you don't need to touch the brakes, and that you can really accelerate into it and out of it and carry some speed into this climb.
How would you feel about it if it was wet though?
I wouldn't. Yeah, it's a lot different thing, obviously. But it's a technical part of the circuit. If you're in a group like this, just to save the legs a little bit to carry speed onto this climb.
I used to close my eyes a lot when I was scared. So I was never scared, but I used to crash a lot. It's really starting to kick in this this climb now. You can see bodies are rocking already, just a few laps in. The bodies are rocking a little bit more now. Really starting to feel this gradient. 13% at a maximum. Really rough at the start, and just gets slightly better as the climb goes on.
Tom Boonen's got a front wheel puncture they're having to deal with.
So not ideal for the former Belgium champion.
And the Belgian team car is being shouted at the moment for being in the wrong place.
You tend to get a lot of that, don't you, back amongst the cars?
He said it's the second time.
There's obviously some... Here
there we
he
are.
is.
That will be Boonen.
Well, this is quite a big weight that he's had. So he's a long way behind at the moment, and not ideal for him. It's a big chase. We've seen quite a few slow changes on this course. Far from ideal. He's still
not a great part of the course, is it, Chris, either? Just heading in.
Yes and no, I think. I mean, he's out of shelter, and it's where the pace is at its highest, but he also gets to choose his own line, and that's why you want to be able to do that, of course. One person makes a mistake when it's shoulder to shoulder, and everything stalls, and I think we're going to see a lot of that later on.
So this early in the race, you wouldn't expect any of his Belgian teammates to drop back and give him any support. He'll just rely on the cars to get back into the peloton.
I think he'll ask for support, but there again, I think without race radios today, so it's difficult to get communication information across, isn't it?
But the wheel change seemed to go quite smoothly.
He's still in the convoy, so he'll get the benefits of the cars, and he will be able to choose his own line, as I say. And the back part of the peloton is almost waiting for him because they've all got bottlenecked on the climb.
That was Zakharin we just saw, the Russian rider, who has obviously had to stop momentarily, but is chasing back on. And there, I think that's Bonin there, just off the back of the peloton. Just trying to make sure the team cars are out of the, some of the official cars are out of the way, and there he is. Well, so that didn't take him long.
While the peloton's at nearly full strength, and it is all just stopping at the bottom of the climb, it might have actually been a good place to have a puncture, because effectively you've got about 60 people waiting for you.
And there were a couple of riders who looked as if they had to put their foot down, literally on the ground, as they went onto the cobbles, because there were so many all concertinaed into that small area.
Tom would have benefited a little bit from that, because that just means he makes contact a little bit quicker with those back riders, and they'll all be wanting to close the gap. And now he had one rider at the back of the peloton that can no doubt move him up into the peloton and get him back into position to relax a little bit.
So it's staying at 3.5 minutes at the moment.
So our leaders have still got to tackle the steep climb of 23rd Street, and also the peloton, the leaders, are already on Governor Street.
So not too far away, they're about 800 metres away from us here on the finishing line. This is Jesse Sargent from New Zealand. Looking nice and comfortable on the climb. With the Colombian right on his wheel. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, on that short, sharp, cobbled section, the front of the peloton.
So now we know what 3 minutes 30 looks like in circuit terms. They're one climb along.
There's Sagan out of the saddle, just going through the picture with Sepp van Marke right on his wheel. And here come our leaders up the finishing straight. They're probably about 300 metres away, something like that. With Stevic, the Serbian rider who had that puncture during the lap, up at the front at the moment. Park, the Korean, with Connor Dunn from Ireland in this group. Ben King giving the home crowd something to shout about too.
So the Dunn was the person who kicked this off about 60 kilometres ago.
Well, he had a very attacking Tour of Britain, didn't he? Made a bit of a name for himself there, Connor Dunn.
Four down, 12 to go. And the gap hasn't changed. Still 3:35 we're hearing. This the front of the peloton.
Dutch team seems to be a little bit more relaxed at the moment. Difficult grabbing the bottle at high speeds. They're travelling about 40-45 kilometres an hour, and they've got to grab a static obstacle. So the soigneurs will hold it by the bottom, and with almost no tension at all. So as soon as the rider touches it, it leaves their arm. So if they try to hold it, then they drag the bottle over. So it's a little bit of skill involved in it, actually.
It's also a nervous moment, obviously, for the person handing off the bottle, but also getting the right bottle to the right athlete. You have to identify in the peloton where the position of each athlete is, because they all prefer different types of drinks and different flavours and at different laps on the course. Some athletes will give to their Missouri Swanee, who passes off the bottle, a list of which bottles they want, which types of drink they want at which parts during the race. So it's a very nervous moment, I think, for the person that's also handing off the bottles.
Good luck with that then at this stage of the race. There's 190 of them hurtling past at the same time.
Well, as you know, each and every athlete's only going to be thinking of themselves. So if they get given the wrong bottle, they could take it a little bit personally. So it's, you know, the slightest little things at this level that can play in the minds of the athletes. And, you know, they put a lot of preparation into what types of drinks and nutrition that they want at certain parts of the race. So they'd like their staff to get that down pat on race day.
The Dutch still parking themselves at the front of the peloton. Simon Getschke as well from Germany up towards the front. With that distinctive beard. Stage winner in this year's Tour de France. Luis Leon Sanchez just going through from Spain. Peter Sagan there. Joaquin Rodriguez about halfway back in the peloton.
Not an ideal course for him, Rodriguez. He'd prefer it to be much hillier than this, but still a good tactical rider. May spot an opportunity. Sanchez
there's Nibali in the blue of Italy just going through. Boonen now midway back in the peloton.
Is there any Dutch riders positioned further back in the peloton, or are they all here on the front lined out?
I think they're spaced a little bit further back.
There's one there.
You can see there. Probably about 30th position is ideal, really. You get maximum shelter, but still get to flow around the corners. But everybody else knows that, of course. So as soon as everybody catches up and it starts to concertina, it's difficult not to get swamped.
And the peloton still going over the line. Luke Rowe's just gone over the line. British riders towards the back end of the peloton. Steve Cummings bringing up the rear. And still just off the back, Taylor Phinney. But Ben Swift as well, about 20 riders from the back of that peloton. Adam Yates too. That's Taylor Phinney, who's been in that position for a little while now.
It looks like he might be thinking about a spare bike. He's just been looking at the bikes on the roof. Yep, looks like he's going to go for a bike change.
Change and away he goes. Taylor Phinney then back into the race. Jos van Emden still on the front. There's Getschke with a beard, the German rider. And Poland, well, what a strong outfit they were last year. Ultimately, of course, they got the gold medal with Kwiatkowski. But earlier in that race in Ponferrada, his team really did a great job for him to give him the springboard.
Well, they look quite united. They're all riding together. Not as strong a team as he had last year. But obviously, they have faith in him. He's been able to win a world championship. So motivated today to see what they can do.
Both Kwiatkowski and Michał Gołas as well going to Team Sky for next year. Rafał Majka, of course, in the Polish squad too, as one of the Canadian riders has a quick change and is back on his bike.
We've seen a lot of wheel changes already at this point of the race. I think that's because it's been wet this morning. There's been wet roads, and then when it dries out, you tend to pick up a little bit more on the tyres, and it's higher risk of a puncture.
Just over an hour and a half into this race now. And the riders taking in Monument Avenue once again. There's Rafał Majka with the yellow top on the helmet. Just slightly obscured at the moment. The rider in second place in that line, Pim Black Heart. We apologise for any picture breakup that we're receiving, but there's not anything we're able to do about that. Just one or two issues with the signal from time to time, but thankfully it does appear to have settled down for the most part.
Well, I'll be interested to hear the post-race interviews on this one to get the explanation from the Dutch and why they decided to tow the peloton along for the first third of this race. But that's exactly what they're doing. To be fair though, they're only using up one man.
Yeah, well, Jos van Emden's just sat there, hasn't he, for quite a while now. Lickhart's been right on his wheel.
I was speculating earlier maybe they're just using him up because he can't play a part later on when it really starts to get quick. But even so, riding in 5th position is still using energy compared to somebody in 20th, 30th place.
Back with the leaders, and Conor Dunn from Ireland. And the lead just being eaten into a little bit now. It's under 3 minutes for the first time in quite a while. And we're hearing that Antonio Garnero from Brazil, the national champion of Brazil from 2014, has abandoned the race. So I think he may be the first rider to have abandoned so far. But Garnero of Brazil is out of this road race. Quick run through then of the leading riders. If you've just joined our coverage, we're well into this road race. Long way to go though. 11 laps still to go over the line next time. Thick end of 200k still to go. We're looking here at the front of the peloton. The riders at the front then, Carlos Alzate from Colombia, Andrei Krypta from Ukraine, Conor Dunn of Ireland, Park Sung-bak of South Korea, Ivan Stevic of Serbia, Jesse Sargent from New Zealand, Ben King, United States, and Sergei Vetkov of Romania. German riders gathering en masse behind the Dutch at the pointed end of the peloton. Weather holding up remarkably well, and no immediate sign of any problem on the horizon. Grey skies, but high cloud. 3:45 now, the gap. 3:45 we're being told is the gap. And if that's the case, then it's opened up again. Still Jos van Emden, the Lotto Jumbo rider. 6th in the Tour du Poitou-Charentes recently in the lead up to these World Championships, but doing a big turn, riding on the front for the first few laps for his country today. Here he is. Right, pull up towards the front area of the peloton as well. And it is 3:42. Back with the breakaway group. Tvetkov there, number 187 from Romania. Connor Dunn from Ireland, the unpost chain reaction rider. One of the Dutch riders there just stopping for a comfort break at the side of the road, and their indication on the screen of the distance between the breakaway group and the peloton. But still the British riders in the race tucked in towards the back end of this main group. Look at that, the whole of the German team there massed behind the Dutch. Leaders down near the river on Dock Street, heading for Water Street, before doubling back and then the incline towards the bottom of Libby Hill. The home crowd loving the fact that they've got one of the American riders in the breakaway group in the form of the very popular figure of Ben King. Little word in the ear for Jesse Sargent. Clothing alterations on the move. Getting a bit warm out there by all accounts. Still working well together, this group, but very much within the sights of the main peloton. Getchka there we saw on the front of our picture, still just behind those Dutch riders though, as they head through the downtown area. Richmond, which was actually named after Richmond on Thames in England, based on the view from the hill out over the river, which at the time was deemed to be similar to the view from Richmond Hill, so that's why it's been named as such. No latest time check, last we heard 3:40 back to the peloton from the leaders. Such a long way to go in this race though, so much can still happen. Saw a crash on this particular corner in the women's race yesterday as Shelley Olds, it was the beginning of the end for her. 3:28 by the way is the latest update on the gap. Shelley Olds crashed on that corner, that right-hander, as did Pauline Ferrand-Prévot, the defending world champion. Ferrand-Prévot was back on a bike almost immediately and ended up finishing 6th in the race, but Shelley Olds, the accident happened early in the race. Shelley Olds came off worst and ultimately ended up abandoning. She would have been a rider who would have felt she would have had a chance of doing something. Here come our leaders, heading now towards the climb, and this is the interesting part of the circuit each lap. The two cobbled climbs and then Grosvenor Street up towards the finish. So Sargent of New Zealand leads them on to Libby Hill. The crowd growing bigger with each passing lap and louder as each lap goes by as well, it seems. Sargent, King, Dunn, the first three riders. 3:28 the gap. First time we've seen a few of the Czechs come towards the front. Those in red and white are from Denmark. And for the first time in a while, the Dutch have company at the front of the peloton. So Park from Korea leads the way up the second of the cobbled climbs on North 23rd Street. Short, sharp effort. Stevic of Serbia just sitting in at the back. Peloton heading for Libby Hill. What a great scene that is too. Michał Kwiatkowski up towards the front in the blue helmet there, just riding in the gutter on the right-hand side. Really congested as they make that right-hand turn at the bottom of Libby Hill. Tony Martin there, the first of the German riders. Gilbert Boonen there going through. Luke Rowe, the first of the British riders over the top. .3:15 is the gap at the top of the climb from the breakaway group back to the peloton. This is the front of the race. They've been out almost from the start. If you've just joined our coverage, it was just a couple of kilometres into the race when Conor Dunn, one of two Irish riders in the event, instigated the breakaway group. Ben King had to chase briefly to join the group. He wasn't in the initial 5 who came off the front of the peloton, but very soon attached himself to it. Peloton now on the second of the cobbled climbs. Here, this is Governor Street inside the last kilometre of the lap. They're about 800 metres from the line now, those leading riders. There's Steve Cummings, bringing up the rear of the peloton still. And 2 hours into the race, still 11 laps to go when they cross the line any moment now. Who've worked well together since they've been away, but have been very much kept within range by the peloton throughout. 3:15 at the moment in real time is the gap. And for the first time in a long while, the Dutch giving way at the front. Getschke there on the left-hand side of your picture. See Sepp van Mark there in the blue of Belgium. They're a kilometre away from the end of the lap now.
There you go. Just watch the race, okay? Don't watch through that. Just watch it, you're good.
The peloton really fanned out here.
Look at that, man. They're like soft pedaling up the hill.
Little discussion there between a few riders. Luis Leon Sanchez having a chat.
All right, Jason, I need your play-by-play. What's going on right now?
Quinziato from Italy is requiring some assistance from the team car. Van Emden back to the front again.
The gap's starting to go out just a little bit.
Let's see if this gap is still at around about 3.5 minutes. Back to the peloton from the leading 8. Adam Yates there with the lime green and blue hat. 3 of the British riders at the back of the peloton. And the gap out to 3:40. Kinziato is just about 10 yards off the back of the peloton. Also, one of the French riders as well, just making his way back in, is Sébastien Minard. It was Jos van Emden still leading the peloton over the line. 3:41 down on the breakaway group. Christian Canes from Germany up there as well. Alejandro Valverde from Spain. Juan Carlos Rojas of Costa Rica, Maciej Bodnar, Michał Kwiatkowski, the defending champion, Rafał Majka, and Maciej Peterski from Poland. Daryl Impey as well, quite prominent towards the front. Marcinski there, most of the Polish team then among the first over the line in the peloton. Rider's just going to turn off West Broad Street now into North Belvedere Street before heading out along Monument Avenue. Here we are, back with the leaders. Park, Sargent, Tvetkov there on your screen now. Connor Dunn. And Van Emden has got the whole of the Polish team pretty much for company. Of Ukraine riding on the front at the moment of this little breakaway group. Rides for a team by the name of Kiev Capital Racing. Second overall in the 5 Rings of Moscow race this year. Won the Tour of Adygea, the overall in the Tour of Adygea a couple of years back as well. He's the one in the yellow and blue shorts. The Colombia rider, Alzate at the back, he races for United Healthcare in the United States. And has been around for a long time actually, in his 30s now. Has ridden on the track as well as the road. His best result actually goes way back to 2006, where he was the Central American and Caribbean Games individual pursuit champion. Now riding on the domestic scene in the United States. So 5 members of the Polish team on Van Emden's wheel. Spain with 3 riders there in the yellow and red. And I would think, based on the finish across the line the last time round, that Valverde might be one of them, Imanol Viti might be another one, and Luis Leon Sanchez. They've been the most prominent of the Spanish riders so far. They've certainly been parked nearer the front of the peloton so far. No splits in the main peloton, though, as of yet in this race. It's just the 8 riders out in front and then a big group behind. Most westerly part of the course. At the end of Monument Avenue, they'll retrace their wheel tracks down the other side of the road. And confirmation that the leader stayed pretty constant for a little while now.
The Peloton just around the U-turn along Monterey's, working their way back.
Tvekov keen to take some supplies on board. Nico Delage, meanwhile, needs some assistance at the back of the race. The Frenchman. 3:50 is the latest gap from our leading group of 8 back down to the peloton. Still Van Emden, the Dutchman. With the poles parked up right behind him. Awful lot of whittling down and attacking still to come in this race, with still 10 laps to go over the line next time. Cumulatively, those climbs are going to take their toll, though. Sun almost breaking through the clouds here now. 11:20 in the morning local time. Much better weather than was forecast going into the weekend, that's for sure. So Jos van Emden then, followed by most of the Polish team, and Spain gathering up towards the front as well, increasing in number. If we just go a little bit further forward, you'll see those red and yellow jerseys. 5 members of the Spanish team. And the whole of the Poland squad up at the front as well. Belgium at the moment, all sticking together about a third of the way down through the peloton. And we apologise for picture breakup yet again, but we hope that it's not detracting from your enjoyment of this men's elite road race at the World Championships. We're nearly 2.5 hours into the race now. Parks and Beck from Korea there pressing on at the front of the breakaway group. Main peloton really strung out through the city streets. Peloton heading in towards Dock Street. But here's the breakaway group. And Libby Hill awaits. Alzate, the Colombian rider, leading the way. With the advantage for the breakaway, staying fairly constant. 3:33 is the latest gap. Alzate with Stevic in second place, Ben King in third, Krypto of Ukraine 4, Tvetkov Romania 5, Dunn Ireland 6, Park from Korea 7, and Sargent New Zealand 8.
Ben King looking in really good shape, isn't he? Considering they've been out front for the thick end of 100 kilometres now. Nice low gear, which is not necessarily always what you do on cobbles, but this being so short and having the advantage of being able to use those concrete section at the edges, allows them to take a slightly different strategy. Weather really brightening up. It's warmed up out there. As you might have noticed, I've been silent. I've just been outside for a spell, and it's looking less and less likely, although not impossible, that we're going to see rain today, and that makes this race, I think, a lot more predictable. Although I'm not going to predict it.
Just a little hint of blue sky above here and there.
Winds have eased back as well, so we're not getting the gusting down the side streets that we saw for the women's race.
Still Jos van Emden on the front of the peloton for the Netherlands. 2 Dutch riders leading the way. And they're just at the end of Water Street now, heading back onto East Main Street, heading up towards Libby Hill.
Being asked on Twitter whether how much total climbing will they be doing? Well, despite these climbs just being 100 to 250 meters long, by the time they get to the end of this race, they'll have done 5,000 feet of climbing. That really does take its toll. As you can see, this is 100 meters of cobbles. It really does add up by the end of the day. Everybody now has started to get a feel for this route and can see where the smoother parts of the road, smooth being a relative term on this surface, of course. Not too bad now, though, with this dry weather. It would have been completely different at the 30% section at the bottom had it been wet. As the peloton starts to fight for position yet again for Libby Hill. So very strategic positioning for this climb, because it's not about this particular ascent. It's about cumulative fatigue throughout the day and being able to flow around these corners. You'll see what happens to the guys at the back. We've been talking already today. This group is only 50 meters or so, 6 seconds long when they enter. Well, 3 minutes from now, it's going to stretch for about a minute and a half. Belgians, the Dutch, they've all the serious contenders have stayed in the first 30, which takes some concentration, but this is why they get to choose their line. They get to ride on that concrete strip. Not everybody gets to do that. Makes a big difference when you have to go up here 15, 16 times, 45 climbs in all.
First sighting of Greg van Avermaet there in 3rd place, going over the top.
Averaging around 40 kilometres an hour this race, so not hanging about.
There's Taylor Phinney there for the United States, just in behind Marcel Seeberg of Germany.
So he's had a few issues this race earlier on, but wound his way through the peloton, back up to the pointed end.
3 minutes 10 seconds, the latest gap from the breakaway group to the front of the peloton at the top of Libby Hill. Adam Yates there just going through.
Fantastic shots of the crowds there, everybody out enjoying it. I mean, that's the nice thing about it. It's only a very, very small section, you know, a fraction of a kilometre of the course, but great place to sit and watch, because you can see them come past 3 or 4 times over that period, and there's concessions there as well, so really make a day out of it. So as I say, 100 kilometres coming up to that these guys have been out front, and they'll be starting to feel it now. 2.5 hours of riding coming up to, and they come round to the finish line, which won't be long from now.
So just over 10 laps to go for these riders at the front of the race. And it's 3:05 now, back to this group here, the main pack. Pim Lagthart there riding on the front for the Dutch.
The entire Belgian team in the first 30, picking their way up this climb.
There's Alex Dowsett with the lime green stripe down the top of his helmet. The leader's just heading into the finishing straight. 680 metres to go when the riders make that turn. And when it comes to the end of the race, the finishing line looking tantalisingly close, and yet just need to be patient and not go too early.
Consistency is the only hope that these guys have got. I don't think any of them have got any thoughts that they're going to make it all the way to the finish, certainly since they've been pegged. But as we said at the start of the day, some riders just have the longest of shots, and when they're the only odds you've got, you may as well take it. Connor Dunn it was who instigated this move, decided before the race. Michelle Gilmore was telling us earlier that this was the tactics, warmed up specifically just to get into the move. Takes a lot of courage actually to be the first one to launch it as well, because you're passing up any opportunity of having a steady few minutes. You've already decided that it's going to get nasty and I'm going to be the one that starts it.
A right-hand turn into Governor Street will come up shortly for the peloton here. A few other nations just starting to show their faces as Ben King takes some musette on board.
One of the few benefits, of course, of having to be out the front and working is that you get to choose lines through corners, you get ease of picking up a bag without having to jostle the position, you can see the soigneur well in advance. You see at this stage in the race they sometimes start to take one of these bags, musettes, just easier to pick up and resupply. They'll go through a lot of food in this race, have to keep on top of energy supplies all the time, and rather than carry everything in the pocket, which they could do, they break it up just by taking some at around half distance. They're not there yet, but
what sort of calorie intake during a race like this?
Well, their expenditure for this day, they'll have a bill of about 8,000 calories at the end of it. So a normal average sized guy, maybe 2,500 calories for a day. So 3 days worth of energy they're going to use in this one event. And they can't eat all of that. They can only get through a couple of 100 calories an hour. They have to keep it just down, say, topped up. So during the race they'll consume, a couple of thousand calories, but they need to keep doing that little and often so they don't get any sugar imbalance in the bloodstream, because it's all over when that happens. And many a race has been lost because riders have forgotten to eat.
Can't be far off what a body can physically consume within a day.
About 8,000 calories is on the limit of what you can physically eat. Now obviously they can't do this in this race, and because it's a one-day race. They can be severely depleted by the end. They just can't get low on blood sugar for this event. If it was a stage race, of course, well, they have to try and keep putting it back. So it's something like the Tour de France. They eat to absolute capacity. When they're not riding when they're riding the bike, they're eating, then they're eating immediately after, and then they're eating in the evening, and they're big breakfast in the morning. So they just don't stop, and they will still lose weight by the end of a 3-week race and have body fats sometimes as low as 4%. If you walked into your doctors, to give you an idea, with a body fat of 4% and they didn't know what you did for a living, they would hospitalise you. So people lump together the terms fit and healthy, and I can tell you they're not necessarily the same things at all. Being this fit is very extreme on the body.
Really push the envelope, don't they, in that sense. Luke Rowe, I can see up towards the front of the peloton as they head up towards the finishing line, and predictably Steve Cummings
supposedly
towards the back.
That's an instant disqualification. There are no I mean, this came up, didn't it, in the Tour of Italy a little while back. If you take your helmet off, there are no other possible sanctions. But I think they'll be turning a blind eye to that one.
So into the last 10 laps with Jos van Emden and Robert Haesink up towards, well, on the front of the peloton as they went over the line there. Van Emden, Haysink, Dylan van Baarle as well, of course, who won the Tour of Britain last year. He was third over the line in the peloton. Mathieu Bodnar, Luis Mas from Spain. Luke Rowe, 15th rider over the line, the best placed of the Brits, just ahead of Rafael Majka and Daniele Bennati from Italy.
See the difference in the feed zone activity to the breakaway, can't you? How they've almost come to a standstill at the back of the peloton in order to weave their way through the feeding. Well, it gives you an idea of the speed there. It's been very, very consistent, over 40 kilometres an hour. I think we can probably expect a 41 k an hour average for this race, which would make it around just over 6 minutes 20 in length. So that would be 3:30 here, that would finish. And in the UK, that would be
5 hours on from that.
8:30.
Yeah, very good. So about 6 hours 20, you reckon?
That was a good bit of maths, that. I'm quite proud of that little run I had then. Completely bluffing, hoping no one's going to go and check.
I'm sure it's not far off. We're inside the last 160k. Just over 100k into this race.
30 kilometres from now, that they'll get to half distance in this race. It's an incredible. I mean, not many TV channels actually take this in its entirety, but anybody who is at home and watching this, you get a feel for just how long it is, because often in highlights packages, and I work on the Tour de France, you have an hour's highlights program in the evening, and it just chops all of this out through necessity. So all those guys in the breakaway and all the people have had to work hard to bring a race back together, they don't even get a mention, and they just cut to the action at the end. But they are the ones who've actually shaped the race in the first place.
Well, it's a very long, sizable hors d'oeuvre, isn't it, before we get to the main course. The main course will be absolutely tremendous, I imagine, the last few laps of this race, but it just takes a while to get there. Daniel Diaz from Argentina has just abandoned the race, we're hearing. Daniel Diaz of Argentina is out.
Team of Poland up the front now, deciding that they're going to do a little bit of the pacemaking, or rather monitor the pacemaking. It's still the Netherlands at the head of affairs. And they've been that way pretty much since the breakaway went.
Well, it's been the same rider as well from the Netherlands who's been on the front nearly all the time so far. It's been Jos van Emden virtually the whole time. But the whole of the Polish lineup are right behind him, including the defending world champion, Michał Kwiatkowski. I mentioned before, only 5 riders have ever successfully defended the world title. 3 of them Belgium, Georges Rons, Rick van Steenbergen and Rick van Looy. And 2 other riders in a more modern era, Gianni Bugno from Italy and his compatriot Paolo Bettini. He was the last man to successfully defend the World Road Race title, so that hasn't happened very often.
I think he's up against it, actually. I mean, a classy rider, and he's been in the mix this year. We've seen his face coming up in moves frequently in various races, all the races that in the Tour de France, in races that he's been riding, but he hasn't had that winning streak. He hasn't had that killer instinct. Doesn't mean he can't perform here, but I don't think he's amongst the favourites. He's named by most people. He's been up there in the last 2 Grand Prix Cyclistes de Montreal just a couple of weeks ago, 12th in that, and the Grand Prix of Quebec as well. He was 14th there, so he was in the hunt, but just not finding his winning ways.
And we can't rule out Alejandro Valverde in a race like this, can we, Chris? I mean, it's a remarkable record in the World Championships over the years. He's finished on the podium 6 times. He was the silver medalist as long ago as 2003 and 2005, and 4 times he's ended up 3rd. 2006, and then in the last 3 years as well.
Incredible. Shows consistently ability to read a race as much as it does physiology.
He won't be far away, will he, today?
Well.
I don't think. I think he'll be there or thereabouts, probably, Valverde.
34 now, so experienced, shall we say. Yeah, 35 years now. Yeah. And the Movistar team, same as Alex Dowsett.
And third in the Tour de France overall as well this year.
I think he's had a remarkable season this year, hasn't he?
Wins in the classics once again. I mean, 3 times he's won Liège-Bastogne-Liège, 3 times Flèche-Wallonne as well.
He's got 3 teammates, professional teammates in the Spanish team, and worth pointing out, he's got several other teammates in other countries as well, Colombia amongst them. Escobar and Gomez also from Movistar. That may play a part later on.
They made a bit of a mess of it in Florence, though, didn't they, a couple of years ago? And there were, the 3 riders away with Valverde and Rodriguez, and Rui Costa from Portugal ended up winning.
Yeah, that was. It's always embarrassing for a nation to have 2 riders in a break of 3 and not win. Really. I mean, I remember watching it. All you have to do, I say all, is just counter 1-2 and just let that one individual has to chase. Just keep countering 1-2. You effectively you are 2-1 in strength. You really shouldn't lose a race in that position. So Spain was smarting on that occasion. The whole country winced, I think.
3 minutes 10, by the way, the latest time gap back from the 8 riders who lead the way. Jos van Emden continues to lead the peloton, the Lotto Jumbo rider. And that picture we're looking at now is exactly the same as a lap ago. It's still the same guy in the front with the same riders exactly behind him, the Polish team. As Stevic from Serbia leads the breakaway group.
See with these corners, when you're in the front few or in a breakaway, as they are, you almost don't have to stop pedaling for some of it. Even on these big wide bends, you can change the curve. So there's no respite at all. Very, very stretched out peloton now. And given where they are on the course, that must be partially down to the speed that they're travelling now. Probably some confidence also in the peloton. Everybody's calmed down after the first hour or so of racing, that nobody's going to attack, and we can just string out, sit in the wheels, don't have to fight for position all of the time.
Well, Chris, these guys are having a long day, aren't they? Doing quite well, pulling equal turns. Everybody there happy to contribute. See how long they can stay out in front.
They're a little bit stuck now. They've got just over 3 minutes, yo-yoing just over 3 minutes, but they're not getting any further away. They're not being brought back, so they're just got to sit there and keep riding. It was, as we've said several times already, very much a long shot. Worth having a go, but I think an hour from now the race is going to look very, very different. Poland have now moved up en masse towards the front of affairs, and I would say there's some extra speed being injected into the race now as well. The gap is 3 minutes, so it is slowly being whittled down.
Well, the weather's not quite as it was predicted to be the last couple of days. They said it was going to rain and be quite fresh, but it's very, very humid, and when the sun comes out it's quite warm out there. So it'll be important for the riders to keep the fluids on board.
Well, Van Emden has sat on the front for the majority of this race, and if you think about it, he's effectively regulated that complete breakaway single-handed up to now. So I think he'll be probably bailing out of this race, having done his part in around about an hour at a guess. You are right, the weather has changed. The crowd still grey but lifted. There's a watery sunshine getting through. Wind, this breeze is stiffening just a little bit, but it's looking less and less likely that we're going to see the showers that were predicted. I think we had about a 30 to 40% chance of showers towards the end of the race, which would change the course completely. It was spectacular in the under-23s race.
Well, it was dry, I think, for a few days before that rain came down, and those cobbles were extremely slippery. We could see that the riders in the men's, junior and women's races, they were really struggling to keep traction on those cobbles. But we've had a bit of rain now, and I think it's cleared a lot of the grit away from the top of the cobbles. But extremely slippery in those first couple of days of racing.
Steve Cummings just going through our shot a moment ago, punching tickets at the back of the peloton. Happy to just cruise around for now. Had a fantastic season, Steve Cummings. Really enjoyed watching him take the stage win in the Tour de France. Won the Tour of Mediterranean at the start of the year. Stayed in the Vuelta a España in 2012. Beg your pardon, Tour of Mediterranean was last year, wasn't it? Merging the seasons. He's slowly built up a fantastic palmares, Steve Cummings. Just quietly got on with it and really got some big results under his belt. Great team rider. Really seems to have found his comfortable space. MTN Quebecer. Good team for him.
That finish in Mende was extraordinary, wasn't it, in the Tour de France this year? I think in 20 years of covering the Tour, that was arguably the best finish to commentate on, because they got to the top of that climb, which was just over from the finish, and there were two French riders out in front. Pinot and Bardet. The Francois Hollande, the French president, was there that day. You may remember, Chris, as well. And I think the two French lads were just thinking, well, who's going to be getting the bouquet off the president? Who's going to be on the front page? Which one of us will be on the front page of L'Equipe tomorrow? And they were soft pedaling. You could see at the top they were soft pedaling. They thought they got it between the pair of them.
We. I mean, they'd escaped, hadn't they, on the climb? And Bardet really needed to break on the climb. Pinot, the better sprinter of the two, they're pausing, and then suddenly, right of our frame of onto our screen comes Steve Cummings. Didn't stop, went straight into the corner, and he carried some speed into the corner. Everybody then had to freewheel, and Steve just slowly drifted away from him, and that was it. They never saw him again.
And it was one of the best shots of the year, was as Cummings sprinted away to the victory. It's on the runway of the aerodrome at Mende as well, so they're coming straight up the runway towards the finish, and then you could see in the shot as Cummings is coming towards the finish, behind him you could see the French rider slamming the palm of his hand into the front of his helmet in frustration that they'd been outwitted.
It was Pinot who lost it that day. They just didn't give him enough respect to Cummings. I mean, he was a serious threat. They looked at each other, still thought they were going to catch him when they had the line in sight, but it didn't happen. I think on that stage, worthy of a little mention, is Peter Sagan, because he was fifth on that stage, just showing, obviously one of the favourites for today, his versatility, with a climb that was up to 18% gradient and 4 kilometres long. A sprinter, or nominally a sprinter, was still in the top 5 on that stage. And that's why he's one of the favourites today, of course. I'll just segue back into today's race there. I thought you'd appreciate that.
So smooth. 150 kilometres to go.
Off down memory lane for a few minutes.
Well, the heady days of summer. And a day at the Tour de France that will stay with us for a long time, I think, as one of the best finishes, as I say, that we've seen for a long while. Ben King then on the front here for the United States, much to the delight of the locals.
The crowds are just getting bigger and bigger and louder, so I was saying to Chris before that it'd be very difficult for Ben King to keep controlled on this section of the course, because the crowd just lifts you so much with their roar of enthusiasm. It's interesting that Connor from Ireland, he's always riding on the cobbles when there's that smooth section that the other riders go for. I've noticed every lap that he stays out in the middle. There we go, he's just on the side there now, but for the first part of that climb he's always out on the cobbles, so he obviously probably maybe likes the gradient a little bit less steep around the outside of the first corner.
It's a tricky thing to do, actually. I mean, they make it look easy because this is what they do for a living. But to get 50 centimetres of smooth with a ridge either side that your wheel can fall into and bring you down, or to one side you've got the curb that your pedal can hit, and we saw, the Italian rider in the under-23 hit his gears, and that was the end of his race, and he was looking like he was on for a good shot at the win. So to ride on this narrow strip of concrete and be putting all that power down as well is not an easy proposition. Well, just moments now until the peloton gets to the same place. You can see them starting to, it's thickening up again. That long line's gone as people start to try and come around the outside and reposition themselves before they turn onto the stones.
2.5 minutes the gap from the leading group back to the peloton here as they head towards Libby Hill.
They're starting to fight earlier now. They're still down on Dock Street, I think. Oh no, I beg your pardon. They're off Dock Street. I saw the railway there. Threw me for a second. Climbing already here, even before they get onto the cobbles, which kind of helps pin everybody in place, really. That inside line is probably about 3% steeper and much, much rougher, so that's why everybody wants to avoid the absolute inside line.
Coming down all the time. It's 2:18 now at the bottom of the climb. What a great spot to spend the day on Libby Hill. So not only do you see the race 16 times, but you've got big screens as well, so you can watch the rest of the action.
Belgian teams seem to have occupied the prime position for most of this race, that 30th spot in the peloton.
As Ian Stannard just going through, Luke Rowe was the best placed of the British riders in the peloton. Back with the leading riders, a couple of minutes ahead. Still all together as a group of 8, having been ahead. If you've just joined our coverage, these 8 riders have been in the lead since more or less the start. We're only about 2 kilometres in when Conor Dunn from Ireland instigated this breakaway group of 5 riders initially, but within a few minutes it was up to 8, and that's how it stayed since then. But their lead has never really gone much above 4 minutes.
Well, they obviously would have had an ambition to be out there for a certain length of time. And Chris, would you say that they would have a target that they want to stay out there until perhaps 50 or 100 kilometres to go, or do they just go out there and say, okay, we're just going to ride now and see how it plays out?
I think it's just lap of the gods, or lap of the peloton, to be precise. I mean, they might have got, as we've seen many times before, 10 minutes, 15-minute lead and be genuinely in with an outside shot of contesting the World Championship title. But today, for whatever reason, the team from the Netherlands has decided they're going to ride tempo for the entire peloton and try and keep this break in check. So it's quite surprising, to be honest. I'm not sure, we haven't been able to work out the tactics, but we've seen a high average speed at over 40 k's an hour, and there's nothing that the breakaway can do about that apart from keep riding.
And from the Netherlands, what do you, if you had to predict what their next move's going to be?
I think anybody's guess, really. I think the team managers we've heard on the team radio, they're not sure either. It's very, very unusual tactics. Oh, we've seen a small crash at the back there, or just a mechanical. So easy to drop a chain on these cobbles, and pretty difficult to get going again as well.
That's not a very good spot, is it, at all, at the bottom of that sharp incline? And that will be Gatis Smukalis, the Katusha rider, stage winner in the Tour of Austria this year.
Chris, talking about the bikes amongst the riders, they're out on the course a couple of days ago. There was a little bit of discussion about whether the riders would choose to ride a climber's bike on this type of course or a more aero bike. For there's a lot of section of the course obviously that's smooth roads like we see now, and those riders that might be out there in the wind in a break like this, would they have, in the season, they'd have different options, obviously, of a really climber's bike versus a more aero bike?
The top riders do. The top riders have options of different machines and metaphorically horses for courses. But a lot of the riders, their bike is their bike, and they have to choose it. And then we're also getting a merging of machines now where we can build comfort into an aerodynamic machine. We can change the plies of carbon fibre, the types of resin that's used. And there's a lot, I mean, often underestimated is the tyres themselves are moved towards 25mm tyres. That really does help reduce some of the road shock. So some thicker bar tape. You'll see a lot of these riders do double wrap of bar tape. So that's why their bars look really thick, and that's specifically for the cobbled section. So they tackle it in different ways, but fundamentally, I mean, we're seeing an average speed here of over 40 k's an hour already. This race is going to average 41. They'll be peaking out at over 80 k's an hour as they go down East Main Street. Aerodynamics is the most important thing by far, and the comfort, you just have to find a way around it. For racing, you go aerodynamics. Looking at the previous time check, 5 of the British riders are all in the last 50 at the moment. So Fenn, Thwaites, Yates and Cummings and Swift all in the last quarter of this field. So hopefully that's not a sign of things to come. They're happy to just hang back and wait. Not an easy place to ride.
It's only 1:25 now from the leading group to the peloton.
Interesting to see what happens when they get caught, won't it? I mean, is there going to be a counter-attack? Are they just going to wind it up steadily through this race and see people going out the back? It's a very unusual World Championship. I mean, they're driving hard there. Enough to cause some fractures, you can see in the peloton. Not a serious one. Sanchez just closing up on the wheel there, but it certainly gives you an indication of the pace that they're travelling.
Robert Hastings there just slipping back into second spot as they head over the line. And the man leading them over the line that time was Dylan van Baal. So 1:15 is the gap, coming down all the time. Ian Stannard just has gone through, and as Chris was saying, can clearly see splinters in the peloton who are strung out. Daniel Moreno just off the back, and with 9 laps to go, the peloton, the remnants of which are still crossing the line now. Adam Yates has just gone past our window. Scott Thwaite, Steve Cummings as well, the last rider before all the team cars. But there's definitely a bit of a splintering in the peloton as they head along the finishing straight.
Just being whiplashed around those series of bends. There's 9 bends in a space of about 3 minutes after they top out Libby Hill. So Libby Hill stretches them out. They've got 9 bends, 2 descents, 2 climbs before they get back onto the finishing straight, all in the space of about 3 or 4 minutes, and that's why the peloton is the shape it is right now.
See Andre Greipel very well positioned behind the Dutch there, so he's working hard to hold his position. Big question mark over him today, whether he's going to make it to the finish.
Yeah, you just wonder whether you'd think that it would probably be a better suited to somebody like John Degenkolb today. Do you not think, with the nature of the course?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm in agreement with you there, but obviously there's always a little bit of a hope for a sprinter that he wants to hang on, but we can see that he's really been fighting hard to hold that position at the front there, with the Dutch just pushing the pace now.
Really stringing the peloton out, and Robert Hastings and Dylan van Baal are primary movers in that, taking it in turns on the front of the peloton at the moment, and as you can see, coming down with every, not quite with every revolution of the pedals, but not far off it. Just inside a minute now, the gap between the peloton and the main field. I think it may actually be slightly less than that GPS was suggesting as well.
plummeting, isn't it?
Yeah, it could be about 40 seconds. 38 seconds now, the gap.
So it looks like they're going to be reeled in inside of this lap. So the Dutch, for whatever reason, a strategy unbeknown to anybody, have decided they're going to start to really drive on in this race at a very early stage before they've even reached half distance.
So you can, well, I guess we can predict with, you know, more than 120 kilometres to go, they're going to lighten this up and they're going to start attacking.
Well, they've made it hard, and they must be making it hard for a reason. So we'd assume that we can expect to see some concerted attacks sooner rather than later. Otherwise, they've just been towing the favourites round. It certainly made life hard for the also-rans, no disrespect to a big chunk of that peloton. People at the back are just being whiplashed to the point that they'll be out of it. And you can see how thin that main group is now, probably half the field there.
So you think as a nation, obviously not coming in with a real clear sprinter, that they wanted to make it a hard race, but could they have perhaps done that in a more productive way, you think?
Well, I think making it a hard race, I mean, at this point, the only way to do it is to spend your own team. And then once you've used up your riders, once they've gone, they've gone. So I can't see any strategic reason to do it this way, and neither is there another way other than to just ride hard on the climbs themselves, which is only a very small part of the race, where everybody else has to more or less put the same amount of energy in that you do. Riding on this part of the circuit, as they have been for the last 100 kilometres plus, is only a benefit to everybody else.
Well, they're the lead group, and the peloton having a little look at each other there as they crossed on either side of Monument Avenue. 53 seconds is the gap between the two groups. The Dutch, of course, have options today, as well as Tom Dumoulin, who we mentioned earlier, but Lars Boom as well, and Nicky Terpstra, a really strong classics rider. So those two, as Chris mentioned at the start, perhaps not the best of friends, far from it indeed, but each of them a very viable option on a course like this.
Yeah, I mean, they're the protected riders, and we see 5 of the Dutch squad right on the front. And I don't think either of those two are amongst them.
And what about the chances of Langeveld in there today? What role will he play for the Netherlands?
I think it's got to be a supporting role, but as I say, we're finding it quite hard to fathom their tactics. I mean, strong enough to do something himself, of course, a classy single-day rider, but I think he'll be in service of the team today. I don't think he's had a win this year, actually.
I was distracted by a leak in the roof there, Chris. Who do you say may not have had a win so far this year?
Langeveld.
Sebastian Langeveld. No, don't think that he has. National champion, of course, last year. Rode the Tour of Britain a week before the championships. Finished 17th in the overall classification in the Tour of Britain. And Langeveld, the winner of Het Nieuwsblad in 2011.
Well, now they've eased off again. Very curious, they've eased off again, and the gap is slowly creeping back up.
Back up to nearly a minute now, just at 55 seconds.
Wish we had a camera in the Dutch team car.
So if you've just joined our coverage, confirmation of this leading group of 8 riders instigated by Connor Dunn, almost at the start of the race, just a couple of K in, and their lead stayed steady at around 3.5 minutes for quite a while. Was never really able to get out much beyond 4, and is now currently at just under 1 minute from this big peloton here. Still be 8 laps to go next time over the line, so we're an awfully long way from finding out who the next world champion is going to be, who will follow on from Michal Kwiatkowski, the winner in Ponferrada last year in Spain. Making that bold lone bid for victory on that final incline on the last lap, or just before that final incline. Kwiatkowski last year, just when people were waiting for the climb to start, he actually made his move before that, so he gained that extra 100 meters or 2, which in the end proved to be decisive. The rider we're looking at now is Andrei Krypta from Ukraine. That's Carlos Alzate from Colombia. And Ben King from the United States, former national champion.
There's been some discussion this year about the placement of the World Championships because many years ago, in my day, so many years ago, the World Championships was in August, and changed in the 90s to be at the end of the year. Strategic reason to help the Tour of Spain, which was failing because people were riding the Tour de France, and then the best riders took that form and rode the World Championships the next month in August, and then a lot of them were peeling away for the rest of the year, and the Tour of Spain, which was later on, was really starting to suffer. So politically they moved the World Championships towards the end of the year, which certainly helped the Tour of Spain, but changed the season completely. But we can't help thinking, I mean, we mentioned Geraint Thomas not here because he's tired, and plenty of other riders who were the best riders in the world around the Tour de France aren't here because it's just too long a season for them. So it's a bit disrespectful to see the best left standing here, but we aren't necessarily getting the standout, who people would recognise as the best roadman of the year at this World Championship. So controversial point, should the World Championship move back to August? Not I'll say so, of course, but difficult choice.
Certainly is, but there's no doubt about it, you do always miss some of the big names who just decide that their season is done. And Chris Froome, of course, not here. He broke a bone in his foot during the Vuelta, so that wouldn't have even been an option for Froome as to whether he was going to compete here. And Mark Cavendish was scheduled to be here leading the British team, but having collided with a parked car during the Tour of Britain, injured his shoulder. That has brought his season to an end, and he's going to miss the London 6-day coming up as well, which is a great shame. I think it would have been great to see Cavendish on the boards in London once again.
Purely coincidental, but both of them, had the Worlds been in August, would have been fit to ride. Not suggesting they got injured on purpose, but had the Worlds been in August, that's when they suffered their injuries after that period, didn't they?
Well, the season's getting much longer, isn't it? Also with the globalisation of cycling, sending the Pro Tour out to Australia to start with the Tour Down Under, and obviously a lot of the riders in Qatar and Oman. So the season now, opposed to many years ago, is really much longer. So that's why we might see a number of riders burning out by the end of the season.
A lot of the riders as well now riding track season, so which is the winter. So the way it's formed now, I mean, it used to be people would ride from February to March through to October and stop, and they'd have months off the bike. Now the riders are going from January all the way through to October, and then a lot of them are riding the track season, so they choose which bit of the season individually, where they're going to have a holiday, where they're going to have a break. And I think that's improved fitness quite dramatically. Nobody gets to drop off anymore. There's no big dips and having to build back up. You don't see people getting really overweight and having to lose weight. It's much more consistent, but I think I'd have really struggled with it as a rider. I really enjoyed having a big chunk of time to call my own and then going back into an intense season. It's all about me.
No, there's a lot of riders that are much like you, Chris, that need to have that period of time where they just return to the normal life, lazy time, get in touch with the real world again, and people that can switch on and off. And then there's other types of athletes, probably more like myself, that have trouble to just switch off, and actually feel a little bit guilty during my career if I took more than a week off the bike. So Yeah, I think coming from a background too where I was mixing road and track, that it's quite normal to race.
Probably never felt like an off-season to you though, did it? Because you'd be in the European summer and then head back to the Australian summer.
Yeah, exactly, and I think it's still the case with a lot of Australians, even in the pro men's peloton, that when they come back to Australia, they have they have a feeling that they want to be on the bike because the weather's so good. They come back for the European winter and they're in Australia for the summer, and it's just natural that you want to get out and be social on the bike, and then all of a sudden your year turns into a year-long season.
But as an athlete, surely your body needs a little bit of a break from time to time. I mean, footballers with a close season in the summer, I mean, World Cups and that fit it.
Absolutely.
Most years, but you can't keep going 12 months a year continuously, can you? Not if you want a long career, surely.
Yeah, I think it's important if you've overloaded your body during the season that you give it a little bit of a rest, but in most cases it's more the mental rest that the athletes need just during that period, of downtime to switch off, and it's as really much more mental than physical, I think, about having that break during the season.
Peloton heading along Dock Street, past the old Lucky Strike factory. And again, it seems to have stayed at a minute 10 from the group to the peloton.
Will this be the first lap? Maybe we'll see some attacking from the main peloton on the climbs. We'll see they're closing in. You see the Germans now moving to the front on the right of your screen.
It's almost like the build-up for a sprint, isn't it? The way they're going at the moment. It's certainly getting more serious.
You see the Dutch are all together, the Germans are together, the Australians are now moving to the front, the Americans in the middle there. So there's a lot of nations getting themselves together, maybe sensing that something might happen this time up the succession of climbs.
Is that Luke Rowe up there for Great Britain as well? Mixing it just on the back of the Dutch, obscured at the moment. Quite get a decent look at him at the moment, but I think it probably was. Poland as well, well positioned up towards the front, looking after their man Kwiatkowski very well as ever.
I think it was Luke Rowe. Dowsett and Waits not too far behind.
So I'm just wondering, Chris, if you know the answer to this. Do the pro team, national team directors that are back in the cars have a view from a television screen in the car to see what's going on?
Well, normally they do, but they haven't brought their own team cars here, of course, so they're using local ones. So I guess someone will have gone to the trouble to get a satellite TV. Technically, they're not allowed to have it in the front for obvious safety reasons, and it's the mechanic in the back who supposedly relays the information, but a lot of them do.
And if they don't have that set up today, how are the coaches back in the cars getting the information from the race radio?
Well, I'm not actually seeing any race radios. I don't think they're actually allowed at the Worlds, are they? So they have to take the information's got to go from the side of the road. There's lots of opportunities here, and of course they can also strategically put people on the road, speak to each other by telephone, somebody who's watching the TV, and relay the information to the riders. We've already seen members of the breakaway asking for information, haven't we?
So the coaches will be, in effect, getting the information from the people that they have spread out along the course, who can visually see how the riders are looking on the climbs and at certain sections, and getting feedback from the riders from the side of the road.
Just good communication, really, and a forward planning. I know that for the London Olympics, although it didn't work out well for the British team, they'd gone around the course, they'd looked at the telephone coverage, they'd known that there was going to be big information gaps potentially, so they put people around. They had two-way radios in where there was black spots to make sure that they had all the relevant information.
So it is a very unique race, I guess, compared to the riders that are riding in pro teams all the time, having that radio communication with the coach back in the car, but also having communication between each other. And now they're thrown into a situation where they're riding with people they don't ride with so often, so they don't really know their body language and the communication. You can see that the riders are sticking very close together, so I guess that's important that the riders talk a lot with each other in this type of race.
Tony Martin going over the top there, Germany well placed, with at least 4 riders on the front of that peloton. Alex Dowsett up towards the front as well for Great Britain. There's Adam Yates just going through your picture. And they were hitting the bottom of Libby Hill just as the leading group were leaving it at the top. 55 seconds, the gap at the top of Libby Hill. Back with the leaders once again, with Jessie Sargent on the front in the all black.
And when they cross the line this time, they will be at half distance, or just before actually.
And for the first time, Andrei Crypto is just losing contact.
Sargent also struggling there. Sargent of New Zealand. He's going to get back on, but I think their days are numbered.
I think it might have been the rider from Romania, Tvitkov, as well, who may be having a bit of an issue, possibly. But for the first time, 8 has become 7. Unless Andrei Crypto can get back on, but the Peloton are not too far behind as they head for the second cobbled climb. Tony Martin will just plough up this one. I'm sure he'll just stay seated in the saddle all the way up.
See the French rider there just come through on the rough section of cobble on the right hand side, carried his speed in and just eased nicely onto the front.
So do you think all of these riders, Chris, will be riding these cobbled climbs in the big ring?
A little bit of a problem for the first time.
That's all it needs. So it's not the crash, but if you look what happens behind, there's such a massive rider with nowhere to go. It's really hard to get going.
Well, they're all lucky to pick up pretty quickly on that touchdown of the feet. About the big chain rings, Chris, do you think they're staying in the big chain rings or they're dropping down to the little chain rings?
I think you get big chain rings. There's been a trend in the last year, isn't there, to a one-by system, so using one ring, one chain ring at the front, and a bigger spread of sprockets at the back to get the same gears. This is a perfect circuit for that kind of strategy, actually. So you carry less weight, and it frees up a remarkable, having tried it, a remarkable amount of headspace when you don't have to think about, do I need to ease up the pressure, shall I change into the small ring and move the sprockets about, and there's just one option.
So they actually take the small chain ring off and they lock out the front derailleur?
I'm not sure how many have taken that option here, but I think you're going to see it more and more as an emerging trend for next year, even in the biggest races using this one-by system, yeah.
But obviously with the electronic gears, the front derailleur moves when you move up the cassette on the back.
But it's still a choice, isn't it, you have to choose which ring you're going to be in, and we both know that you've got to ease off the pressure, and then you've got to readjust the sprockets at the back to make sure that it's got the ratio that you want. And that just takes consideration, and for us it's almost instinctive, but not quite. It is a thought process, whereas if you've just got one lever up or down, I think it's going to stick more and more. I mean, obviously it's a trend in cyclocross at the moment for obvious reasons. It's really useful for them, but I've just been using the system in the Alps doing a photo shoot, and I really liked it. Not ideal for all situations because you've got to give a big jump between the gears as well. That's the penalty that you pay, but a much simpler process.
We spoke a little bit before about a pure climber's bike opposed to an aero bike, and decided that on this type of course with so much smooth flat road that they would tend to go for a more aero bike than a pure climber's bike. So is it fair to say that on a course like this, the riders are not looking for every single piece of lightness that they can get? They're actually compensating a little bit with comfort and aerodynamics today.
Well, you were talking earlier about the UCI weight limit, 6.8 kilos, which is what it is at the moment. Well, that gives them an awful lot of leeway because you can build quite simply a bike that weighs less than 5 kilograms, which means if you add in disc brakes or you choose to get more aerodynamic, slightly heavier tubing profiles, it doesn't matter. You're still going to be capped at a minimum 6.8 kilos. So they don't have to, at the moment, make any sacrifices. They can make the choices for performance, and everything is just governed by that weight limit.
So we see the Irish rider here, Connor Dunn. He's using carrying a on-bike camera on the front of his bike, so he wouldn't have had any doubt in his mind that he didn't want to carry that extra weight?
Well, interestingly, that can also come in under the 6.8 kilo limit, and people would jump to the conclusion or automatic assumption that having a big square thing on the front of your bike is bad for aerodynamics. It's not always the case. Sometimes having a bluff body, I won't get into this too much detail, but having a bluff body, an odd shape up front, can actually punch a hole for a part of the body and actually improve the aerodynamics. So there's all sorts of stuff that hasn't really been unpicked yet. I mean, I was lucky enough to spend 10 years in wind tunnels with the British team, sometimes up to a week, a month, and we found some extraordinary things which I can't tell you about now. But aerodynamics is not as simple as you might think. And a lot of the time we found out by getting totally unexpected results, having no idea why that happened, and then having to go and devise experiments to try and find out why, theorise and find out why it happened. I think that it's about since 2010 when Cavendish used a covered helmet and skin suit, all the package that we were preparing for London to win the world title, where people really started to realise that all of these things make a difference, that make an enormous difference. Clothing is probably still the most underestimated part about it. Clothing is absolutely enormous.
Yeah, I was really surprised over dinner last night with the figures that you were throwing at me about the benefits that you can get just through the skin suit and the clothing and the materials of the clothing. And obviously I'm in a position right now with my women's pro cycling team to choose a clothing manufacturer, and just knowing the performance difference between the brands and the materials and the designs, and also at the different speeds. For women, we're talking about 45 kilometers per hour to try and get an optimal suit. But tell us a little bit about your knowledge on the gains you can have in just in the clothing.
But don't you think it's incredible, just to sidestep slightly, that even at this level, highest professional level, it's conversations and hearsay that we're making our decisions on, and not information, because the majority of riders don't have ready access to a wind tunnel, which is the only accurate tool that you have to measure these small differences, to actually assess the choices that they make. And I think that's a trend that's going to change in the next year. I know it's a project I'm involved, which I can't talk about now, to make that facility available, because you need to be able to weigh your choices. You need to know that actually this is a more aerodynamic position, but it's so uncomfortable. I now know it's only saving me 10 seconds over 40k. I'd rather have the more comfortable position. Or this is uncomfortable, but I'm saving 3 minutes, so I am going to live in this position. Helmets too, you were talking earlier about covered helmets, makes an enormous difference to cover over those vents.
Well, that's something that you can actually feel, can't you? Just as even an amateur cyclist out on the road, if you've got vents in your helmet and you feel the wind catching in the vents, that's drag that you can obviously feel. But yet there's obviously a lot of athletes, especially in this race, that have chosen to race without the aero cover because of the heat.
I think it's largely ignorance. I think it's because they are not fully aware of what the impact of doing one thing versus another is. I think a lot of them would choose a covered helmet if they honestly knew what the price was. So I've discovered it back in 2000 when I was attempting the athlete's hour record. I was told by the UCI we've got to use a modern safety helmet. I couldn't use one as Eddie Merckx did, and it cost a kilometre to put that helmet on. It cost me a kilometre, and then we covered up all the vents, and it saved 500 metres. So just by covering up the vents, I got 500 metres back. So what's that, in the region of 35 seconds in an hour of riding, which is enormous.
And of course, in more recent years, the start of the current sort of trend really was when Rob Hales covered the vents for Mark Cavendish in Copenhagen in 2011.
Well, Rob was part of the GB test programme, so he was the tunnel rat, we used to call him, and he was the guy that worked with us in the wind tunnel. All the experimentation we mentioned earlier that we were doing, Rob was a big part of that programme, so he had a bit of insider knowledge there. And he also, because he did get to go in a wind tunnel and measure the difference, knew the impact of his choices.
So if you were to name the biggest aspects of aerodynamics and power output and savings, energy savings, we talk about the helmet obviously being a big one. You say the clothing is much bigger than people really realise. I
think you've got to think of it in terms of size. So the position is by far the most important, because you are 80% of the frontal area. Clothing is secondary. Third would be helmet, and bike and wheels are actually sort of fourth, fifth on the list, which You know, it's the easiest thing to spend money on, and being a manufacturer of bikes, I really like people doing that. And we all enjoy having, you know, the best machine. You can feel the difference, but for actual straight-out performance, there's other things that you can do that are just as cheap and effective.
So ideally there would be an athlete's dream if there was a centre created, or many centres around the world, where you could just go and you could have all of those aspects covered from you know, head to toe.
I think that's
all
an
in the one
excellent
place.
idea.
And does that exist right now?
There's some small companies in the USA, for one, where they've built a small crude wind tunnel on the shop where you can go and have a little look. The problem, knowing a bit about wind tunnels, and I don't want to get too technical for this program, is repeatability. So if you don't control the air quality, then you go back and do the same test and you'll get your 10% difference or a 5% difference. So when you're trying to measure small things, which a lot of people are when they're making purchases of helmets or fine-tuning a position or doing quite small things, it's a bit like trying to weigh peas on bathroom scales, whereas you need some really accurate digital kitchen scales to look at these small things. So it's repeatability you don't get. You don't build the right tunnel.
And I guess it could be a little bit counterproductive for some professionals, because they could end up going into this facility to work out which position and everything is better for them, but at some point they're capped and they're not able to be in control of what equipment they actually use.
Well, performance should really put pressure on the manufacturers to have to produce the goods that the riders need. Now, we saw this with Linda Willemsen, which was uncomfortable for her team. She didn't use the team bike that she would use normally, but she believed that she was better on another piece of equipment. And although that really angers sponsors,
yeah,
it also makes them go and change their product so that doesn't happen again. It happened with Pinarello.
That's right, and I think with the case with Linda Willemsen, who won the women's time trial here at the World Championships, that she just decided, whether she decided in the last moment or during the season, that she needed to ride the World Championships on the bike that was best suited to her. They said it was the bike that she chose to ride was 2 centimetres lower in the front than her sponsored pro team bike, the Villiers. But what will the result of this be? Let's hope it's a manufacturer that says, okay,
they'll have a bike next year with a head tube that's 2 centimetres smaller.
Yeah. Exactly. So yeah, I think that's really a good point, that if the science is there and the technical data is provided that this is a faster option for this athlete or for these particular athletes of this size, that it will put pressure on the manufacturers to make sure that the best athletes in the world are riding equipment that's suited to them.
Well, people being uncomfortable and being angry and annoyed is not always a bad thing. In fact, generally it's the instigator of change. People don't change behaviour or change product because everything's going great. They do it when they're under pressure. And I remember with the British team, who had the legal right, riding as GB, to use Great Britain equipment, unbadged equipment, for the Olympic Games in 2012. They did that, and a lot of the sponsors for their pro teams were really quite upset about it. But they had evidence to show them that, well, this is the best thing for performance, and the British team has the right to do that. The year later, those same manufacturers went away, hired some really good designers, some of the people that I know, and revamped all of their equipment. Now those machines are used at the major competitions for the national teams because it's the best. So yeah, it's an evolutionary process.
Well, that's right, and we had that discussion the other day about the British athlete Danny King, who rides on my team, and she was using one of those saddles that was developed purely performance-based by yourself and those at British Cycling, and her sponsored pro team manufacturer Physique said, okay, if that's what's best for you, we're going to try to redevelop that, and they have. They've attempted
it. Which is the way it should be.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it's great also for women's cycling now that it's becoming more of a professional sport, where these little aspects that can make the athlete reach their maximum potential are being addressed.
Well, being uncomfortable is, I mean, you don't always think of that as, for athletes, you think, well, you just got to harden up and you get on with it, but if you're uncomfortable and you can't maintain a really aerodynamic position, then it becomes a serious performance issue. So, I mean, that's why we addressed it. And then in the next 3 years, a lot of the saddle manufacturers said, right, okay, well, we're going to make a wide-nose, stubby saddle that's shaped in the middle because that's what athletes want. So that's the way it should be, really. And while we've been talking, a few kilometres have nipped away, under half distance now. The Dutch are still on the front.
And, yeah, it's still Jos van Emden, and he's been helped out by Robert Heesink and Sebastian Langeveld, and the gap has gone back up to 2 minutes and 18 seconds, the last time gap we've got. So having come down to about 50 seconds, it's gone back out again.
Well, our last shots of the breakaway showed that, going back to them now, they really did seem to be riding in earnest, riding a little bit harder. So they decided, you know, we put some effort into getting ourselves out here. It's not as hard as we want to ride at this stage in the race, with well over 100k still to go, but we're going to get caught if we don't, so we may as well lay it down now. Really working well together, and it's a good sized group as well.
I think it's fair to say it's only the Dutch that want to keep this within reach and within a a small gap that they can pull back, but the other nations would probably prefer that it stays out there just a little bit longer.
One minute between the leading riders and the rider from Ukraine, Andrei Krypta, who we saw dropped on the last time up the second of the cobbled climbs. So Alzate, Sargent, King, Connor Dunn of Ireland, Ivan Stevic of Serbia, and Sergei Tvetkov of Romania are the riders at the front. So Krypta, the one rider from that lead group who has been dropped, and he's caught in no man's land between the lead group and the front of the main peloton. Italians were just calling for the medical car a few moments ago for one of their riders. Not quite sure which one it was. No further news on that at the moment.
Desperately looking forward to the post-race interviews with the Dutch team here.
What have you made of Richmond this week, Chris, as a place for people to visit? I mean, it's a very, as you would expect with hosting the World Championships, it seems a fairly bicycle-friendly city with a number of designated routes across the city.
I think it's been an interesting place to visit for several reasons. Yeah, there's quite a few bike paths around, some really nice use of the surrounding countryside. I've seen a lot of fixie bikes, which are very much a trend in the UK at the moment, particularly in our capital, and retro bikes as well. So circa 1970s, 1980s machines seems to be a real passion here for history of the bikes, not just high technology, which has been interesting to see. I think what I've enjoyed the most, though, is the large menu of craft beers they serve.
It is a craft beer lover's paradise, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, it's been a very, very pleasant place. Found people very polite. And you know, I'm an advocate of cycling as a form of transport in the UK, so it's been an odd experience to find 6-lane roads that we've had to negotiate as, say, pedestrians to get across them with no way to get across it, but also in the car parks around here, which are vast, how incredibly polite car drivers are to people walking about.
Well, that's
bike riders as well.
But Chris, that's probably because they're so surprised to see anybody walking on foot somewhere.
Yeah, we're very much in the minority walking across to dinner the last few evenings, haven't we? But even the bike riders have said that they're given plenty of space almost all the time, and it's not aggressive at all. And driving in America is a lot slower than it is in the UK as well. You know, around town it's a lot slower, 25 miles an hour.
Yeah, it doesn't seem as aggressive, does it, in general terms?
Speed makes a big difference to how safe you feel.
An eclectic mix, Richmond, of retro cool cafes, fixies and craft beer.
Nice summary there. It's almost like you've done that before for the radio. No, it is. I've really enjoyed this Worlds and this circuit. is atypical. We've talked already this week about it. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like it as a world circuit, and I like the fact that it's mixed up, and it's hard to predict. It's hard to put a label on it, but to find cobbles in in the middle of America, brilliant, absolutely brilliant cobbled climbs. I mean, it really has made the week to find those two tiny stretches of road and then link them together with a few bends and descents has changed the shape of this course.
And I think it's been a very good course so far, because when you think back to the races that we've seen, each time there have been close finishes with a number of riders in contention, but not because it's all set up for a sprint at the end. There's that little bit of uncertainty between riders trying to make a breakaway and actually just about managing to hang on. But there's enough for the sprinters to think that maybe they might still have a chance.
That's right, and that's why we see Degenkolb probably the favourite for the Germans, but Greipel in there just with that little bit of, thought that maybe I can just hang on. Sagan, he said that the course really suits him. It's got a little bit of everything for everyone, and my favourite part of this course is between those two cobbled climbs, where you've got those corners and the descents. I just think it's a really great part of the course. And, the challenging finish that it comes uphill again. So it really has got a little bit of everything. Even on the flat section up near the top, there's wind. So there's a bit of pavé. So, yeah, I think it's got a little bit of everything. So it's one of my favourite courses for the World Championships.
We're not getting a lot of shots of those bits that you mentioned. We're concentrating, understandably, on the cobbled sections. But it's those parts that are stitching it together, those little descents and corners, that are helping make it a package of obstacles that together are really stringing the field out and making it interesting.
That's Ian Stannard, by the way, ploughing along towards the front of the peloton. Norway also moving up towards the front. Alexander Kristoff, of course, is their main man, as well as Edvald Boasson-Hagen, of whom we were speaking earlier. But this one in particular, I think a Kristoff potential course. A Russian and a rider from Belarus on the deck. It's Kuznetsov from Russia, Vyacheslav Kuznetsov, who is down.
Looks like just a touch of wheels there. Neither of them look to be seriously injured. Lost a lot of chains in this race, that's for sure. Yeah, just a tightly packed group, a narrowing of the road.
I'm not sure whether it's Sutsu or Hutarovic who's gone down there. And it is 1 minute and 15 seconds between the leading group and the peloton at the moment. Back on Libby Hill.
Kuznetsov it was. As we switch back to our leaders, stringing out a bit now, aren't they, on this climb?
Yeah, and Ben King just going to the front every time up Libby Hill.
Still looking fresh, Ben King.
Yeah, Carlos Alzate right on his wheel. That's a very slight gap back to Conor Dunn, Tsvetkov, and then Sargent, and now the rider from Serbia, Ivan Stevic, just dropping off the back there on the climb.
I think he's pretty spent, and he looks like a man who's conceded here.
He looks like he's totally
not
cooked,
driving
doesn't
to get
he,
back
Stevic?
on.
Well, I've just popped my head outside and it looks like there could be some rain coming in. So only 30% chance of rain today, but it's coming. I think it's rolling in.
Well, it certainly changed the race, that's for sure.
The rider from Costa Rica.
Well, I think his day will soon be done.
It's Juan Carlos Rojas, three-time winner overall of the Tour of Costa Rica. And there is a rider who was in the original breakaway group of 8. This is Andrei Krypta from Ukraine. But he's going backwards in this race.
Interesting that Rojas was in that position. You sort of wonder whether he's had some kind of mishap. He's a quality rider, certainly at this stage of the race. I'd have expected him to be able to stay pretty comfortably in the peloton. As we see the main field tackle Libby Hill once again. Absolutely rammed with spectators now for this final 2.5 hours of racing. Crowd chanting for their national team. Diminished group driving over the top of the second cobbled climb. Left and left. Quick descent down 18th Street. So for the first time, the Peloton starting to see some of the riders from the breakaway coming back towards them. Being told there's 2 riders left at the front on race radio, so a slight split in the breakaway perhaps. Have a look in a moment.
Connor Dunn is still at the front, and Ben King from the United States, the 2 riders at the front, but we, as you can tell, can't quite see them at the moment, but I think it's Dunn and King who are still leading the way. And Andrei Krypta has been caught by the Peloton, the rider from Ukraine, but that's no great surprise because we saw that he was visibly slowing down as he headed up Libby Hill. This is the second of the cobbled climbs here for the chase group. Getchka in the white in the middle for Germany, up towards the front.
Quite some facial hair he's sporting there, isn't it? The full growth. Everybody avoiding. You can see the patch of cobbles on the right there. It's obviously can't tell from the helicopter footage, but it's much steeper. Much rougher than the mid to left-hand side of the road. So these front riders instantly get to accelerate as they hit the smooth road, and you can see what that does to the peloton behind, and the pressure is on here. Just seeing if we can cause some damage, even in the top 20. They're not having a super easy ride. So that split being closed amongst the breakaway. They're back together, 5 of them now.
Tvetkov has made his way back there. He's the rider in the black with the coloured trim, the rider from Romania. There he is. But Connor Dunn still ploughing on, still going well. This has been an excellent ride from him. Jesse Sargent there on the back. You get the feeling that he's having to dig in a little bit to stay with them now. Alzate from Colombia still looks fairly comfortable there in the white, with Ben King from the United States tucked in 3rd place behind Tvetkov.
Sargent's been yo-yoing for about 3 laps now. He's really been struggling on these small, sharp climbs.
Well, certainly is a impressive ride by Connor Dunn. Obviously, we said he had a great tour of Britain, being very active. But was his plan to go out right from the gun today? Did his roller warm-up, got up early to have a feed a little bit earlier than everyone else, knowing that he was going to go on the attack right from the gun? But he looks quite strong in this move, and obviously there's not that much chance that they're going to stay away for much longer. But obviously he's had a good ride and ticked all of his boxes here at the World Championships.
And already Stevic, who they've just dropped a few minutes ago, he's a minute behind on the road. Meanwhile, coming in the other direction, gaining a little bit of ground, Rojas of Costa Rica. He's at a minute 20 behind this leading group now. And 1:55 is the gap back to the peloton. Here we go, 7 laps to go over the line this time.
And how significant would it be for a rider like Connor Dunn being in a move like this if his ambitions are to sign a Pro Tour contract?
Well, it's good to be visible and show that you can ride amongst the best, hold them off. I mean, no disrespect to him, it's the first part of the race, but they're really starting to move behind, and this breakaway is still holding them off. So he's a classy rider, perhaps just missing the punch to participate at the latter end of the race, but he may well get to the point where he can do that too. So good to see him. Visibility is everything, really. If you want to be in a pro team, they need men on the roster that can also do the legwork through the day, that can do all the controlling of breakaways, and he's showing that's exactly what he can do.
This is Rojas of Costa Rica, who's in front of the peloton. who has gone past Stebic of Serbia there, we can see in the background. And one of the riders from the early breakaway from Korea has abandoned. Park Sung-baek is out of the race. He is abandoned. This is Rojas, though. Costa Rica's national champion of 12 months ago on the road. And very much, though, within the sights of the Hungary pack. And Stevic is really lapping up the applause of the crowd.
Well, it's not often you see that at the World Championships, is it? But he just got the better of him. The crowd there is having fun.
Well, he's helped to animate the race, and at least people know that he's been here, rather than riding along anonymously towards the back and then quietly going home. The showman bows out with 7 laps to go still. We see Norway there amassed towards the front in the predominantly red kit with the navy blue. Spain on the left-hand side of your screen in the red and yellow. Belgium as well, just starting to come towards the fore. Philippe Gilbert up towards the front. There'll be a lot more jostling for position over the next few laps between these big teams. Adam Yates is in that group as well, and just caught sight of Steve Cummings as well. Well, Ivan Stebic there from Serbia, the only rider from Serbia in this World Road Race, has enjoyed his day out here in Richmond.
Certainly milking
Virginia.
it, wasn't
he? He was just loving the moment. Yeah, he's very happy with his ride. Pleased that he did something today.
And he's still got time to grab a beer and watch the end of the race. Jesse Sargent there from New Zealand, still in that leading group. 125 the gap. Who will animate the next phase of the race, I wonder, once this breakaway finally comes to an end? Will it be Germany? Will it be, well, where are the Dutch now? Because they've been at the front for a lot of the time so far in the race. Spain with riders grouping up towards the front. Poland at the moment now with 2 riders on the front. Jos van Emden there from the Netherlands. See Ian Stannard there, about 6th in line at the front of the peloton. Apologise again for the picture break-up periodically to our coverage, which is something very much beyond our control. There, back at the team car, Matteo Trentin. Trentin there, deep in conversation. 2 times a stage winner of the Tour de France. There's Ian Stannard, 2-time winner of Het Nieuwsblad. Stannard, the sort of rider who can just keep going all day.
Well, whatever the reason, the just seems to have gone out of the peloton. I mean, why the pace setting was there in the first place, we don't know. But Everyone seems to have just relaxed a little bit now.
That was Alex Dowsett as well, the other British rider, up towards the front with the lime green and blue helmet.
Some of these riders, you may note, have chosen to carry just the one bottle. Well, a circuit course with 2 possibilities to get bottles handed up, and the bottle is not counted as part of that total bike weight of 6.8 kilos, so a marginal gain. But some riders choosing to just carry the one bottle and pick one up every lap, or every other lap probably. Slightly risky strategy. If you miss your bottle, and you're going to have to wait quarter of an hour to get yourself, or at least have the chance of getting another one. Kilometers to go now, 150 under their belt, and then now they will really be starting to feel it in their legs. All the riders are going to know they've been out and about today. Bit of quick race as well, averaging over 40 kilometers an hour. They estimated it should finish around about 8:30 British time.
You still sticking with that estimation?
I am.
So the Polish squad obviously feeling good.
Well, the pace hots up, and I think the favourites have got a responsibility to make sure that they don't get caught out for no good reason, so they get themselves up to the front. Jostle for position. You get like a sort of a figure of 8 effect to the circulation in the peloton. It's very hard when you get to the back to break in to the front group, because everybody wants to be in the front. Once you get to the front in this first 20 or 30, you do have to defend that position, but less frequently, because everybody around you is where they want to be. You go another 50 riders back and everybody's constantly fighting because everybody wants to move up. So it's that middle section of the peloton that's a very hard place to live.
This is Ben King from the host nation.
We were talking about earlier the kind of things they eat, and they've got liquid food dissolved into the bottles for the later part of the race. They've got gels, but it's really hard on your stomach having that kind of high energy sugars all of the time, and so they will break it up with bits of panini cake and whatever. It was quite a shock to me when I turned professional, and we use glucose polymers dissolved in the fluid because that's the easiest way to absorb energy, and there's people around me eating bits of chicken and after a while I sort of cracked on to the fact that I'm not dropping them, they're giving me a hard time, therefore what am I going through all this for? So I adopted my own feeding strategy, had some solid foods in the earlier part of the race, and then later on when it really went hard, I just used what was dissolved in the bottles, and it seems to work well.
Well, it's amazing also in women's cycling, the different attitudes that the different women, and I tend to find that it's like the Italian teams and the Italian riders that tend to eat the more solid foods and normal foods, whereas other teams like the Australians will rely more heavily on the nutritional brands and the scientific food. But it's a shorter race, obviously, for the women, 3 or 4 hours. But with the men, I guess it's just the feeling and the mental response to eating normal food is necessary.
6.5 hours on the road, aren't they? And
yeah, it's a long time to just be eating gels and energy bars.
And I think a lot of people do it, a lot of the general public do it for things like sportives because that's what they see. But frankly, I think high energy foods, they're a necessary evil. And personally, I'd rather have a sandwich. So I'll avoid it like the plague if I can. It's a tool to do a job, and I definitely wouldn't choose to have a slimy gel over a piece of sandwich. So there's my dietary strategy for you: craft beer and sandwiches.
Well, hopefully that will see you through to the end of the commentary today, at least, with just 106 kilometres remaining.
I've just eaten half of our producer's sandwich. She doesn't know yet. This is a remarkable, if baffling, ride, isn't it?
Well, it must be like being sitting behind a motorbike for the Polish team at the moment.
Well, Van Emden has controlled this breakaway all but single-handedly for, 150 kilometres or thereabouts now. It is a remarkable ride. I just don't know how much longer he can keep it going.
Well, I was just looking at it there, thinking surely it's not still you at the front of the peloton.
25 miles an hour average alone for 150 kilometres. I mean, that is remarkable.
That's a shift. Big shift he's putting in. Alzate, meanwhile, leading the breakaway group, the remnants of.
That's going to be about, I'm sorry, I'm working this out now, it's going to be getting on for, it's over 300 watts in power for 3 hours 40. 3.5 hours.
Well, I wonder, Chris, how long before he came to the World Championships here did he know that this would be his role today? Or was this just something that was decided because he woke up and said...
Maybe they draw straws.
So Van Emden leading the way. That's Maciej Bodnar, who is on his wheel, the first of the riders from Poland, who are strung out in a little line behind him. Ian Stannard and Alex Dowsett just behind the Polish squad. One German rider as well in between the two.
Chris, we were talking a lot before about the technical aspects of the skin suits and things like that. Do you know what the final ruling is at the moment on the shoe covers in a road race?
Because well, shoe covers are allowed at the moment on the road. In a road race, I don't know, maybe I've missed one there, but I think they are allowed. They're certainly allowed in time trials. They're not allowed on the track. I have to confess, I had a hand in that because I asked the UCI and they thought about it, and then yeah, it is a bit daft having them on indoor track.
Yeah,
then they got banned.
I know the ruling for the road racing with the women last year, it was different for several different races, but there was mention of shoe covers being allowed when there was a percentage of rain predicted, if it was going to rain or the weather temperatures were going to be below a certain degrees.
Yep.
But we see in this peloton that there's not many riders who are wearing aero shoe covers, and is that because of the ruling, or is it because the shoe manufacturers are making a more aerodynamic shoe these days?
I think it'd be a more satisfy sponsors, temperature, comfort, because wearing oversocks, you get hot, sweaty feet. You don't need that when you're out there for over 6 hours, do you? So I think it's probably more to do with performance than anything else. I think I mean, it's very, very difficult. If you start to say it's down to temperature, it's down to humidity, you really tie yourself in knots. It's better to just say, listen, you can all wear oversocks if you want or not, it's up to you. On an indoor track, it did seem a little bit daft that you're allowed to use shoe covers when you've got another rule that says no item of clothing that's not necessary, or no item of clothing that's designed specifically for aerodynamics. It was stupid. But on the road, you may as well just say, listen, keep it simple. If you want to use them, you can, or you can't.
I guess there's weather conditions where they would want a thick material to keep them warm in the classics. So if they're going to have one standard rule, it should be an option. But it is interesting that we don't see more riders wearing shoe covers in the road race today, given that, we spoke about the aerodynamics of the materials of the skin suit and the helmet. But I think also, too, that the shoe manufacturers are making a more aerodynamic shoe these days.
Yeah, they're certainly a lot slicker, and the lacing systems they use now are great. On dialing lacing systems, I think are great. I'd like those on my normal shoes actually, because I don't like tying shoelaces.
Well, I have seen that. I think it's pretty cool that they've got the BOA system lacing system on the casual shoes.
They're still hanging on out there. Minute 20 we're hearing the gap between Connor Dunn and the other four.
I think there's a good sense of camaraderie in that group now. Just posing for a photograph on one of the organisers' cars there.
Almost inside the last 100k.
It's a curious event, cycling. I mean, you have to be focused in the moment, but also be able to step back and have a strategic overview, which was Lizzie Armstead's position yesterday. You know, she has to deal with the situation at the time, but also stand back and say, well, I can't do anything here, so I've analysed the whole thing, I've just got to wait, that's all I can do. So it's it really is a mix of strategy, tactics, physiology, technical skill.
I think Jos van Emden has finally finished his turn at the front, which has lasted for about 3 hours, and I think he's just been spat out the back of the pack.
Well,
but what a shift he's put in today.
3.5 hours. It's got to be in the region of 300 watts to maintain 25 miles an hour, 40 kilometres an hour plus.
Yeah, he's not there for the first time.
He's really given his money's worth today, earned his flight. Not quite sure what he was earning it for, but it was still very impressive. It's pretty warm out there. Humidity makes a big difference to the sense of temperature as well. You can't dissipate heat as well. Sweat response doesn't work as well in humid air.
Tell you what I have noticed though, Chris, as we come in towards the last 100 kilometres, the British team are starting to come towards the front of the peloton, having just been ambling along at the back for most of the early laps.
Yeah, we can see three of them getting together there.
Alex Dowsett there on the front.
So it might have been part of a pre-race strategy to just hand back and don't even think about it for the first part of the race. And then once we get to half distance, we're going to start to make an effort.
Looks like it could be Tony Martin.
Yeah, quick bike change required for the three-time world time trial champion. Didn't go quite so well for him the other day, did it, Tony Martin?
We wonder if he's still suffering from the, he said in the individual time trial, obviously, that he had problems with his pad in his shorts, that it was too thin. And
well, in other words, that it wasn't there by the end of the race,
it wasn't
pretty
there,
much.
yeah. Moving around on the saddle, so his position wasn't so comfortable. And obviously, he's probably used that that particular skin suit and pad in the shorts in the past, but given that he wasn't 100% comfortable on the bike, which could have been due to probably not a position change of the bike, but maybe some tightness in some of his muscles or a different position that caused that friction.
I'd stepped out mentally there. Who are we talking about?
We were talking about Tony Martin.
Oh, Tony Martin. Yeah, and I think the fact that he soared through his skin suit probably made him slightly uncomfortable.
Yeah, and he's just had a bike change now, so we don't know if that's due to a mechanical or just not being 100%.
He's been out the saddle for the last 3 hours.
Yeah, we were just mentioning the padding on his skin suit that wasn't there by the end of the
it's an
time
injury
trial.
I've never seen before, and I never want to see again.
So it'll be interesting to see if that's troubling him out there today. Or not see, should I say.
You can ask him after the race. So yeah, the British team more active towards the front as they too are approaching Libby Hill. They're just over a minute behind this group now. So it's all getting a lot more serious as they approach the last 2.25-ish hours of racing.
Here we go then, Conor Dunn from Ireland leading them on to Libby Hill with Jesse Sargent and Ben King just behind him. Tvetkov digging in, and the Alzate, Carlos Alzate from Colombia bringing up the rear. The 8-rider breakaway group down to 5, and the lead diminishing all the time. The peloton not too far behind now. 1 minute exactly, I think. And the peloton are now about to hit the bottom of the climb with Maciej Bodnar from Poland on the front. 45 seconds now, the gap coming down all the time.
Conor Dunn doing some sterling work there.
Yeah, he's really strong today, hasn't he? Really strong.
They're almost in sight of the peloton now for the first time since they disappeared in the opening kilometres of the race.
Looked like Rafał Majka for Poland on the front there as they took on the first turn of Libby Hill.
And one of the strategies that the riders will use here is they'll get themselves into position at the start of the climb and then let themselves drift back down, still be in contact inside the top 30-40 riders, but having to spend a lot less energy.
It's a defending champion, Michał Kwiatkowski, in second place over the top of Libby Hill, second place in the peloton at least. Stannard's just gone over the top. Luke Rowe as well, 3 or 4 of the British riders going through.
Belgians in the middle of the pack there.
And the advantage down to 38 seconds between the leading 5 and the peloton at the top of the climb. There's Adam Yates just at the back of the peloton, and Steve Cummings.
Steve Cummings has occupied that position. He's ruthlessly defended his third from last position for the last 2 hours of racing.
Marko Kump from Slovenia, the last rider in the peloton there as they went over the top of the climb. Back with the leaders now as they prepare for the second of these climbs.
They must be getting a bit sick of seeing this climb coming up around the corner, mustn't they? Well, not many more times now.
And the gradient must feel that little bit steeper each time you go up.
Cranking up every lap.
Well, Conor Dunn's still got a little bit of energy left now. He wants to push the pace, so he's very excited with these crowds, and he's just decided that I want to push this a little bit further, stay off the front a little bit longer.
Well, he's really attacking these climbs, isn't he, Conor Dunn?
I think a big, powerful rider, 30 seconds of effort, it's easier for him to just try and carry his mass over, just hit it with some speed and just try and keep on top of it. You can see the fatigue though.
It's getting tough for Sergei Tvetkov at the back, and also for Jesse Sargent just in front of him, and Carlos Alzate as well, the Colombian rider. 40 seconds the gap from these leading riders back to the front of the peloton.
The Belgium riders now moving to the front. Tom Boonen.
He looks quite comfortable there as he stands on the pedal. Picture of concentration, just thinking about the closing stages of this race.
Nibali there, I saw as well, quite well positioned.
His name was being bandied about this morning, wasn't it? So watch Nibali.
Yeah, I think Gazzetto quite keen on his chances. His form's good, and he'll still be smarting after being thrown out of the Vuelta for hanging on to the car. There's Adam Yates just gone through on the right of your picture, and Steve Cummings there in the middle now. Tom Boonen on the front. Rafał Majka there for Poland. Maciej Bodnar, the rider nearest the camera of the two Polish riders.
So we've got a clump of about 40-50 riders there as they do the short descent down 18th Street.
But at the moment, Conor Dunn still looks strong of those who are out in the lead, but their time will be fairly limited now at the front of this race.
Well, we're seeing some energy gels coming out now. It's getting to that point in the race as the Dutch come back to the front, put another man up.
Well, Tvetkov, who was dropped on the second of the cobble climbs there, was just having a little go on the front. A last hurrah for him, perhaps.
500 metres behind this group now as they turn into Governor Street, and the last climb before they're in sight of the finish line.
And somebody from the Netherlands, we hear, is trying to make a breakaway from the front of the pack. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see that in just a few moments. And it's Dylan van Baarle, I think, but we're still with the leaders here. Ben King digging in, leading the way, the Cannondale Garmin rider. And there has been a crash as well at the back of the peloton. We could do with seeing the peloton, seeing where they are. It's splitting in the main group. Carlos Alzate there from Colombia can't go with it, and this is what has occurred at the back of the peloton here. Crash. With riders on the ground. It looks like Daniel Oss is down, the Italian rider, and a rider from Luxembourg on the ground as well.
That's Drucker, I think, that's gone down. So a real blow for him. Not hurrying to get up either. Daniel Oss is a bit of a surprise. And you can see how quickly on these corners, with so many riders in contention, just how fast the road gets blocked. That's why positioning is so important. And they're in sight now, probably 400 metres behind this group of four. Surely this is their last lap out front.
It's only 23 seconds, the gap. In fact, it'll be less than that now, I think, as the peloton chase them down. But Ben King refuses to give way. Tvetkov is glued to his wheel. His face a picture of determination.
Well, it's amazing how composed they look for all those laps, and then all of a sudden it's just 100%. You can see now that a couple of riders are probably just going to sit up. It's coming back quickly, and the Belgium's trying to close that gap.
A lot of gaps caused by that crash, I think, and some good riders being caught out. Everybody looking behind to see if they've got teammates back there, if there are any favourites they need to see. But this race has suddenly become very animated.
And leading the charge, leading the chase is Bauke Mollema from the Netherlands. Sixth in the Tour de France a couple of years back. There's Dowsett going over the line.
All trying to get back on terms. I think they will all come back together, but just shows you on this circuit how fast things can change. The bunch in absolute pieces now.
Well, all sorts of splits in the peloton as they head down this finishing straight.
Spread over about 2 minutes.
And still little groups of riders. Adam Yates just gone past our window. Steve Cummings as well. And also there towards the back of that small group is Scott Thwaites. Adam Hansen has also just gone through.
We had about 20 riders in the first group coming across the line. Then Simon Clark led Lars Boom across in the next tranche of riders. There's about 15 of those. Philippe Gilbert caught out a little bit. He's 30 seconds in arrears with that group that we saw with Alex Dowsett there. And a lot of good riders were caught behind.
Well, this is going to be really interesting here now, Chris, isn't it? Because for the first time, really, the peloton has split into several groups here.
Well, I'm just scanning down on our computer. It was Philippe Gilbert we saw just dashing across the gap a few moments ago. He's 30 seconds off the back of the group containing Rui Costa. So he'll be in the first 30. I think it will all come back together, but just shows you the importance of positioning on this circuit.
And they've just been caught there. That's the joining the breakaway group have been caught by the peloton.
So they got caught with 95 k's to go after a 160-kilometre escapade.
26 riders in the front group, 12 seconds back to the next group of riders on the road. And Spain, I think, are animating this, although we are unable to see this at the moment. There we are. Well, there'll be riders here that are keen to press on.
Well, the Dutch certainly are, but that's no great surprise. They've been pressing on since we left the start house. Belgium too, well represented there, happy with the situation. They've lost quite a few riders, but they have so many that could potentially win this race. They're going to try and use this opportunity. It'd be really good if we could get some replays of that crash, what it was that actually caused the splits. We have 24 riders in this front group now, and there's some clear daylight between them and the chasers. It's too big, I think, to stay away as is, but nevertheless, if they all keep rolling through, it'll be difficult to get back on terms.
Well, the Dutch have got at least 3 riders in there, so they're lucky that it didn't backfire all that work that they did earlier and miss this break, but they've got 3 in there. The Belgians have got at least 2 that we've seen.
To almost certainly come back together pretty soon, this one. These are good roads for chasing, and with groups of this size you sort of get in some slipstream even when you're 200 or 300 meters away, but they've had to work hard to do it, and I think it's injected some nervousness into the peloton, and we're going to see some racing now.
Less than 10 seconds between the front group of 24 and the next portion of the peloton.
Everybody looking round, checking the situation, nobody telling them on radios, so good communication within the team critical here. And it certainly helps if, like the Dutch, you keep yourself all together in a clump. If anything happens, you can shout across the distance what the issues are.
It's hard to see whether is that Rodriguez who's up there for Spain.
Well, we get a rundown from race radio soon, or when they go through our next time check.
And Germany are doing a lot of chasing at the front of the second group, 10 seconds behind this leading group of 24.
Rein Tarame in there, so he made it into the split. I mentioned earlier Simon Clark of Australia. Lars Boom is a very big player who's made it across. Rodriguez too.
Yes, it was Rodriguez.
Spain. Nibali's not too far behind. He's in that chasing group, but in amongst the action. Well, like I say, I think it's all going to come back together shortly. But they're not going to make it easy.
And not really the time to have the picture breakup when we're trying to establish the members of this front group. Connor Dunn still there. And Jesse Sargent bringing up the rear. But here, Germany leading the chase. Alex Dowsett in 4th place there in that second group on the road.
Well, all the British there together as well, so they've, you know, well represented in that second group, hoping that it comes back together. We said it's most likely going to come back together pretty soon, but the Belgium and the Dutch, they're very keen to keep the pressure on here at the front.
Well, we've seen they showed their hands very early on that they didn't want to wait for a sprint, anything like it. They wanted a hard race. They took it on. They were the ones that injected the speed. Very keen to keep the pressure on. The gaps might be small, but they want to try and make something of this.
And the Dutch again prominent at the front, but
we have to remember it's
Spain, USA, Great Britain also up there.
Still a little over 2 hours of racing to go here, so a long way to the line yet. Hearing Steve Cummings has got some kind of mechanical at the back of the pack, where he's been all day.
Still 8 seconds the gap. They're just holding them off at the moment.
Shows you how relatively easy it is to be sitting in the wheels, even though they're trying so hard at the front. Even Connor Dunn, who's done so much work today, is able to follow along. So this part of the circuit, very, very difficult to get away. And
the junction has just been made, as you can see. What a strung out peloton that is.
But without radios, it'll take these guys a while to figure out that the attacking is now in vain. And they'll maybe try and take advantage of the fact that everybody's pinned in place in this long line.
So the peloton pretty much all together again once more.
Yeah, a shrewd move by the Belgian team. We were in the right place, we didn't get caught out, but now is not the time to try and press for an advantage. It's way too early. 2 hours still to go on the road. Just keep the pace high, that will do for now.
So Chris, if you were just to run us through your opinion of which, is there any nations here that are just keen to have the easiest race possible? Which teams have got the most invested interest to make it a very hard race?
Well, the Dutch have decided it's all on them, but there's lots of riders in there with just 1s and 2s who aren't the favourites. We talked about Australia early on with Simon Gerrans as an outsider and Michael Matthews. Well, we haven't seen them, and that's exactly what you'd expect. Just keep your head down and hope it works out. Just stay in the mix in the 30th, 40th place, out of sight, out of mind, and just wait for an opportunity. And I think that's one of the hardest things about pro bike riding, that it can come down to a couple of 100 meters of roads that makes all the difference, and you've got to wait for over 6 hours to see that opportunity.
And what do you think we're going to see from the Belgium team today?
Well, the Belgian team, clearly they've got so many different cards that they can play. You know, Boonen and Gilbert. They've got Van Avermaet, I think is quite interesting, slightly underrated, great tactician. Van Mark, they've got so many riders that they could use that they'll just try and get somebody in every breakaway. Anything that happens, they'll make sure they're represented. So the onus will never be on them to do the chasing, so they can counter as soon as any moves get caught. So they've got very much strength in numbers, and they've got the experience to know how to use it. The only downside for them is they might have too many chiefs.
It'll certainly be interesting to see how they play it out in the finish. They probably will have the numbers there, the Belgium team.
You have Alaphilippe as well for France. I think is also an interesting rider to watch today. We haven't seen anything of him. And when you've got big names that you haven't seen, that tells you that that's a good thing, really. They're keeping out of sight and just waiting till it's time to wait.
Degenkolb's been doing that so far today, hasn't he? Just tucking himself in there out of trouble. Nibali as well for Italy.
I just wouldn't have thought it was the kind of course for Nibali, but it doesn't mean with the form he's got, he may be able to take advantage. If this race gets really hard and thins out, then that would work to his advantage. Well, I thought that was the Spanish attacking there, but he seemed to pause to do some clothing adjustments.
Meanwhile, Trentin of Italy needs some assistance at the back of the peloton.
Well, this next set of climbs is certainly going to be interesting now that the adrenaline is flowing around collective peloton.
Luis Mas from Spain it is, who's just got a little bit of daylight here at the front of the race. The rider from Caja Rural, stage winner in the Presidential Tour of Turkey earlier this year. So Luis Mas is trying his luck out on his own. Ian Stannard on the front for Great Britain.
Going through the last check, there's 160 riders in contact now, so as frisky as it's looking, everybody is still very much in contact, and they'll regroup as they come back down onto Dock Street, or rather they'll bunch back up again. Hessink and Mollema very much to the front as they came through our time check.
Laurent Didier of Luxembourg has abandoned, as has Sam Bewley from New Zealand.
Lars Boom also attentive near the front, 10th position for him. Van Mark, Seeberg, two names that we've just been talking about. Vries and Frolinger, all for Germany, or rather Van Mark for Belgium. Quality riders amassing near the front. And Nibali, as you say, in the top 20, keeping an eye on things. He'd really like to for this race to be a hard one. That would work well for him.
Belgium with plenty of cards to play, all of them, most of them up towards the front.
Dowsett.
Alex Dowsett now just making a move off the front of the peloton, the British national time trial champion, of course the world hour record holder for a while earlier this year.
Well, there's more than an hour in front of him. He's probably trying to push on, see if he can get some daylight, and maybe some people will come up to him later on. But even though he's riding at 50 k's an hour plus here, you can see behind he's not making much in the way of inroads, because the Belgian team are trying to calm things. They've got on the front, may as well ride a little bit. They'll set themselves up for Libby Hill, which they'll be tackling about 3 or 4 minutes time, and slowly these two are just creeping away, and that's how this race is going to play out. No decisive moves, just small fractures, and riders trying to lever it open.
The rider who's with Dowsett is Jose Gonçalves of Portugal, but it is an attack from Dowsett which is not being allowed to gain any traction. One of the Canadian riders as well has come off the front. Dowsett desisting now. It was an interesting little move for a few seconds, but the speed of the peloton...
Not the right point. This is the point where they're winding up for the climbs. And so you'll have to outride them on the flat and then go into the climb already in the red zone. So this isn't the point, but it was the right thing to do. But the opportunity really is once they get through this climbing section.
Cvetkov of Romania, who was in that breakaway group for much of the race so far, has just abandoned the race.
Well, let's hope that Dowsett can keep a good position for the climb. He's in about 20th place now on the left-hand side of our screen. So he's nicely set up for a move once they get up to the finish line.
And the Belgians very, very well placed. 5 of their riders on the front of the peloton.
Well, just approaching Libby Hill now. They've just got that kick up to get themselves to the cobbles. Only about a minute from here, if that. And they really do look to be trying to set something up. They're checking to see if everybody's in place.
Tell you what though, Chris, there are about 4 or 5 British riders in that first 20. They're mostly obscured at the moment from on our picture, but there are 4 or 5 of them there.
Well, that's great to see. I was somewhat concerned seeing them occupying the back quarter of this field for the majority of the race so far. But now they've decided to get in amongst the action. We said they have an opportunist approach to today. They're just going to look to infiltrate breakaways. All about morale and attitude, I think, for them.
And don't forget, Ben Swift has finished 3rd in Milan-San Remo before. Adam Yates, the winner of San Sebastian.
Well, the Belgians look like they're going to try and do something here. It's a real lead out to get into this climb.
Sargent and Alzate, who are in the lead group, have now been dropped out of the back
Boonen's in
of the
4th
peloton.
position. Driving up this short climb here.
Like Nicolas Mars on the front for Belgium. Also well placed for Australia, near the front of the peloton.
Some daylight appearing there. Just a little bit, but it's virtually all blue. The first few riders, it's the Belgians who are dominating the front of the peloton here.
Simon Clark is still up there for Australia there, about 6 riders back. Tom Boonen going over the top, Sepp van Mark is there too.
And the Dutch, who did all that early work, back in about 30th position now. Some of the British riders coming through still well in the mix here.
It's really starting to liven up out there on the roads of Richmond.
Well, we talked about this during the women's race, but this is the softening climb. You don't expect the big moves to happen here. This is what puts people under pressure. It doesn't break anything, but then you keep the pressure on over the top, down the descent, into the next climb, then the fractures start to appear, and then it's on Governor Street that you're of a mind to. You try and finish off any attacking moves. The Belgians have set their whole team to this one just to see how much damage they can do. It's a probing attack, really, just to see what kind of shape everybody's in, see who it is they've got to watch later in the race. And we were saying, if you want to make this race hard, well, you may as well do it in the section where everybody's got to work just as hard as you. Even if it doesn't pay off, you've hurt everybody's legs just as much as you've damaged your own.
Well, the legs are about to hurt a little bit more now as they see the second climb in front of them.
23rd Street, dragging up to those cobbles. They're going to try and carry as much speed as possible onto that pavé.
Little split starting to appear from this leading group.
Driving up here, aren't they?
Tom Boonen looks really strong there up towards the front. Sepp van Mark well positioned as well.
10-metre gap appearing there, hard to see with this camera angle. Very, very early days for someone like Boonen to be making a serious move, but that's what they're doing. It's not enough though, it's not enough at the moment. Just making it hard. 3 Belgians in the top 5 here.
Well, they are making it very difficult for the vast majority of the field.
And just look how strung out it is.
There's Steve Cummings there, still at the back of the field at the moment. And Connor Dunn, who's had such an excellent ride today, right at the back of the peloton now, having been part of that lead group for much of the race.
Well, where Cummings is, the pace hasn't actually caught up with him yet, so it's just been stringing out and stringing out and stringing out, and he's been riding at his own speed, and it's around about halfway up the next climb is when it'll really hit him, and then he'll be chasing while these guys are recovering for the next 5-6 minutes.
And we're hearing Alex Dowsett has been dropped from the peloton.
Paying for that effort in the approach to Libby Hill, perhaps. Let's hope he gets back on terms.
Belgium grabbing hold of this race by the scruff of the neck at the moment.
Yes, taking up the mantle of the Dutch.
And once more, we apologise for the picture break-up periodically.
Comfortably in second position there.
He certainly looks very, very strong, Boonen. They've caused real problems, the Belgians here. Look, you can see behind how the peloton really is starting to split up and fracture, and they're heading towards Governor Street. They're just on this climb, the last climb of the lap, and the next time over the line there will be 5 laps to go. That's Simon Clark, I think, from Australia, who's still up there.
Yeah,
and there's Kwiatkowski in the middle of your picture with the red stripe down the middle of his jersey.
And an attack coming here from one of the Dutch riders. Can't see from this camera angle, but it's a strong attack.
It's Robert Haysink from the Netherlands, I think. Robert Haysink on the attack. It looked like Scott Thwaites, who was up there for Great Britain, towards the front. And I can see Degenkolb as well near the front of that group. But now this, I'm sure, is Robert Haysink who is on the attack.
Well, he doesn't want to be out there alone, but he's going to be the instigator of what he hopes will be a breakaway. He needs some company. It's a long way back around to those climbs on your own. Nobody wants to take him up on it at the moment. I think that's an indication of just how tough it is. Everybody's bluffing trying to make out that they're comfortable, but everybody's pushing hard.
It's such a long way to go for Haysink. He was 6th overall in the Tour de France this year. He's had previous successes in North America as well in recent years, and a little look behind, and he'll see that they're not far away.
Well, that's a professional move for you there. He's got a 7-second advantage, but knows that once he gets onto this terrain, if he hasn't instantly got company, not worth it. Just ease up and wait for another opportunity later in the race. 4.5 hours racing almost under their belt now, and just look at the damage behind.
There's Bonin, looks really strong, doesn't he?
He
Van
does.
Mark is right up there. Gilbert is up there. Degenkolb is there. And some of the top names are already making sure that they don't miss anything near the front of the race here.
A little bit of a chat, Gilbert, perhaps captain on the road, handing out some instructions.
And Great Britain pretty well represented at the front of the race here. Scott Thwaites right up there in that first row of riders, as is Ben Swift. Well, just look at the gaps that are opening up here, Chris, in the space of half a lap or less.
Well, these guys, they might make contact again, but I'm not sure whether they've got the enthusiasm to do so, because they're just going to take another battering.
That lone British rider who just went through was Andy Fenn, who's sort of caught between groups. There he is, number 27, Andy Fenn, with a little group right behind him. It's going to be fast and furious and ferociously fought between now and the finish here, with 5 laps to go.
It was indeed Scott Thwaites who went through in 6th position. Ben Swift in 10th place in that front group. So good positioning by them on the climb, and legs to follow it up, because they really did push on. 47th position, Ian Stannard went over the line. So very much in touch. Luke Rowe a fair bit further back in 78th position. And Adam Yates just outside the top 100.
This is Jarlinson Pantano from Colombia, who's away with Guillaume Boivin of Canada. Jarlinson Pantano is actually on the deck a little bit earlier in the race, albeit briefly. Just 8 seconds their advantage already.
This is the time to try and make a move. When everybody's a bit stuffed and you're feeling pretty tired yourself, that is the time to make a move. When everybody's just thinking, you know, I don't want to chase another one, they look around, they look at the other riders, and that hesitation lets you open up a gap. They need a few riders though. If these 3 could get together, then that starts to become interesting.
Just having a look whether that's so it's definitely Jarlinson Pantano, and it is Guillaume Boivin and Costa Siutsu of Belarus is the rider who's closed the gap.
A
Team
quality
Sky
rider to have here.
Really strong, isn't he, Siutsu? So those 3 riders leading the way now. Been a good week for Belarus, with Kirienka's winning the time trial. And is that Taylor Phinney coming
like
onto the
it
back?
could be making contact for the Americans. That's a pretty good move.
Well, there's a real boost there for the local fans watching, and Taylor Phinney getting in at the front of the race.
Well, that's a good working group there. They need to really drive for 5 minutes or so before they think about settling in to try and establish that distance. First serious breakaway of the day. Less than 80 kilometers to go, so round about 1 3/4 hours of racing remaining.
Well, we remember very early on in the race, Taylor Phinney, he had some mechanical problems, didn't he? He ended up having a bike change. It'd be interesting to know if he's still on his spare bike or whether he's back on his race bike.
He seems to like it, whatever he's riding.
One of the protected
Looks
riders
pretty
in the team.
comfortable.
Probably got more than one.
Normally their spare bikes are pretty much identical, aren't they?
Alex Dowsett has just abandoned the race. So Dowsett out for Great Britain. I think he's the first of the British riders to go. Cummings, Fenn, Rowe, Stannard, Swift, Thwaites and Yates are still out there. 20 seconds the advantage for these four. Working well together.
Well, some quality riders there to finish the Giro this year. He's a very strong member of the Sky team. Often don't see the results for riders like that because they're constantly in service of others. A point you made.
Got a top 10 finish in the Giro, though, hasn't he, in his career, albeit a few years ago. But as you say, Chris, he spends most of his time riding for other people. But a very, very good and vastly experienced rider. 33 now, been in the Peloton for a long time. Two-time national time trial champion of Belarus. Stage winner in the Giro as well in that year. When he finished in the top 10, he won a stage in Bergamo. And here's Jarlinson Pantano from Colombia, involved in this breakaway here. And Pantano was third on one of the stages in the Tour de France this year, the stage to Gap. As the race headed into the Alps. 19th overall, actually, in the Tour this year, Pantano. Slowly inching up the advantage for these riders, now up to 25 seconds. Boivin, by the way, is the current national champion on the road for Canada, former Cannondale rider, and a bronze medalist earlier this summer in the Pan American Games road race in Toronto.
Well, this is going to be a popular move for the crowd, isn't it, with Taylor Phinney in there?
He's had a great story and comeback, hasn't he, this year, and having won the team time trial a week ago. Massive confidence boost for him, so he's having a good World Championship campaign here on home soil.
The Peloton at the moment nominally being led by Germany, happy to let them go up the road.
Well, I've been hanging out a little bit with the Belgium team this week, and there's been a lot of discussion about the selection of the team and the teammates of Tom Boonen, but he's certainly come into today's race with some fine form, very well positioned, and probably trying to make a point that was a good decision by the Belgium national team to send three of his pro teammates there all around him to support him at the moment. He's got Keizer, Mace and Vandenberg with him.
Former world champion, of course, Boonen, a decade ago. But clearly fancying his chances today. But as we mentioned before, he won't be the only one. Van Avermaet will think that he can win it. Gilbert will always think that he can win it. And you never know with somebody like Sepp Van Mark as well.
Exactly. They've got a lot of cards to play there. It's
another long shot breakaway, this, but it's the odds are certainly shorter than their predecessors, that's for sure. Some good riders in there. Pantano riding for Colombia, team of Rigoberto Urán, another good rider for the day.
Still 4 laps to go next time over the line, but they're not hanging around here now in the race.
No, I think we'll see 42, 43 km/h averages from this point forward, which when you think that they've been riding for well over 4 hours, it's quite something, isn't it?
Up to 37 seconds now, the lead of the four riders.
Yeah, and they're not soft pedaling behind. They're not chasing in earnest, but they are chugging along. Now, if they can get a gap over the next climb, or the next set of climbs, if they can keep their advantage, then they'll have another lap, having settled down to really try and consolidate.
Well, they look like they are pretty fully committed, aren't they, to this move? So
they're working well together. You would have thought that the Colombians might be working for Rigoberto Urán, but they've clearly decided that their options are better served by trying to infiltrate a breakaway. ran winning the Grand Prix of Quebec just a few weeks ago, showing he's on form for an event like this. So it's an interesting move by the Colombians to infiltrate and drive a breakaway.
Bit of communication there between the Germans. I'm not sure if they were saying just move off the front or please do get on the front. We see Andre Greipel well positioned there in 3rd position.
Montano, not a bad rider in his own right. He's got a 3rd on the stage of the Tour de France this year, remember. This is part of the all-powerful Sky cycling team. And Finney, a phenomenal time trialist in his own right. Not quite back to full form. We saw that in the World Time Trial Championships a few days ago. But nevertheless, a strong rider to have in the break. Just seen Ernie Fergreave, the Great Britain mechanic, at the side of the road there, holding up a board with information for the riders, and being well represented at the front.
So will they have a special code to get the message to the British riders, or is it just there for all the riders to see?
I don't know. I mean, Thwaites and Swift nearly merged the 2 riders there, right up the front of that race, really getting stuck in here, so they'll have been able to see it. So it might have been information on where the feed is, it might have been time to the riders at the front, we don't know, but that's how they've got to convey information in this race. I know that a lot of people, I don't think you are a fan of you like race radios. I'm one of the old school minority. I quite like it. I like the fact that it adds uncertainty to the race, and so I'm looking at it purely from a selfish perspective as a viewer. I like the fact that things can go wrong because you've suddenly got to deal with the situation on the road, and another element of being a top team or a top rider is being able to work well as a team on the road. So,
well, I'm a bit in the same mind, Chris, as well. I think that it adds a little bit more excitement to the race, not being so controlled by having that instant communication to make decisions. But without that race radio and instant communication, that mistakes can be made, and it's not so scientific, and riders are riding a lot more to feel and response and emotions rather than the direction of exactly what to do coming from the race radio. So it adds a little bit of more excitement to the race, and athletes have to make a mistake and analyse things before they know the actual position that they're in. So
it's Rojas, I think, that's trying to go across on his own. I could be wrong there.
It might be Smukalis from Latvia. It's hard to tell. It's so dark.
It is, but we'll get confirmation in a minute.
I think it's Smukalis.
It's an awful long way to go on your own to some quality riders who are up the road, isn't it?
45 seconds the advantage over the peloton here for these 4 riders out in front.
You're not closing that on your own, and you're getting closer and closer to Libby Hill, and you don't want to get there into the red. So Boivin of Canada, Pantano of Colombia, Sutsu of Belarus, and Finney, USA, lead the way. And you're quite right, Chris. I think that that gap's not about to be closed anytime soon by Smukalis. We haven't had confirmation that it is him, but it does look like him to me. And we're back on Dock Street with the leading riders. Down by the James River. Riding well together. Good terrain for it, this. That's going to change shortly, though. Our time checks are not showing.
Confirmation it is Smukalis from Latvia on the counter.
One of our riders, I think, maybe had a bike change. Probably Finney when he changed his bike. No transponder on the bike.
That might be an indication that he's still on the spare bike and not back on his race bike with
there's no race number on it either.
Yeah, no race number, so he's on his spare bike. Looks quite comfortable. Like we said, probably absolutely identical to his race bike, just without that number and transmitter.
Well, it's great to see him racing in the World Championships at the front end of the race. It would be great to see him just racing in the championship at all. He couldn't even watch 12 months ago because he still felt pretty emotional about it. He had such a career-threatening crash during the year. Here's Smukalis from Latvia. He's on his own in more ways than one. He doesn't have any teammates with him, never mind anyone alongside him on the counter at the moment. So Smukalis from Latvia on the counter, rides for Katusha, stage winner in the Tour of Austria. He's come out of the Vuelta recently, as have a great many riders who are in this peloton today.
The only person he's beating up at the moment is himself. A really horrible position to be in. You're not going to catch a class group like that with such a big advantage on your own, and all he's doing is tiring himself out before they get to that climb.
Peloton heading towards Dock Street now. Just saw at the back of that group Steve Cummings, number 25. They're just off Water Street now, turning back onto East Main Street, and they will just have that steady rise towards the bottom of Libby Hill. The road will just turn to the right slightly, and then they will see Libby Hill in front of them.
Well, they're working well together now, and they've probably got enough leeway to yo-yo a little bit as the Peloton surges on the approach and over the climbs. So a real solid breakaway with less than 70 kilometres remaining in this World Championship race now.
And so at this point in the race, Chris, do you think that there's any chance that we could see a relatively large bunch come to the finish?
Well, I mean, just as you were saying that, I'm looking out the window to see what the weather's doing. There's a few spots of rain on the window, and if it did rain, well, that really would change things. It would make it a much more desirable place to be in a breakaway, and to be able to ride smoothly and steadily round these corners than have to negotiate it with 150 other guys swarming all around you. So the weather could yet still play a part in this event, and the chances of the rain were supposed to increase the further we went into the day, weren't they?
They're almost on Libby Hill now, with Taylor Phinney on the front for the United States.
45 seconds as they turn into Libby Hill.
Taylor Phinney at 25 has already got quite a championship pedigree as a rider on the track and on the road. Certainly on the road, a silver medalist in the time trial 3 years ago. He was fourth in the Olympic Games in London in the road race.
Their 11th time, I think, up this climb now, so they must be getting pretty familiar with it. 33 climbs under their belt, 45 I think they have to do in total. You can see that smooth strip that they're all aiming for, but what you don't seem to notice is that the small trench between that and the cobbles could really catch you out if you're not careful.
Belgium making sure they're in a good position here as they hit the cobbles. Remember, the Belgian team really inflicted a good amount of damage on the rest of the peloton the last time up here. Smouklis is about to be gobbled up by the front of that peloton. Oof. So much so that it almost looked as if he was standing still.
Well, I'm not quite sure what he was thinking there. It wasn't the smartest move I've ever seen. Good chance of him doing a douse it now. It's breaking up for the first time. It's breaking up.
Was that Sepp Van Mark on the front? Getchka's just gone over the top as well. There's Tom Boone and there's Dagan Kolb on his wheel. Stannard's just gone through as well.
Boone and soft paddling a little bit there to let the gap open up. We've seen that in the other races on the cobbles to keep everybody pinned in place.
Just seen Scott Thwaites go through as well for Great Britain.
It would make sense if that was Van Mark that made that attack, and like you said, it was Tom Boonen was letting that gap go. He was consciously trying to let it go to put Belgium in a strong position.
Adam Yates is still in the back third of the peloton.
Well, that's a difficult place to be right now, as Steve Cummins is illustrating. He's guarded that third from last position jealously for the most of the day.
That was Maciej Bodnar, the Tinkoff Saxo rider for Poland, who was just off the back of that peloton. Here we are with the leading riders once again, our leading quartet.
They've had their brief rest before they approach the next cobbles.
Little advantage opening up here.
Well, he could perhaps make it across to this leading group of four, battering down this descent, using every inch of road there.
It looks to me as if that's Sepp Van Mark on the counter.
It would make sense. That's probably what the Belgians were aiming to do. If I recall their team tactics that I heard around the table a couple of days ago, send Sepp Van Mark on the attack at this point of the race.
Confirmation, it is indeed Sepp Van Mark.
And he's now entering the second set of cobbles, absolutely committed, as the last group has just left it, so he's probably 35 seconds behind them.
Well, Sepp van Mark has taken this opportunity to try and steal a march on some of his teammates, but look at the charge here, the counter, and Great Britain very much involved in this.
Stannard driving
Ian
up
Stannard's
here.
absolutely flying. Getschke and one of the Italian riders on his wheel. There's Tom Bonen on the right-hand side in the gutter there.
Well, Boonen will just follow now. I mean, the Belgium have put themselves in a great position with a strong winning rider up the road. They can just mark every move now.
Still a big group of riders there.
And that's exactly what the Belgians wanted. So Tom Boonen will be feeling confident that that's the move that he wanted to have go.
It's really early days in this race. I mean, there's plenty of racing still to go. But the Belgians, with so many star riders, have put themselves in a strategically excellent position. Everybody else has to take the race to them now.
Jarlinson Pantano from Colombia, as you can see, losing ground on the 3 other breakaway riders here at the front of the race. So Boivin, Siutsu and Finney are potentially riding away from him here. Pantano on the limit to try and regain contact with them at the front of the race as they head towards the right-hand turn, which will take them up Governor Street as they come towards the end of this lap. Here is Sepp van Mark.
No, he's decided to cease and desist. He's not going to stick with that one. Let's see what the gap is behind these 3. We've got a camera motorbike in there. It must be reasonable. So that is a fantastic group of 4 containing Ian Stannard.
I tell you what, Chris, I might have desisted if I'd have looked round and seen Ian Stannard bowling along behind me.
They don't look too keen to stick with this one. Let's just swing this camera around so we can see where they are.
It's Daniele Benati from Italy who's there, as well as Simon Getschke from Germany.
So it's a well-represented group.
Good group. And Pantano is losing ground now, and I don't think he'll be seeing the front of the race again. It's Siutsu there, grim-faced, setting the tempo. Finney forced to grit his teeth and hang on a little bit.
The next group I'm interested in, Benati, Getschke, Stannard. I mean, that's some classy names they've got bearing down upon them. I don't think it's going to stick this lap too early, but you can see who's in form and who wants to do the racing.
Van Marker, of course, an excellent rider in his own right. Really good, strong classics rider. Sepp van Marker, 4th in Paris-Roubaix this year, 2nd in the race a couple of years ago, winner of Het Nieuwsblad as well in the past. We saw him in London as well last month in our coverage of the Prudential Ride London Surrey Classic. He finished 4th there.
Well, these 3 are going to settle into it now. They've got the advantage they needed through that last section. Now they can try and consolidate their lead. Lots of action behind them though, and they're not letting up. These 4 still away. A real danger for the Peloton. Class riders, every one of them.
Benati looking extremely strong on the front there for the Italians. Very comfortable. Fantastic ride by Stannard too to be in that move.
He's so experienced as well, isn't he, Benati? He's been there, seen it, done it, stage winner in all 3 of the Grand Tours during his career. And a race win as well earlier this month in Italy, the Grand Prix Industria e Commercio di Prato. Over the line they come, 4 laps to go now in the men's elite road race at the World Championships here in Richmond, Virginia. And the Stannard group is about to be caught by the chasers. So one of the riders from Australia on the front there.
Looks like Luke Durbridge that's bringing that back.
Durbridge was near the back before, so strong ride from him. We'll wait for confirmation as they come over the line.
Van Mark isn't very keen to see the others join. He's still riding as hard as he possibly can here. So Van Mark with Pantano, Getschke and Stannard, but just behind them, leading the chase, Luke Durbridge from Australia, as Rochelle was just saying.
Durbridge stormed through that peloton. He was back-ender for quite a while there, so up to do the job. Shows you that they've got hopes for Gerrans and Matthews.
Yates hanging in there in this second part of the peloton, a little bit behind Luke Rowe. Is Adam Yates keeping his powder dry for a little bit longer?
30 seconds, the advantage of that front group over Van Mark, Benatti, Quintano and Geske. Stannard following on their heels, but Durbridge just closing that gap down. Shows you who's there though, Tony Martin right near the front as well, policing things for Germany. They'll be happy with Geske in the break.
Not sure of the gap between these riders, these three at the front. The Canadian champion, the Team Sky rider Suits You, and Taylor Phinney, and the rest of the peloton. 47 seconds, I think, was the last time gap we had over the line. Riders still coming through in drips and drabs. Lucas Postelberger of Austria has just gone past our window here, in the middle of all the team cars.
I think it was eroded to just over half a minute by the time they got here, but we can expect that, I think, to stretch out again now that the chasing group has been caught. So those few spots of rain have dried up. The sun's back out now. Just changing all the time.
45 seconds is the latest time gap, and an increasing amount of blue sky above us here.
Great to see Ben Swift near the front as well.
Andy Fenn up there as well for Great Britain, 7th over the line last time round. So considering the three big names from the British team in terms of, you know, star power, you talk about Cavendish and Froome and Geraint Thomas, considering they're not here, British team showing pretty well as we're getting towards the latter stages of the race.
Yeah, respect to them. This, I mean, normally when people say, well, we've got an opportunist strategy, you know, you're not quite sure where the morale is at. And it's great to see them get out there and fight to keep themselves in the running for a shot at this world title. We shouldn't underestimate just how hard it is here. Just to ride in the peloton is hard here. Just taking a brief rest now.
There's Gilbert about 3 rows back in the pale blue of Belgium.
Like a series of intervals, isn't it? Like interval training.
But things can change very quickly on this course. We've seen that, Chris, can't we? Things can suddenly, gaps can open.
Well, that's exactly what the Belgians were trying to do. We spoke about it all week, the fact that there is no specific place. You've just got to courageously try and take advantage of a tiny gap and just see if you can lever it open and make it stick. The Belgians just tried that, and it was a really great move, but it was quickly closed down. But I think you've seen a good indication of what's to come. 61.7 kilometers remaining, so in the region of an hour and a quarter of racing left.
A lot of people still with realistic thoughts and dreams of being the world champion today. Most of the pre-race favourites still in contention here.
Well, they worked hard, these three, to get themselves in this position, and it's going to pay off now as they make the turn at the top of Monument Street on the now dry pavé. Smooth pavé this time.
Just got word that Andre Greipel is calling for his team car. He wants to have some communication.
Somebody's going to have to bring this three back. Nobody wants to do it, so they're all waiting till that one section of the course to see if they can make an attack of their own. But in the meantime, these three are just building the advantage. 1:16 already, so you can see quality riders, how fast they'll take ground if you let them.
Well, it's a good breakaway group that looks like it will last for a little while at the front of the race here.
Best part of a kilometre in front. And they've really eased back here. I think that stung everybody, that last flurry of attacks.
Maciej Bodnar has abandoned the race, the Polish rider Maciej Bodnar, the latest to abandon. The Tinkoff Saxo rider, who we saw him, he was just off the back of the peloton at the top of Libby Hill last time, but has done a few turns towards the front of the peloton much earlier in the race. Here we are with the leaders. Guillaume Boivin of Canada, Taylor Finney from the United States, and Costa Shutsu of Belarus, and Team Sky, Finney of course, BMC.
Just keeping on top of the fuel, tapping through now. It's a good number, of course, because you've got a group where everybody's guaranteed a medal if you work together. So there's at least a consolation prize as we see some more attacking behind.
Now, I'm wondering who this could be. Is it going to be somebody? It's Bagdonas from Lithuania. Gediminas Bagdonas.
Rides for the Agitoile Mondial team for his day job. No slouch, is he?
Certainly isn't. Winner of a stage of the Tour of Britain in the past as well. Back in 2011, he won the stage to the Sandringham Estate. Bagdonas, former winner of the An Post Ras as well in Ireland in the past. On the counter.
Well suited to this, second in the individual time trial championships of Lithuania. So
they've got a good couple of riders actually, because Navadauskas of course is in the race as well, a stage winner in the Tour and the Giro. Navadauskas of Cannondale Garmin.
Well, I was out training with them on the course and they seem quite confident. They like the course. It's going to be a tough ask for Bagdonas to get across here, but at least he's having a go.
I think impossible is the word that you're searching for.
At least he's having a go. That's what I said.
He is, but
he's out there.
Quality three riders in front of him. It's exactly that, you know, rather than just sit there, why not have a stab?
Do you sense a slight lull in relative terms on the front of the peloton there?
Yeah.
Yeah, right now I think there is a little bit of calm before the storm.
Well, they're just waiting to that one section of the course, that 5 minutes at the far end.
5 minutes of mayhem each lap.
Yeah, and you know, that's where it's going to happen. This is where you're going to consolidate if you manage to get a decent gap, but it's at the other end, that 5 minutes, where the gaps are going to form. Almost impossible with the quality of riders here and the tactical knowledge in the peloton to make a breakaway anywhere other than that bit of road. Slowly extending their lead. Not quite sure what that graphic means. We think it's 1:22.
We're also hearing that there is a group of riders out there on the course who are over 7 minutes behind, who are much further back than the people on the graphics there. 1 minute 20 back to Bagdonas.
So it's over 1:40 to the peloton now, so he is being classed as a group. Chase one. So he's made some inroads. Just starting to inject some pace now. The Dutch back on the front. Germans in close attendance as it lines out.
Here we are with the leaders once more. Taylor Finney doing his turn on the front.
I think Bagdonas will be hoping that Navadauskas can follow some of the really strong attacks and moves in the finish. So he's just out there knowing that there's not much he can really do for his teammate back in the peloton. So
Peloton are at 150 now behind the leading trio.
I think that's why we've seen a bit of a chase start behind to just try and stem that loss a little bit.
There's a man between a rock and a hard place at the moment. Bagdonas from Lithuania.
Well, he has no choice now, does he, to just keep on riding? But if he was to make contact with those three riders in front, that would be a pretty phenomenal move to go across to them.
Bagdonas is still the best part of a minute and a half behind them, so not really gaining much ground.
He's put 25 seconds-ish into the peloton, so it's admirable from a physical perspective at least. Just settled into position. And the best he could hope for, really, if he managed to get enough of a buffer to clear the climbs, a breakaway happens and he can slot into it. So there's always that opportunity, you know, not necessarily a wasted effort, is it? As they plough down East Main Street, fastest part of the course, 80 km an hour they'll be doing here.
Just hearing that the Dutch are leading the charge off the front of the peloton behind. This is Bagdonas.
You can see, has a really good shot. The long straight there. And the width of the peloton not always indicating that they're going slow. Sometimes it says that everybody's fighting for position to try and get back near the front on this wide boulevard.
Well, it's pretty incredible to see that the Netherlands are still controlling with numbers at the front. It's been a very long, hard race for them, but that's what they wanted to do. Obviously, not having a clear sprinter, so they've taken control.
Oh, there's a crash.
Oh, there's a big
crash. Big crash there.
And that really has affected a sizable number of riders here in the peloton.
A lot of French riders caught up in that.
Just having a look, Ruben Plaza, I can see also Simon Clark of Australia caught up in that. Adam Hansen caught up in it. Also Imanol Erviti. And number 92 there is Lars Petter Nordhaug. And 148 Debesay of Eritrea.
It's going to be difficult to get back on now. You've just got a few seconds to do it. Let's have a look how that happened. Just a touch of wheels on the right-hand side.
That was caused from trying to go for a bottle, or someone in front of him reaching out for a bottle and overlapped the wheel, clicked his foot out and leant on the wrong direction over that wheel.
And it suddenly looks to me as if half of the French team were caught up in that.
Yeah.
Or at least forced to stop, even though most of them didn't crash. Look, there's probably about 5 or 6 French jerseys there.
Well, positioning absolutely everything, isn't it, in this race? You said it time and again.
And they're a bit of a problem for is it So Junyong? No, it's Rodas of Guatemala, I think.
It was
Rodas of Guatemala.
Lithuanian rider who caused that. Isn't quite sure.
Back with the leaders.
It's only the one disadvantage of riding together as a team in the peloton is that when there is an accident with one of your teammates, then you can often bring the whole team down if you're all positioned in the same place.
It was the majority of the French team caught up
was all
there.
together, yes.
So getting on for 2 minutes now, our leaders. They were through the last check. 1:51 they were being given.
1:45 is the gap from these 3 riders back to the peloton now.
1:45, so just yo-yoing in the same position, aren't they?
Yeah, with Bagdona stuck between the 2.
He's stuck at 1:27 now, not making any gains at all, just stuck rigidly between the 2, and it's not enough for him to survive the climbs, I think, in front of the peloton either, so all his efforts are likely to come to nothing. Lars Boom staying right up the front of the main field, avoiding those crashes.
One thing we'll have to say about the Netherlands is they certainly must have a lot of faith in their lead riders today to do the amount of work that they've been doing. But maybe Terpstra or Langeveld have got to have some faith in their protected riders to be able to dig that deep and work that long and hard on the front.
Well, they weren't present when the Belgians put the pressure on the last climb. They were the ones that have been putting in all the groundwork, but then weren't present to look after that. So either massively confident that one wasn't going to work, or just decided that, or just weren't capable of going with it.
The news from Alex Dowsett, who dropped out of the race, said that it was something that we didn't see on the screen, but there was a split in the peloton which he worked hard to close, and that effort just tipped him over the edge. And he said even going up Libby Hill, he just couldn't hang on any longer.
We were saying earlier in the race that all the British riders were caught in the back peloton when there was that early split. We're wondering why that happened. Maybe Alex Dowsett did a lot of work to bring that back together.
But they're all quite happy in Stannard, I think, hoping that he's in a position to have a little go in the last 2 or 3 laps, and Ben Swift as well, trying to loiter and hope that he can get in towards a sprint if there is a scenario there that suits him at the end of the race. But the British team reasonably happy with the way things are going out on the road at the moment, with Luke Rowe, the road captain for Great Britain today, out there. But Andy Fenn and Scott Thwaites doing a good job as well towards the front of the peloton last couple of laps.
No, it's good to see him up there. We've got another time check, 1:50. Still the gap.
Get the feeling Bagdonas will be back in the peloton in the not too distant future.
Yeah, a real wasted effort to be honest. They're just heading down Dock Road now. The strip of water you can see at the side isn't actually the James River, by the way. It's a dock, because the James River is actually quite sizable, and just downstream there's some serious rapids as well. So a little bit of local information for you there. Back onto the cobbles. for the 12th time in this race. Three of them working well together.
Bags of support, predictably, for Taylor Finney from the local crowd.
I don't know how they're fitting all of these people in. The beauty of a sloping course, of course, is even if you're in the middle of this crowd, you get a shot of the climb.
There we are, Sutsu leading the way, Boivin right on his wheel, and grittily hanging in there is Finney, roared on by the crowd. 1:45 the gap back to the peloton.
Boivin is struggling a little bit for Canada in the middle. Sutsu riding strongly. Finney just concentrating on the back.
There's Libby Hill just at the top of your screen.
And look at the lead-outs in the peloton now as they try to jostle for position. They know after the Belgians took the climb the last time that it's really serious now. You could lose the World Championships on any one of these corners.
Well, we're hearing it's the Dutch and the Belgians working hard to make sure they are in prime position at the foot of the climb here. And when the helicopter moves in and we get a lower shot, we'll get in right amongst it.
There's about 70 riders left in this, I would judge. All it takes is one mistake and everybody just parks up. Belgium's not en masse this time.
It's the youngster Benoot on the front for Belgium. He's capable of getting through spadefuls of work. Ties Benoot. This is the fourth year in a row he's been at the World Championships in 3 different age categories, and a very promising name for the future. But he's got the strength to lead them up. Libby Hill, certainly at the start. There he is on the front. There's Tony Martin still riding very, very strongly. Boonen going past. Degenkolb.
Dutch thin on the ground, considering all the work they've done early on.
Down to 1:25 at the top of Libby Hill, the gap from the front of the peloton.
So we'd expect to see that, wouldn't we? The peloton are trying to make gaps and press each other while these guys are riding a strong tempo.
Well, you can see the effort. It just gets harder and harder with each passing lap, each strength-sapping lap.
Well, they're approaching the magic number, 50 kilometres to go. Every rider has confidence. They know they can race for that distance full on. So it's the serious part of the race. Anything can happen now. These three, they've made their move. They're committed to it. They've really got to work hard. They've built up a lead. They've used 25 seconds of their buffer in this last section. But that's to be expected. It'll come down to maybe even close to a minute by the time they get to the finish line, and then they'll slowly ease out again, depending, of course, on how strongly they're riding behind. But it doesn't look like the previous lap where somebody's trying to make a move here.
Well, I know in women's cycling, Chris, 30 kilometres to go is that magic number where the sprinters think, okay, I'm 30 kilometres within the finish now, a couple of little climbs and I can stay in here. But with the men, we saw Greipel was still very well positioned over the last climb. See how they go over this climb, the sprinters. We haven't seen much of Sagan. He must be hiding quite well there in the peloton.
Well, there was me saying that no one was going to go on the attack.
Here's Sepp van Mark again coming towards the front for Belgium. There's Tom Boonen as well, still very well placed here for Belgium. A little further back to Gilbert.
Simon Guerin's comfortable there for Australia, middle of the pack.
Stannard as well, tucked in there in the middle. Oh,
a little, it's one of the Australians there, just lost the pedals.
And really hard to get back on a gradient like this.
Cummings and Thwaites towards the rear of that pack.
Head back to our breakaway.
Well, Finney looks nice and composed at the front of the race.
Just riding steadily. Must be a fantastic feeling in front of your home crowd, mustn't it, to ride around like this.
Shows you what a class act he is, though, doesn't it, as well? He's only been back racing for a couple of months, and here he is in a race as tough as this at the front at this stage as they go into the last 50 kilometres. Governor Street, a kilometre away from the finishing line, and when they cross that line there will be 3 laps to go.
becoming a real grind, this slope of Governor Street. And this is what's killing it for the sprinters, the third climb that they tackled in nearly as many minutes. And no chance to recover at the top. 650 odd metres as they swing left, and it still drags to within maybe 100 metres of the line before it flattens out. So the sprinters, even if they can stay in contact, have very much had the sting taken out of them. It's a hard man's finish, this.
We haven't spoken much about Breschel. He's got a good chance today. He's been, top places at the World Championships before. So we also heard that the two helpers of Alexander Kristoff had a bit of a tangle up in that last crash that we had. So that'll be interesting to see if that affects his mentality, not having his two helpers right there by his side.
You're quite right to mention Matti Breschel there, Rochelle, a silver medal in Geelong 5 years ago, and also a bronze 2 years before that. 1 minute and 8 is the gap.
As Chris said, there's about 20 bike riders in this race that are very capable of winning today.
Spain on the attack now.
This looks like, is this Rodriguez going to the front of the race here? Joaquin Rodriguez?
But it's late in the day for an attack now. It's if there's not a group of you going over the top, it just can't stick, because there's just too much big, flat, wide road for the others to just roll through and hunt you down. But every small group has got to start somewhere, and they often don't go as clumps. They go in ones and twos and form up the road.
Boivin leading the leading trio over the line. 3 to go in the World Championship road race. Boivin, Finney, Siutsu.
3 laps to go.
Well, Rodriguez there, I think, was merely stretching his legs.
Tom Boonen just shaking the head there. He's in good position. He's been in good position all day, so I'm not sure what that shake of the head was about.
Well, it's Joaquin Rodriguez, who was second in Florence 2 years ago. But quite a lot of riders have been dropping out of the back of this group now, but Boonen there you can see in second place as they go through.
I think that was Sanchez. I'm not quite sure. I think it was Sanchez indicated Rodriguez, get in this group and start going through. We've got a split here. We could do something with this. It's well represented. It is a big group, but all the right riders are there. Tony Martin in there as well.
None of the British riders in that group, though, I don't think, as they come over the line now.
Well, there's a lot of communication between the teams now. Riders looking for other riders so they can communicate.
There's Roman Kreuziger riding on the front for the Czech Republic. There's Ian Stannard. And it's really getting hard out there. So Boivin, Finney and Siutsu lead the way, and Roman Kreuziger from the Czech Republic on the front of the chasing group.
A lot of tired faces there in the peloton and frustration, trying to communicate with each other in the teams. A little bit of miscommunication. As we said, they don't ride together too often, so they need to understand each other. The Spanish now getting together on the front.
Here we go then. Kreuziger, Bonen, Nelson Oliveira, Tony Martin, Sergei Chernetsky, Robert Hasink, Matt Heyman, Zdenek Štibar, Simon Getchka, John Degenkolb, John Izagirre, Luis Leon Sanchez, Michael Valgren from Denmark is there, Rodriguez, Michael Matthews is still up there for Australia as well in that front group, and then behind Matthews is Gilbert, Paterski, Valverde, Matti Breschel, Paul Voss, Sebastian Langeveld and Matteo Trentin. Those are the riders in that front chasing group, and Ian Stannard in a little group just a few seconds behind.
Well, interesting, that front group. By far the strongest nation, of course, and we can see them on the front now, is Spain. They'd really like this to stick, because they've got virtually all of the hitters in this front group. I think it's all come back together now, though. It's the middle climb where you have to do the damage and consolidate on Governor Street. If you wait to Governor Street, unless you've instantly got a small working group, it just can't be made to work. The gaps aren't big enough for it to stay open long enough for a group to form.
It was an odd move by Rodriguez, wasn't it, at that point, because it was never likely to go anywhere.
Well, he needed somebody to join him instantly. I mean, that's why you're seeing a couple of big riders in the last 2 laps launch one, look around, it's not happening, sit up. Don't waste the energy.
There's Valverde on the left of the picture. He's massively up for this, just for a change in the World Championship.
Are the Spanish wanting to make it a hard race for Valverde, or do they want to look after their sprinter Lobato, who had a very strong Tour of Britain? Obviously 3 top places there.
Stibar's up there. This is Kreuziger, I think, on the front.
Martin in third place, just marking things at the moment. Now this is another opportunity before it reforms, although they're technically in contact in a long line, everybody is pinned in place, so they can keep attacking for 2 or 3 minutes through the finish line to try and get something to go, because the other riders, in split forms, there's the secondary opportunity on the flat.
And the advantage of the 3 riders at the front is coming down. It's down to 45 seconds now as they head along Monument Avenue.
Yates moving up a little bit. He was in 40th position going over the finish line, so getting back into the action. We had some hopes for him today, had good recent form.
Julien Alaphilippe, one of those left disappointed today. The French perhaps had hopes that he might be able to do something. Alaphilippe second in Liège-Bastogne-Liège and in Flèche Wallonne this year during the Spring Classics.
Well, 45 kilometres to go, pretty much an hour of racing remaining now for our leaders. Peloton just 41 seconds behind, so this constant pace and attacking behind is eroding their advantage.
Still the slight threat of some rain outside, we're told. Just the odd spot of rain possibly falling.
It is, it's a possibility all the time, isn't it? Could just go either way and it would change the face of this race. You can see the riders just choosing to use that nearly metre wide strip of concrete on the left to save themselves from the pavé. Not too rough, but dead surface to ride on.
Coming down a bit more, 40 seconds now.
Taking every advantage that they can. Get a good glimpse of the peloton. They'll see it's completely strung out behind and know that the chase is on. 1 hour of racing before we see who is the world champion 2015, and it is still a race that is wide open.
Yeah, very much up for grabs, isn't it, this world title?
If you had to make a call, Chris, who are your favourites?
Well, probably the ones that we haven't talked about. You know, we've mentioned Degenkolb, we've mentioned, well, we're talking about Stibar as being somebody who's an outsider. Matthews, the Australians are very much present at the front here. They're doing a great ride. So it's still, as you know, as I say, completely wide open. I'm not going to fall into the trap of predicting a favourite for today. 34 seconds. Well, it's not looking good for the 3 breakaway riders now.
Too much racing still to come, isn't there? Too much high-paced racing and intense racing to come for those 3 to stand a chance.
And the Dutch think that they've got a chance with Terpstra and Lars Boom, I think, will probably be their protective riders. They're riding hard now, as they have been all day.
Maybe even Langeveld in there with a chance for the Dutch, but they've certainly got big plans. We're not exactly sure what they are, but
they've spent their team already, haven't they, chasing shadows earlier on, frankly. Just a lull now while everybody just settles into position, this long string.
Well, it certainly has been a faster paced race than we would have expected all the way through, hasn't it? We can see a lot of tired faces now on the riders back in the main peloton.
It's that constant having to fight for position every lap, that one portion of the circuit that is keeping people on their toes, that is making positioning critical, which is just keeping the pace on all the time.
Kreuziger just getting some help at the front, dropping back into second place in the line. Belgium still with plenty of cards to play. You can see those light blue jerseys in the first 20 or so in the peloton. Boivin, Sutsu and Finney. You see their lead being steadily eroded.
Well, in the peloton we still have a lot of pure sprinters hanging on in there, like Greipel, Degenkolb, who'll be there, Boonen, Swift, Viviani, Matthews, big outside chance, Sam Bennett to hang on. So still a few sprinters well positioned in the peloton there.
And is that Tony Martin third in line there? Looks like Martin, who's been strong throughout this race.
Sure does. He had a bike change earlier as well, and he hasn't got his transponder on that bike, so I think that's still his spare bike that he's on.
And a Spanish with plenty of options as well, not least Valverde and Rodriguez. So Czech Republic now quite active on behalf of Zdeněk Štýbar.
Well, they say Štýbar, every time we talk about favourites, we talk about him. We say he's an outside chance, but he's the one name that actually has come up on everybody's lips in every single conversation leading into this World Championship.
Oh, really? Because I think he's got a good chance today.
Well, everybody has been mentioning with his form in the Tour of Britain, he didn't really show it. He held on to it, but there's been whispers around the place that he's really, really on form for today's race.
There's Kreuziger in second place. Martin still third. The Dutch continue to do plenty of work on the front of the peloton. But Belgium have got several cards they can play here.
Well, I've just popped outside, taken a natural break myself, and it's really hot and humid at it, but it is spotting with rain now. Black clouds all around us. This race could change at any second, and you can see it on the camera lenses as well.
Well, the flags are flapping in a increasingly blustery breeze at the finish. The sun's out, and as you say, Chris, some spots of rain on our window here. And on the camera lens too. Sutsu bringing up the rear of the trio, who still lead, but probably by less than half a minute now.
Well, the weather change would bring a big advantage to the breakaway. Not fun being in the middle of a mass of riders when you've got an ice rink-like surface to negotiate as well. Everybody just waiting again. 41 kilometres, just over 25 miles remaining in this World Championship.
Well, let's hope the weather doesn't intervene.
Well, it's exciting for us either way, isn't it? It's the upside to not being on the bike.
It does look threatening, doesn't it? The sky in the background there behind the riders as Roman Kreuziger hits the front once again.
Well, we've just had word that it is raining on the other side of the course, so the rain's coming in.
Added late twist potentially to this men's elite road race at the World Championships.
None of these riders strangers to adverse conditions, but difficult to negotiate on a circuit like this. Is about at its worst, just 17 seconds. That gap now for the three leaders. They haven't got enough, even if they get to the climb ahead. 200 meters are graphic showing that translates to. They're just in front of the peloton now as they head back down East Main Street.
Well, we think coming into these climbs now the battle's going to be even harder to stay at the front and be in position, knowing that those cobbles are going to be a little bit slippery with the rain. A few drops of rain out there.
It's the first race-winning moves I think we're going to see and next time around.
Well, Haysink and Kreuziger have been sharing a lot of work on the front of the peloton the last few minutes. And Kreuziger doing his turn at the moment. Tony Martin just staying in third place all the way along the road. And Spain well represented up towards the front.
There's really not many people left there now in contention, maybe 50 riders. We said it would be an attritional race on a circuit like this. Just the last few laps, Belgium really kicking it off the back of the Dutch team who put a high tempo in.
Still a bit of sorting out that needs to happen though, isn't there? A lot of people are still there.
What do you think, Chris, the chances are of Peter Sagan today?
Well, we haven't seen him, so it's hard to get a gauge on his form, but just by the fact you haven't seen him and you know that he's still there, says that he's in the mix. I think he's got as good a chance as anybody else in that top 20 that we were talking about, the unnamed top 20?
I feel that he kind of likes the fact that he's not really being labelled as the clear favourite here, and the course does really suit him, but he's been joking and playing around, taking the pressure off himself, very relaxed coming into this World Championship.
It's in a similar position to Lizzie Armstead, actually, where to an extent it's in the lap of the gods. He's got to utilise the other teams. He knows he can't touch the front until it's time to try and win the race, because he's just, almost isolated.
Well, there's some real workers up the front there. And there's Benoot from Belgium. He's the man they've sent forward to keep an eye on things.
Got a glimpse of Valverde, I think, in the line there.
Yeah, Valverde has been about 5th or 6th in the peloton for the last 10 minutes or so. And our leaders still away, but not by very much.
It'll be interesting to see if riders like Ben, Mark and Stannard will go again as this closes in. Maybe riders like Hausler, Trentin of Italy. All riders that might want to be in that next move as this closes in.
Just got a little shot of Kwiatkowski as well, the defending champion from Poland.
It's this lap where we're going to see the first big moves now, all out assaults to see what damage can be done. No holding back, no skirmishes, no testing. This is when it gets serious. About 3 minutes from now, they'll hit Libby Hill. And we'll see who's got what. Here's the peloton and the break, both in shot at the same time here. Just 150 metres between them.
Well, the next time they go over the finishing line, they will have 2 laps to go. But with the peloton riding along Dock Road, they're closing in on 3 escapees. Guillaume Boivin of Canada, Konstantin Siutsu of Belarus and Taylor Finney of the United States. We had an earlier breakaway of 8 riders who were away for much of the race, including Connor Dunn. It was a breakaway instigated by the Irishman Connor Dunn, and despite the fact that they were away for a long time today, that break was eventually gobbled up, and the real race for the World Championship is very much now on. U-turn now from Water Street into East Main Street, with Libby Hill on the horizon, and you can see the gap now closing all the time. And Denmark coming towards the front of the peloton now. They have 4 riders up at the front of the peloton, or up near the head of affairs.
Just trying to see where the Dutch riders are placed now, given that they've been on the front for just about the whole race until this point, with 36.9 kilometres to go. We don't see too many of them at the front, but we might see something from Dumoulin, Ben Barley. They seem to just have disappeared at the moment from the front of the peloton.
And the Danes, of course, Lars Beck in their team, Matti Breschel, who we mentioned earlier, Rasmus Guldhammer, Christopher Juhl Jensen, Michael Morkov and Michael Valgren. And the front 3 about to be joined.
I think they're going to catch them before they swing right onto the cobbles. And that's their day done. They won't be participating anymore in this race. And just look at the faces of these riders. They know it's critical, and the Brits on the left.
Yeah,
Stannard.
the Brits are doing well here, and I think Luke Rowe is leading the way, and Ian Stannard is right behind him. Stannard wants to be in an excellent position here, and I'm presuming that that's Ben Swift who's right on his wheel as well as they go round. And Ian Stannard leads at the bottom of Libby Hill.
Well, a brilliant move by the British team on the inside there. Really got it together, brought it in at the absolute perfect moment, just as they turned right, in control.
Here we go, Great Britain first and second, Stannard leading the way.
It's just not long enough to do the real damage here. They've got to stretch it out, get people to breaking point, and then keep the pressure on over the top. It's the only chance they've got of forcing a move. Boonen really struggling on the wheel there.
Well, great work from Great Britain here, Ian Stannard and Ben Swift right on his wheel. First and second over the top of Libby Hill with 36k to go in this men's elite road race.
Yates there near the back, so he's not playing today.
Scott Thwaites as well there. Steve Cummings going through.
Still third from last.
But good to see that Ben Swift is obviously feeling okay, because he's had an injury interrupted season, hasn't he, Swift?
Yeah, I thought they might try and take advantage there, but they got over the top and didn't persist. So it was more of a defensive, offensive, defensive move that they made there. Quite a little bit surprised. I thought they might try and press their advantage. But yeah, he's had some tough times, but the form looks good now.
Looks like Luke Rowe just off the back of the peloton there as they went over the top of Libby Hill, along with Steve Cummings.
Slight lull in the action as they turn up into 23rd Street, the cobble climb ahead of them. This is when the move's got to make, and this is when you've got to do it, I think, before you hit the cobbles, and that's exactly what's happened.
And let's have a look here which of the British riders it is who's decided to make that move. It's
Stannard.
Ian Stannard who's going for it. Ian Stannard's really opening it up here, and Tom Boonen there in the middle of the road senses the danger. Kwiatkowski still looks very calm there, sitting down in his saddle up towards the front of the pack.
Beautifully timed by Stannard. That was exactly the right. Don't wait till you get onto the cobbles to try and accelerate. Get your speed beforehand. Take them by surprise. No one can react for the 100 metres of stones. And here he is. He's got himself a gap.
So Ian Stannard leads the way in the World Championship here. Twice the winner of Het Nieuwsblad. He's won it the last 2 years. Former national champion as well. Perfectly timed attack. Who has he taken with him? One of the Dutch riders is closing the gap on Ian Stannard.
Gaps are going to be really small. There's not enough road to be anything else, but it's whether they can persist, just push on and keep that until they get up in sight of the finish line. If they've still got a gap there, they've got a chance, but it needs more than one rider, which is what we've got here.
2 laps to go next time over the line.
Well, Boonen worked very, very hard to make contact there after.
He did. He sensed that straight away, didn't he? You could see that on the climb. Boonen was very quick to react.
One of the Spanish riders also getting back on terms. They were very strong in the previous lap.
Well, it looks like Boonen's just gone past the Dutch rider trying to make contact with Stannard. Not easy to close that gap.
Well, we've been hearing all week that Tom Boonen thinks he can win this World Championship again.
Well, he's certainly got good form. You see a little break pulling away there.
Some decent gaps. This next bit is not good for Stannard. He's really made a big effort. This next climb is going to be tough, but they've got some daylight, some significant daylight.
Absolutely, they need to try and run with this, don't they? Boonen,
well
Stannard,
represented. Rodriguez, I think, is in there.
Kwiatkowski's there, I think, and an attack coming from one of the Dutch riders.
I have to wait for confirmation for who that is, but I'm not sure whether attacking was the right thing to do at this moment. It's a good working group there. You're not going to stay away for 33 kilometres on your own, but you might do with a group of 6 is what they had.
This is Bauke Mollema from the Netherlands on the attack. Well, Mollema, for it straight away there.
Probably sensing that if I stay with this group, although I know I need some others to work with, they're not quite going fast enough to stay away, so I've got to attack and then just hope that somebody's strong enough to come across to me, and it seems to be that's what's happening behind him now. Is it Rodriguez that's
looks
pulling
like
them across?
It's Joaquin Rodriguez who's leading the chase of Bauke Mollema. So Kwiatkowski's there.
But they've eased. Oh, they can't afford to
Moreno
do this.
is there. Stannard. Viviani from Italy. Boonen from Belgium.
Well, this is a select group.
And Andre Amador of Costa Rica is there as well.
I think it's Marino, isn't it?
Yes, Danny Moreno from Spain who's there. He's 4th in line at the moment. But Kwiatkowski's putting up a very spirited defence of that rainbow jersey that he won in Ponferrada. And look at Stannard there, gritting his teeth. What a race we've got on our hands here. And it's a long, long way from being done. But they've opened up a little bit of daylight here. But Stannard, you can see, is really having to dig deep. He was the instigator of this little group, though. But Tom Boonen is riding like a man possessed. He looks absolutely great at the moment.
Absolutely. It was a little bit of a hesitation there. He looked behind. He didn't know whether he should just use this opportunity to be there and take a little bit of a break. But I think we're going to see him dig pretty deep now that he can see there's a little bit of daylight behind them.
What a story it would be if Tom Boonen could win the world title again, 10 years on.
Well, he's certainly in with a chance here. Just look at the gap, because all the major teams are represented, so none of them are going to chase this time around. And if this group just start to work a little bit, then they are coming back.
Well, they've certainly put a little bit of distance into them pretty quickly, so I think this is looking good. The Germans are under pressure.
Viviani there, your tip for the day.
Well, he's in great form, isn't he, Viviani?
Yeah, he's in a good position
Possibly
now.
the fastest sprinter of that group, of course.
He goes out with one of the professional female Italians that raced yesterday, Elena Cecchini, and she gave a little bit of insight that he was switched on already. Tom Boonen, he's just shaking his head there, saying he's not sure that he wants to work this. That's a little bit of a strange move, but let's see what happens. Maybe he was shaking his head to the bottle.
Kwiatkowski there riding on the front at the moment.
Well, they're starting to roll through together now, aren't they? The gap not closing behind them. They have had a chance to regroup behind and start to get a chase underway. So it's sort of stalemate at the moment. They've got to commit themselves fully.
"18 seconds is the gap from this leading group back to the remnants of the peloton. Great Britain represented. So Tom Boonen there doing a turn on the front. Now it's Ian Stannard from Great Britain. Danny Moreno from Spain is there. Elia Viviani from Italy. Andre Amador also in this breakaway group. The rider from Costa Rica.
So Norway, Australia and Germany have all missed this, so they're under pressure back in the peloton. It's 3 strong nations that are going to be chasing, but everybody fully committed in this front group.
Well, they're working well together here. And Mollema in a much better situation now is with the others rather than just being a handful of seconds ahead of them on his own. 18 seconds it stays at the moment. Kwiatkowski, the defending world champion in this group as well, of course.
Just to add a little bit more to this to you, I've just been having to think about who's in what pro team as well. Well, Kwiatkowski's just announced he'll be riding for Sky next year, so with Stannard and Viviani both in that team, it's in the interests of 3 riders for one of them to get that title, despite being in different nationalities at the moment. So the rest is well spread around, but those 3, that may affect the tactics, so keep an eye out for that.
It's now up to 22 seconds the advantage for this leading group.
Well, they're riding well together now. Not in earnest. They know that they can't give too much. It's a temporary alliance, but they're rolling through enough perhaps to see it stay away until the next climb, which is when it'll whittle down again.
And if this break doesn't work, Great Britain still has another card potentially to play with Ben Swift.
Great move by Ian Stannard, though, to instigate this. He knew exactly what he had to do. It was perfectly timed. Get himself in position on the first climb and attack before they hit the cobbles on the second. Boonen now decided to fully commit to this move, driving through. Got to be careful not to go through too hard. If they push on too hard, then it stops the others working and you momentarily lose that momentum. So just judging it.
But they'll be wary not only of Boonen, but they'll be very wary of Viviani being in this group as well, won't they?
I think he's probably just a little bit quicker in this scenario, but Tom Boonen wants to give himself every chance to go for the World Championship. Anything can happen, obviously. They can see now across the road how close the peloton is closing in.
But it's flattened at the front. They're not sure who is doing the chasing because everybody represented here, same as we saw in the women's race. We've got somebody in, we don't have to chase, but do we have confidence in that individual with just 28 Ks to go in this race? These guys are working well together and all they have to do is be consistent.
Meanwhile, Roman Kreuziger, who we saw on the front not so long ago doing some work for his teammate Stibar, has abandoned the race. 27 seconds now, the advantage for this leading group of 7. And this is getting exciting.
Well, everybody wants to be world champion, that's for sure, but it will have an impact what team they ride for the rest of the year, of course, and 3 of them will be on Sky's roster next year.
Rodriguez there, just going back to the team car for a quick word.
Well, he's in a difficult position now. He's getting some destruction, deciding, do we chase? Are we happy with Marino being there for us? He's our main representative. Do we do the chasing?
Moreno, of course, the winner of Flèche Wallonne a couple of years ago. He's won 3 stages in the Vuelta as well during his career. 9th overall in the Vuelta this season.
33 seconds the gap, so it's growing. And of course, while they have to keep going back to the car for those conversations, no radios to do the decision making, it's all time ticking away while these guys are just edging forward. 400 meters in front now as Germany, the only ones that have really been left out here, start to chase in earnest. Italians in close attendance, but they're going to wait. I think if they're not fully confident in Viviani, they will wait until that last climb, and then we'll see whether they're going to ride for Viviani and just slow things down on Libby Hill, or whether they're going to counter-attack and try and get more men up the road. Greipel doing some work there.
Greipel absolutely burying himself on the front there.
So he's made a call on his own form. It was a long shot for him for the sprint with those 2 preceding hills to that last drag that I think put him out of the running today. So he's playing a team role here.
Well, Germany could be big losers here because Degenkolb, of course, one of the favourites for the gold medal today. Stuck in this second group on the road. There's Kwiatkowski.
Well, the defending champion, not been on fantastic form this year. It's been close, that's for sure, but just lost that little bit of edge. This could be the chance to redeem himself. Everything the rest of the year would be pale into insignificance if he could take the title today.
Just up to 31 seconds now, the advantage for the 7 leaders.
Just edging up, edging up. It's still not enough. It's far, far from secure. It might not even see them stay away over the climbs, but it's just enough that they've got a very good chance. I think we're going to see some more attacking. 7 is a large group and there's some handy riders in there. I'm not sure Boonen would want to arrive with Viviani.
Well, they're the nations that we expected to see helping out in the chase, with Australia, Germany. We haven't seen Norway very active yet, and the Czech team for Stybar. Still plenty of nations there with interest to chase. But what about the Brits, saying that, you know, without Froome and without Cav, they were a little bit confused about how they were going to race today, but it's been a pretty impressive race to this point with 26 kilometres to go.
It's been disappointing. The last couple of years they've been disappointing, it has to be said. There's been everybody climbing off before the finishing circuit, and just really been a disappointing couple of years. This is fantastic. This is what we want to see. We haven't got any big names, but we've got a fighting spirit, and we're going to make the best of what we've got. Stannard has always been one of the most reliable GB riders.
Well, they had some big boots to follow after yesterday's victory with Lizzie Armitstead. That would have lifted the morale, and obviously the women stealing the show for Great Britain this weekend. But this has just been a fantastic race. We didn't know how they would perform today, but they've done everything right.
I think they're in trouble now. Germany really got the bit between their teeth and really committing to the chase, and these guys have got to try and get the move away, but also got an eye on not overextending themselves so they can ride defensively if necessary as well. 31 seconds, 30 seconds we're now being told is the gap.
Well, Germany have really got to go for it here. They've got the strength in their team, haven't they? And they know that if they can bring this race back together, it would be well worth it potentially, with Degenkolb potentially able to be given the launch pad to win the race.
We virtually haven't seen him today, which is exactly what you'd expect. 25 kilometres is when we start to see the star names.
Haven't seen Sagan either, have we, for a long, long time in the race. 28 seconds.
Greipel's digging deep for his team, and it's great to see there's so much great support throughout the year as a sprinter, but to see him giving 100% to his team today is very impressive.
Australia need to get involved in this as well, don't they, Rochelle?
They've just been putting one here and there on the front just for some quick turns. You see that they are in the train there in about 3rd position and 5th position. Not getting it together completely as a team, but Adam Hansen's up there.
I think because they're the outsiders, though, and they've got not a long shot, but not one of the best at this championship. They have to take some risks and try and force the other teams to do all of the work, and just hope that it's enough, because they can't do both. And these guys are really driving on now. They've found their rhythm, going through hard, know that if they don't commit to it, then all the work they've done so far will just be a waste. And it's far from over this race. Some fantastic star names here, but there's some star names trapped back in the pack as well.
And some names in real form. We're just looking at Elia Viviani there from Sky. 3 stages he won in the Tour of Britain leading into these World Championships. The winner in Wrexham, in Kelso, and also in London after Andre Greipel was disqualified in that sprint for the line on Regent Street.
Well, I'm just taking note to the attention to detail on his numbers there. He's actually cut them down for aerodynamics, or folded them to make them as small as they can. And it's interesting to know just how many pins that each people put in the it's a big discussion topic amongst cyclists about
commit yourself, stick them on.
The weight of the pins opposed to the aerodynamics.
Last bit of a rest they're going to get now. 28 seconds we're hearing is their gap. They're just battering down East Main Street.
The gap's holding solidly at the moment. It hasn't really changed for a little while.
No, but they're working hard to keep it, aren't they? Whereas the favourites behind, it's their team that's doing the work. So they're really committed to this move now. If it doesn't work out, I don't think they're going to get another shot. What we might see is remnants of this breakaway, and then some people coming from behind reform to create a new breakaway. I'm not sure this is going to come down to a sprint. I think we might see a group like this go all the way to the line. It's going to be close though. I don't think we're going to see more than a handful of seconds either way.
Well, the onus is really being left to Germany here to try and make the difference.
Well, they're starting to look around, and that works very much in favour of the breakaway, because every time they do that, every time they're looking around saying, come on, somebody's got to come and help us, then the time just eases out and eases out.
And there were a few Italian riders mixing it in there with the Germans at the front, and when and they were just saying, well,
they can afford to wait.
Viviani's just missed a couple of turns there, sitting on the back, shaking his head, not coming through.
Shaking his head and shaking his legs as well, wasn't he,
exactly,
Viviani?
Yeah. Missing the turns and shaking his head might be a sign that he's feeling really good.
Well, Tom Boonen, what a career he's had. He's had its highs, very high highs, and some lows along the way as well. Certainly much nearer the end of his career than the beginning, of course.
I think you forget how old Tom Boonen
34 Boonen, and what a career, as I say. 4-time winner of Paris-Roubaix, 3 Tour of Flanders, 3 Ghent-Wevelgem, 6 stages of the Tour de France, and a world title as well. But most of those big wins several years ago.
Oh,
Gilles Benoit there for Belgium towards the front, but obviously not doing anything. This is the front of the peloton chasing.
This is the bit where they have to draw back a little bit now and say, right, we want to chase, but now we just have to hold something for the next 2 minutes so that we can make it over this climb, either push on for some attacking or just make sure that we can defend. The Italians, it would be quite embarrassing for them now if they got to this climb, couldn't go with a move, and it overhauls the breakaway. So they've got to be really careful now. They're in the best, strong strategic position. We're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can see Italian jerseys all over the front of that group.
And there's plan B, C and D for Belgium as well towards the front if required, if the Boonen card doesn't work.
There's the Dutch over to the left.
And
are we able to
Sagan
see
there maybe?
Sagan, I think we just spotted him in there, so he's still comfortable. He'll have to gamble a little bit here and hope that it all plays out in his favour.
Now, we haven't seen a sprint at all this week, have we? We've just seen slogs to the line, and I suspect I think even if it does come together, it's going to look like that again, just a slog. It isn't going to be the sprinter, it's the one who can deal with the punishment of the preceding 4 minutes.
We got a little view of the Australian Michael Matthews shaking his legs, looking quite comfortable, getting close to the finish, thinking he's in with a chance now, and you can see the Australians being more active, but the Dutch, this is impressive, still at the front of the race, so we didn't expect to see that after so much work happening earlier in the race.
And it's still Robert Hasink as well at the front of the race, as Boonen there sits at the back of this breakaway group. Haven't had a time check, just for a couple of minutes on them.
26 seconds we saw was the last, so we'd assume, I think, for the moment that it's going to be around about that. They've eased off just a little bit, but so have the chasers as well. Everybody preparing for the assault on these next 3 climbs. They know that it's going to be pivotal. It won't decide the world champion, but it will decide who's not going to be in with a chance.
27 seconds, the latest time check from these leading 7 back to the peloton. Ian Stannard for Great Britain in the thick of it at the front of the race here. And it was Stannard who set the ball in motion in terms of this breakaway group.
Well, he's the one that's, well, one of the ones more likely to struggle now that the pace is set over this final climb. We can see the motorbikes behind as well. Let's just see what that gap is. Will they be able to turn into Libby Hill before the peloton can see them? Makes all the difference. No, they won't. So it could all come together in the next 2 minutes of racing. We could see a complete changing of the guard as Boonen leads them onto the cobbles.
So Boonen in first place on the cobbles there. Kwiatkowski in second place. Balka Mollema is fourth in line, being overtaken by Viviani. Stannard third. Danny Moreno just a little bit further back in the yellow and red of Spain, but the peloton now have almost got them within their sights on this climb. Boonen still leads the way up towards the top of Libby Hill.
There's an awful lot of motor traffic in between the two, and it's not a good place for it on this climb. It can help to bridge that gap for the peloton. Boonen, I think, is already resigned to being caught. He's just cruising over the top, and I think he knows he's got to keep something back because this one isn't likely to stick.
Well, that gap has closed right up very, very quickly indeed. With about a lap and a third to go. There's Sepp van Mark going through. Philippe Gilbert.
Are we going to see some attacks on the next cobble section of the climb? I think we're going to see riders maybe like Gilbert, Ben Avermaet.
Sagan back in about 60th position there, so still in the pack, but perhaps on the back foot rather than looking for opportunities. And is that Steve Cummings still in third from last position? Unbelievable to take that punishment all day.
Inside the last 20 kilometres of this elite men's World Championship road race.
Well, we get out the trees and have a good look at the situation from the helicopter camera. Just what is the situation now?
Kwiatkowski riding on the front.
Well, that's a big group now. In fact, he's riding on the front of what is the remnants of the peloton, almost. There's some gap still there, but the breakaway has dissolved.
But as you mentioned, Chris, the likelihood being that these riders at the front will be joined by some others from off the front of the peloton to become a bigger group. Second cobbled climb just ahead. Now,
is anybody going to take Stannard's lead and know that this right now is the point where you've got to try and move? If you want to do something on the cobbles, don't wait till you hit the stones. Attack before. Now everybody's riding defensively at the moment.
Well, Boonen has got two teammates with him now. There are 13 in this leading group, led by Kwiatkowski.
Stannard climbing very, very strongly.
Amador in second place. Stannard in fourth.
Comes Gilbert making his way across.
So all the favourites still in contention. It's still wide open, this race. It was a challenging breakaway. All the big nations, or most of them, well represented. But Germany were the ones to miss out, and they decided to pull it all back together.
Greipel's just been dropped from the back of the peloton.
Well, he's done his job. He was one of the riders responsible for neutralising that move.
Kwiatkowski there, just trying to get his breath back, held his side as if he had stitch or something. There we are, there's Andre Greipel at the back of the peloton, and the rider just in front of him is Marcel Seeberg. So Greipel, who put in a good turn on the front of the peloton.
Well, that's what it costs if you want to keep your team back on, get them back on terms, and that's why you want to keep the men as late as possible. That's why the Dutch tactics were very hard to understand. They're thin on the ground now in the closing stages of this race. All still back together. Fantastic move by Ian Stannard. Hats off to him. However it works now, he's animated this race and put himself in a good position.
Looks like he's still in second place in that line of riders.
Well, what he'll do now is, Stannard not being one of the better climbers, he'll try and start Governor Street near the front, and if the pressure is on, he'll give himself the opportunity to drift back down the line, still be in contact at the end.
First time we've seen a French rider up towards the front as well.
Still a gap there, still a sizable gap, maybe 7 seconds I would say. This group swelled to what, 20 riders now? So this is when we could see the next big move go. Kwiatkowski really is looking good. Everybody looking around, assessing the situation. The Italians deciding to get near the front.
Well, Gilbert's made his way into that group, so now they have, the Belgians have Boonen and Gilbert, so it'll be interesting to see when they kick around to the right here if there is some moves, because the Belgians have got 3 or 4 riders in that lead move.
Well, here we go, they're inside the last kilometre, all of them on the climb. The remnants of the peloton just 6 or 7 seconds behind them now, so it's by no means done. I would have expected somebody to attack by now from a small group like this. This would be the time to push and try and get this break whittled down. Camera foreshortening the distance, but it is still bridgeable. Maybe 3 seconds now separating all of these riders.
This is a key group, and some of the names at the front in this group. I mean, we knew Kwiatkowski was there, and Mollema and Moreno and Stannard and Viviani, Bonen and Amador, but Benoot is there for Belgium, Boas and Hagen is there, Van Baal, Gilbert, Marco Haller, Degenkolb, De Moulin and Kuznetsov. Those some of the riders at the front of the race.
Well, it's been neutralised.
And the pack have brought the race all back together. 1 lap to go, and it's all to play for here in the men's elite road race in the 2015 World Championship. And again, it's the Netherlands who come to the front with Bauke Mollema.
Mollema drove all the way up the climb there.
An attack on the right-hand side of the road as well.
This is where the Dutch, having regrouped somewhat, to try and draw the string of the rest of the peloton.
It's De Moulin on the attack, and De Moulin has got company with the Russian rider Vyacheslav Kuznetsov right on his wheel. So De Moulin, who had that excellent Vuelta, had the leader's jersey for 6 days. And a couple of stage wins too, it has just hit the front. This is Kuznetsov from Russia.
So they both felt out the fact that over the top of that climb, when everybody's still out of breath and really lined out behind, there's still an opportunity to force a breakaway. It's a long shot, but that's the only one they've got. 3 seconds coming over the line. Gilbert right at the front there, monitoring things.
There's a British rider about 5th in line there, just trying to see who it is, just obscured at the moment. Is that Stannard still plugging away?
Stannard's still there,
yeah. Still be Stannard, yeah, he's having a fantastic ride today, isn't he?
Great stuff from Ian Stannard.
The next British rider is Ben Swift. He's back in 35th position in that group, just 12 seconds adrift.
I think this might be Marco Haller from Austria joining the front two.
But behind, they really sense the danger. No one could be allowed to get away with 15 kilometres to go. The final lap of this World Championship.
And the peloton breaking up into 2 groups here at the start of the final lap. But it is still far from a clear picture as to what will emerge over the next 15k.
Well, it may come down to a sprint, which if you just saw the result might belie the interest in this circuit has given us. It hasn't been clear cut at all, has it? It's exciting racing all the way through.
One of the Portuguese riders here on the attack.
It's a long way to go on your own. This is possibly a way to infiltrate a breakaway. Get up the road and wait.
Just trying to see whether that's Rui Costa or Nelson Oliveira.
Well, I think it's going to be short-lived.
He's got company already here.
It's 5 riders there. So good size of group. We just need to wait and see who exactly is in it. Our camera angle not showing us how much of a lead they've got, but no lead's going to be big from this point forward. It's just a question of whether it's enough.
Apologies for the picture breakup, which is why we keep cutting away. to the helicopter, but of course, as you can see, the rider's obscured at the moment by the trees.
It's one of the Italian riders doing the chasing on the front of the pack, trying to pull this back together.
I'm sure it is Nelson Oliveira who's on the attack for Portugal. They haven't confirmed it, but it did look as if it was Oliveira.
So one of the Belgian riders has managed to bridge the gap, so they put themselves in a defensive position, forcing the other favourites to have to do the chasing. Is that Van Avermaet who's come across?
It does look as if it might be Van Avermaet, but it's only 4 seconds that these riders have got at the moment.
So hard to break away on these big roads. It's so easy to sit in the slipstream, get sucked along, so lots of fresh legs to keep resupplying, or fresh being a relative term after over 6 hours on the road, of course.
It's a breakaway that's not going to stick, isn't it, with the
No,
Peloton
they're not
so
working
close
together.
behind.
And 13 Ks to go. The Italian team, 2 riders monitoring it, just pulling it back together now.
What a fight for the bottom of Libby Hill and for the bottom of North 23rd Street as well on this final lap here. It's going to be extraordinary.
Round the bend, they're almost all together at the top of Monument Street as they go over this smooth pavé for the last time, heading back towards the centre of Richmond, where they'll turn right down onto Dock Road alongside the James River for the last time. 3 more climbs ahead of them.
Nelson Oliveira has company with one of the Russian riders.
Not going to get far though. I think this is neutral. We haven't seen the big attack yet. It's only the chances that are going to go between now and the first of those 3 final climbs, if that makes sense.
I think it's Pavel Brut, the Russian rider, who's with him at the front.
Just 8.5 kilometres until we get to that section of the course now. All about positioning between now and then. We may see somebody try and take a flyer, but as we've already seen, so energy expensive to stay away from a marauding pack like this. By the time you get to the climb with your small advantage, you've got nothing left.
254 kilometres into this race, and now the peloton all together for the grand finale.
Well, certainly what's left of it. There's probably, 80 riders left in contention now.
Australia still have Hansen, Heyman, Gerrans, Matthews and Hausler all in the mix in the peloton.
Difficult to know who it is that's going to take this one now. It has been all day, of course, but it's hard to believe that someone like Viviani or Boonans, after that massive effort over the last lap, can now figure in the results. They may turn to a team role, having had their chance.
Greg Van Avermaet having briefly shown his face in what was a little group of 5 for a few moments. We'll just be trying to make sure he's in a decent position, because Van Avermaet will hope that he can be a factor at the end of the race.
I think Matthews still there as well.
Yeah, definitely Matthews is still there, and he's got a few teammates with him as well. So chances very much alive still for Australia in this World Championship road race.
Weren's still there. I wonder if they've got a team plan, because those 2 together combined could make a formidable force. Guerin's such a smart rider. We've only mentioned that he's in the race all day. We haven't seen him, and that's normal.
And an attack here from one of the riders from Belarus, with just over 10 kilometres remaining. We've already seen Siutsu in a breakaway earlier on in the race. Only 3 riders from Belarus here.
Well, this is where everyone else is going to play brinkmanship as the kilometres tick away. 6.5 kilometres now to go until the key point in the race. If they put too much down now, they'll have nothing left when you get there, and that's where it's all going to happen. So position going to win this World Championships, I think.
Siutsu feeling really strong today. USA getting involved at the front as well. Italy with riders massed at the head of the peloton. Well, this is a breakaway attempt that's busily going nowhere, unfortunately.
Everybody knows that corner onto Libby Hill, absolutely critical to deciding who's going to win this world title. It won't be the decisive blow, but it'll be the first. the tactics behind that we'd really like to see. Jostling for position. Everybody just in a holding pattern now, waiting until that final moment. When they get alongside the James River, that's when they'll really start in earnest.
Looks like Suitsu again for Belarus here. The
Well,
Team Sky rider.
Probably already decided that I've spent such a lot of energy in the last lap.
It is Suitsu.
Trying to get away is the only option I've got.
Tyler Farrar is the rider on his wheel, the American rider from MTN Quebecer. So Suitsu and Farrar leading the way.
Well, he's certainly going to get support on this last lap, Tyler Farrar, but I think he's going to be outgunned here. They're making a fist of it, though. And it's good to see that the Americans have been in the race, and a lot of the moves all through the day. So hats off to them. No favourites to take the title itself, but they've certainly been part of the race, haven't they? And that's a reasonable gap they're opening now.
Could easily end up with a situation a bit like in the women's race, where we have a sprint, but it's not necessarily the pure sprinters who are in that sprint, but the strongest riders, a bit like yesterday.
Well, you say the sprinters are in a position to watch it, but not fully participate, because they've had no chance to recover. No flat until 100 metres to go. The whole of the last kilometre nearly is uphill till they get to the line.
8 seconds is the gap for these two riders here.
Just 8.6 kilometres remaining for them. That's 5 kilometres till they get back to Libby Hill. And this race, I feel sure, is going to explode there.
Tyler Farrar with a stage win in the Tour de France under his belt from 2011. He was first over the line in Redon. He's also won 3 stages in the Vuelta over the years, a couple of stages in the Giro. Recently rode the Tour of Britain.
That's got to be a good feeling, hasn't it, in front of a home crowd with 8Ks to go in the World Championships, and you're out in front in a breakaway. That's the stories you'll tell your kids in years to come.
Well, if it gives him that extra 5 or 10%, that could come in handy, because he's going to need it, and a little bit more in this situation. 10 seconds, just eking out another couple of seconds there. Suitsu, who races for Team Sky, and Tyler Farrar.
But it's such a huge price. I mean, Suitsu, why not? He's already spent so much on the previous lap that he can't win in a sprint. He may as well have a go. And it's great to see somebody really digging deep. This is that 80 km/h section down East Main Street for the last time before they turn right and head down 15th to Dock Street, and that's, I think, when their lead is going to start to rapidly dwindle.
But it does look as if we're going to head into a situation where riders like Degenkolb will be in a good position. Van Avermaet, Gilbert will be there as well. Maybe Sagan, although he hasn't been towards the front as of yet.
No, he was about 60th place last time up the climb. Didn't look desperately comfortable, but still in touch. They've got...
Italy are trying to reel them in, and it's back down to 7 seconds now, the advantage for Farrar and for Suitsu. But Italy... with several riders who will have an opportunity potentially if this race comes back together.
Suitsu completely spent now, just struggling a little bit just to stay on the wheels. Well, I don't think he'll have to worry about it too much longer. He can roll into the finish, because the rest of the peloton have got 3 kilometres of racing before they hit that critical bend. 3 kilometres to position themselves. They'll treat it like a finishing sprint just to get to that point.
Well, it's such a slender lead.
And it's lined out behind them now. You can see they're only 100 metres in front and behind. I think it's Italy that has this race by the scruff of the neck. Maybe a little bit early, though. There's that climb up to get to the cobbles, and they could easily get swamped if they go too early here.
Well, Belgium has still got Gilbert and Van Avermaet, who we haven't really seen go for the front. Van Marker's had a little go, so has Tom Bonen got in a breakaway group.
So lots of cards to play. And Italy, it looks like, there's a long shot on the camera there, but it looks like they're choosing to play their cards right now to get their favourites to the bottom in good position, not use their troops on the climb itself.
Still 8 seconds here, Tyler Farrar and Costa Suitsu.
It's the second climb where we'll probably see it play out if it doesn't end up in a sprint. It's that steep ride up 23rd Street, 12% gradient on the cobbles, where I think we'll really see the fractures appear. Libby Hill, I think everybody can see the finish now, which is give them morale to just keep it together for that few seconds.
Well, it's a lead which could very quickly evaporate for these two as they head along Dock Street, heading towards Water Street, and then that U-turn where suddenly they double back on themselves and head up East Main Street towards Libby Hill for one final time.
Well, that's coming up very shortly, and you can see it eased back a little bit behind now as everybody's trying to balance that energy thing between keeping myself in the lead but not spending everything I've got, because there's some hard road to come. Just over a minute now between them and the bottom of Libby Hill.
Getschke has been dropped out of the back, the German rider, and Quinziato has also been dropped out of the back. Quinziato dropped from the back of the peloton. Italy, though, with 4 or 5 riders up there, and I'm presuming that Nibali is one of them, maybe Viviani still.
All the favourites are there. Australians, Gerrans and Matthews also well placed near the front.
Tyler Farrar doing his best to stay out in front as long as he possibly can.
Well, he'd like to take those cobbles first, but I don't think he's even going to get that privilege, because they're bearing down behind him now. The Dutch on the right, he've worked so hard all day. Any sign of Ian Stannard?
Well,
has he got anything left to give?
Dylan van Baal still in there, and I think Tom Dumoulin is about 4th in line among the Dutch riders.
Swift was still in there before as well, but no sign of him either. And you see the Dutch are just riding it like a full-on field sprint to get to this corner, because they know it's all important, not necessarily to win, but not to lose.
Germany trying to put themselves in a really good position. Australia as well, through the middle of the road in the white with the yellow and green bands around the chest.
And the French coming through in the middle. Well, Italy gone a little bit early. They're decimated now all over the road as they turn onto the cobbles.
Here we go for one final time with 4 kilometres to go. The front of the race, and now launching himself up the climb. Is that Stybar going towards the front here?
It is. It's Zdeněk Stybar, who we're talking about before this race, and what an attack. He's already opened up a gap of 10 metres. Doesn't sound like a lot, but somebody's got to close it.
Well, Stybar's really going for it, and John Degenkolb is right on his wheel. So 2 of the big favourites. That looks like Greg van Avermaet is leading the chase. In 3rd place, the Belgian rider over the top of Libby Hill. And now on their wheel, I'm wondering if that was Boasson Hagen from Norway, perhaps.
I think it was. So as expected, this was the softening up. They really hurt everybody, put the hammer down, but it's right now that the attacks are going to matter. Going into that second cobbled section is where these attacks are going to be made to stick.
Well, it was interesting there that Degenkolb sensed that danger straight away. Stybar, a rider that he just could not afford to allow to escape at that point. But the Dutch still involved, and one of the Dutch riders attacking.
This was the time to attack between the climbs. And Degenkolb having to do some chasing, not keen on that looking behind him, but it's probably going to just stay neutralised now. So it's who carries the fatigue into that next climb. It's the next attacks, I think, are the ones that have the best chance of sticking. If it doesn't stick there, then it's likely to come down to a sprint, I think.
Well, several of the riders we were expecting to see towards the front at the end of the race are certainly there in Degenkolb, Stybar and Van Avermaet, but there are others as well. And it's very, very quiet in the finishing straight outside our commentary position.
Everybody waiting with bated breath, looking at the big screen.
You could hear a pin drop outside, apart from the commentator in the street.
And this is it now. And who is it that's taken a lead onto those cobbles? It's all about the speed now.
Well, it's Greg van Avermaet, I think, who has launched an attack here, and one of the Australian riders has gone with him.
Well, very, very strong move. You could see the acceleration there into the slipstream.
And is this Sagan coming to the front? It's Peter Sagan who hits the front.
Unbelievable.
Sagan has been quiet throughout the race, and now when it really matters, Sagan has made his attack and the bid for World Championship glory, and I'm sure that's Van Avermaet on his wheel.
Well, I don't think it's enough at the moment. He's going to take at least 2 riders with him that are going to get back on the wheel. And that was a huge effort he made to get that gap. He's got another climb to go, of course.
Well, yet again, Sagan looks as though he's going to put himself in the right position to contest the finish, but can he make it count this time?
He's trying to recover, doing everything he can here to get some oxygen around in circulation before he hits that final climb, and he's still got a gap here. This is a remarkable ride, certainly doesn't lack for bike handling skills. Got that bit covered. He's got a 30-metre gap He isn't necessarily the person you'd expect to win in a lone move like this, but he's committed to it.
Just to say, the other two riders who are chasing him, Greg van Avermaet from Belgium and Edvald Boasson Hagen of Norway, those three red riders have broken away from the field here with just over 1.5 kilometres remaining, but Sagan is suddenly in the box seat.
Well, he's just got to drag up to the kilometre to go mark for the last time, and he'll go up Governor Street, 8%. That will drag up to 600 metres to go, and it doesn't flatten out to the line, so a massive solo move by him.
Well, it doesn't sound like much, does it? 1.4 kilometres to go to the finish, but it is still a long, long way. And the chase is on, but Sagan from Slovakia leads the way. Van Avermaet and Boasson Hagen behind him, but there are other riders as well.
Those two are messing about, and that could be a real problem for them because they can't wait long, that's for sure. Sagan fully committed now. Will this be the time that at last he doesn't finish second? He takes the big one. A classy rider, so deserving, but it's still very much all to play for. It's cost him a huge amount to get himself into this position as he goes onto the kilometre to go flag.
Well, we weren't sure with Peter Sagan what his form was because he only lasted for 8 stages of the Vuelta before he was knocked off his bike by a vehicle and couldn't continue in the race. Well, we've got our answer now. His form is pretty good. Is his form going to hold up, though, for the next 800 metres? Enough to deliver him the world title because they're all bearing down now, leading the chase, and when he turns left into the finishing straight, he will still have 680 metres to go. Greg van Avermaet leads the chase. There are still plenty of others fighting hard for this gold medal. What has Sagan got left in the tank as he comes to the top of Grosvenor Street? Oh, you can see the pain etched on his face. What a finish we're going to have to this race. Peter Sagan now into the finishing straight.
I think he can do it. It's going to be ever so close, but he saved something. He got himself a big buffer. They're charging behind him, but I think he can do it.
Well, they're leading the charge now after Peter Sagan. They can see him, but he can see the finishing line in front of him. So many times second, so many times third. But is he going to win the big one here? The world title, it's almost within his grasp. He can smell it. It's almost there. He's got one hand on the rainbow jersey, one hand on the gold medal. He's just got to hang on as Sagan comes up the finishing straight with 200 metres to go. Wisely, he tries to sprint out of the saddle. He's got almost nothing left. The tank is almost empty, but I think he's done the job. He's done enough, and with 50 metres to go, he will have time to celebrate, and this will be a very popular victory in the world of cycling because one of the sport's great showmen has landed the world title. Peter Sagan from Slovakia is a world champion, and Michael Matthews from Australia takes second place on the line, and Sagan timed that effort to perfection. He left it late, but he timed it perfectly, and Sagan is the big winner.
Well, what a ride. We didn't see him for the entire race, and so it was almost law of averages. He's been second so many times this year that it just had to work out for him. You can't be that close and that good, but committing himself that far out as well, absolutely delighted.
Well, it was gutsy, and it will be extremely popular among many bike fans around the world. Do you not think, Chris?
I think so. I mean, we've watched him. He's entertained us through the Tour de France, through many races this year. And it was such a surprise move for him to make so far out. And I thought he was going to have some company there, but he just distanced them on the descent, had the confidence to get down on his bike. Don't pedal, just make myself small and try and recover.
And after an effort like that, a gargantuan effort from Sagan, this is where he launched his bid for victory on the penultimate climb, having hidden safely tucked away in the peloton throughout this long, tortuous day in the saddle.
He was about 60th position the previous lap going up Libby Hill and fighting his way up, but he got himself positioned beautifully, accelerated onto Van Avermaet's wheel as they approached the cobbles, and as we've been talking about all week, he carried his speed onto the stones, and no one else can do anything until they get to the top.
Gold medal then for Peter Sagan, and the silver medal to Michael Matthews from Australia. The bronze won by Ramūnas Navadauskas. We mentioned him earlier in the race, and Navadauskas with the bronze for Lithuania, just pipping Alexander Kristoff of Norway, who finished fourth. Alejandro Valverde fifth, another excellent finish from him in the World Championships, but yet again not landing the big win. Simon Gerrans in sixth, Tony Galopin seventh, Michał Kwiatkowski eighth, Rui Costa, former winner of course 2 years ago, in ninth, Philippe Gilbert finishing in 10th. What a top 10 that is but a very, very popular winner, and the success greeted by the crowd on Libby Hill as well. So he's had so many near misses, Peter Sagan, hasn't he? So many times, particularly at the Tour de France, he's had to front up in interviews and explain quite why or how he ended up finishing second or third. But that will all be forgotten now, because this is a big one.
Ben Swift, the best finisher of the Brits, coming in 22nd place, so in touch, but not able to get fully involved. Not a bad ride by the Brits, visible through the race, had some good valiant efforts, didn't they? But what a popular winner he is.
What a popular winner indeed, the Tinkoff Saxo rider, just 25 years of age, Sagan. 4 times a winner of stages in the Tour de France, winner of Ghent-Wevelgem a couple of years ago. But the world champion, and the showman in Sagan is never far away from the surface. But we've had, however you look at it, Chris, you know, when we look back at these World Championships, 2 really good winners, 2 worthy winners of the big 2 road races, in Lizzie Armitstead of the women's road race and Peter Sagan in the men's road race. There we are, there's confirmation of the result, and an excellent silver medal there for Matthews from Australia. Navadauskas, who, as we mentioned before, has won the stage in the Giro and in the Tour de France before, finishing in 3rd place. And Christoph, again, just coming up short this time. But in the end, noticeable as well that Degenkolb, who'd been in a great position in the closing kilometres at the end of the race, ended up nowhere.
Well, it just went to, I mean, that was it. You had one card to play, and you had to choose where you were going to spend that effort, and he went with 2 climbs to go. You said it'd be on that second cobbled section. Ben Swift in 22nd there, just 3 seconds adrift, so very much in the mix, but not able to make an impact onto the podium.
And Degenkolb finishing 29th, back 15 seconds back on the winner today. Sam Bennett from Ireland, 39th, 40 seconds down.
42 kilometres an hour average for 6.25 hours, so an incredibly fast race.
Good for cycling, though, to have a charismatic winner, I think.
I think so, and he certainly showed his character here. A very clever rider, which is why he's been on the podium more than 30 times this year, but so beautifully considered that attack. Thought it through, went into that corner, not in first position, accelerated into the slipstream, hit the cobbles, carrying all his speed. And here is where he didn't panic. This is where he could have lost it if he tried to drive down the centre. He knew he had to do some recovery before that final climb.
And whilst talking about the number of times that he's finished 2nd and 3rd in the last year or 2 in races, that purely, really, almost is a result of his excellence, do you not think, Chris, in the sense that he is outstanding at virtually every aspect of cycling, better than almost everybody else, but not the #1 person at anything, because he is so strong. I mean, he was arguably the strongest rider at the Tour de France.
One of his biggest problems all year has been the fact that he is that good, and when he finds himself in these small groups, everybody thinks, well, you can sprint better than me, and then they deploy different tactics to try and get rid of him. So he's been his own worst enemy, really, and he's always visible, so passionate near the front. And then today, for the first time in a long time, we haven't seen him until the moment he made that final attack.
And Greg van Avermaet knew that he had to try and go with Sagan at that moment. You could see him trying to, but he just didn't quite have the legs.
He was trying to accelerate on the cobbles, and it's almost impossible, particularly when it's 12%, 13 actually, where he came past him. You had to do the attacking before you hit the stones. Absolutely made up, isn't he? What a result.
He had the time to savour the moment. And there's your world champion for 2015, who after that effort suddenly just looked like he was out for a stroll, greeting all the others as they came over the line, wandering around.
Marvellous ride, that.
Well, I should imagine Oleg Tinkoff will be feeling a bit happier about his investment now. And these World Championships draw to a close at the end of an excellent week of racing here in Richmond. We're just waiting and hoping that we can hear from the new world champion before the podium ceremony, before we go off air. But Slovakia, Australia and Lithuania making up the podium for the men's elite road race in what turned out to be a rather pleasant afternoon here in Virginia. The weather forecast wasn't so good, but thankfully it all turned out all right in the end. And Decisive there being greeted by the Eritrean fans in the street, and greeted as though he too had just won the world title. It looks as if they're going to carry him all the way down the street to the team car as well.
Yeah, I think he'll just be lapping this up. There's some party tonight. And a good place for it. Craft beers.
Some attack that, wasn't it, Rochelle, from Peter Sagan?
Super exciting, and that's the thing about Sagan. He always provides some entertainment, and like I said during the commentary today, that he's been so relaxed in the last couple of days in the lead up. Just his his relaxed mode, that I'm not one of the clear favourites. Okay, it's a course that suits me, but no pressure. He took the pressure off himself. Very relaxed attitude coming in, and just making jokes, and yeah, I think that that allowed him to get the best out of himself today, and he's just an entertainer.
There's Mekseb Decisive there from Eritrea.
What an amazing atmosphere it is here in Richmond.
I mean, it's a bit surprising Navadauskas in third position. I have to say I wasn't expecting that on a course like this with such a powerful finish. But
strong rider though, isn't he, Navadauskas?
Italians, Dutch got absolutely battered there.
Well, the Australians second again. Michael Matthews this time.
Great ride by him.
Simon Gerrans in sixth place.
Stibar went a bit too early, didn't he, on that final lap? Perhaps just got a little bit excited.
Yeah, the first one was never going to be, but somebody had to throw the first punch, sort of thing, so somebody else could deliver the knockout blow, and it just had to happen. But it was inevitable that whoever it wasn't going to win the race. But they had Gilbert right there as well in attendance, so they had plenty of options. Just couldn't make it work. Sagan spoiling the party.
Well, this was a breakaway earlier in the day, instigated by Conor Dunn from Ireland. Lasted for quite a long time before finally being reeled in.
Izzolo, the first Italian in 18th position after all that work.
Also for the Belgians, a very disappointing result in the end with a strong ride. They were in all the moves, controlling the race towards the end.
Crash which caught out a lot of the French team, who just had to momentarily stop in the feed zone. And Tom de Moulin from the Netherlands led the charge over the line as they took the bell. An attack made by Nelson Oliveira for Portugal on that last lap as well.
Their best rider in 10th position with Nicky Terpstra.
This was Stibar having a go on Libby Hill with John Degenkolb right on his wheel.
What a strong attack it was there. It was,
and you wondered at that point, with just 4 kilometres to go, whether those two would be right at the front of the race. There was Van Avermaet leading the chase, and now the decisive moment as Sagan comes to the front for the first time on the penultimate climb.
That was the problem, I think, for Van Avermaet. He'd already made a massive effort just to keep that group together, and then he didn't have anything left for the second climb.
Sagan coming to the top of Governor Street.
It's a clever ride, that. It's clever as well as courageous. Been taking the time to recover for those few seconds made all the difference there.
Well, he won with great panache today, great style.
I was out riding with him on the course a couple of days ago, and as I said, he told me, hey, in the commentary, put your money on me for second. Please don't put money on me for the win. And I said, okay, this time I'm going to be prepared to lose the money. Yep, no worries.
Peter Sagan, you're world champion. This has to be the best day of your cycling career.
Yeah, I think it's the biggest victory, and I am very happy because I did a lot of sacrifice this last 3 weeks after Vuelta, and it's unbelievable for me. But I want also to say, because okay, I am very happy for this. I was finding motivation in the world, and it's yeah, I think it's a big problem also with Europe and all this stuff was happening, and I want to just say, because this was very big motivation for me, like I want to win today, and say this thing, like the population in the world, we have to change, because I think in the next years can be all different, and also I think this competition and all the sport is very nice for the people, and we are motivation for the people, and I am hoping we can do the sport also next years and in the future, because the situation is very difficult, and then I want to say all the people like for change this world.
In terms of the race, it was the perfect plan. It went exactly as you had planned.
Sorry?
You took off exactly when you wanted. It was exactly what you had planned.
In the race, yeah, race was very strange, and today I was just waiting, and yeah, I had my brother with me, and Uri, and my friends Michael Kohler, my teammates, and they was always with me, and if something happened, they was ready to change the bike or something. But after last two laps, I was a little bit also in the crazy, like I said, everybody have to be tired now after 240 kilometers. And then I just did all the gels what I had, and yeah, I was hoping for a last cobblestone climb, and from there I did, yeah, I was just full gas until the finish, because also if the group take me, I was very tired for the sprint, and then I did just one attack, and it was I think the right attack.
Can you believe that you're going to wear the rainbow jersey for the whole season? That must mean so much to you.
Well, I saw also a lot of comments on, yeah, like the people, I'm not good for the long race and this, but yeah, now I have this jersey and I hold it for all next year.
Fantastic, congratulations, thanks a lot.
Interesting words there from Peter Sagan, the new world champion.
Yeah, they didn't necessarily belong with each other, those words, but they were passionately said. I think he's just concerned for the immigrant situation in Europe, and interesting that it means so much to him, actually.
I think in the moment when you're so, you know, you've just won a world championship, and to be reflecting on the real situation in the world, I think that's the message that he was trying to get out there, and you could see that his mind was not instantly on his sporting performance, but hoping that he could be a voice and help to influence the minds of people and influence change.
Just on the race, interesting little fact, Steve Cummings, who resolutely stayed in third from last position for the entire event, actually finished 31st.
He was only 2 places behind John Degenkolb.
Unbelievable.
Meanwhile, out of your picture, but somewhere down there from the helicopter view, Mexeb Debesay is still actually being carried down the street by a large group of Eritrean supporters, and his bike is slowly being carried above head height as well. They're disappearing down the street in the distance amid a sea of Eritrean flags. Here we go then with the presentation.
Please, for the award ceremony of the International Cycling Union Men's Elite Road Race World Championships.
Mesdames et messieurs, voici la cérémonie protocolaire pour la course en ligne chez les messieurs élites.
the award ceremony of the UCI Road World Championships.
Au troisième rang et médaillé de bronze.
In third place, earning the bronze medal from Lithuania, Romanas Navadauskas.
Les médailles seront présentées par M. Brian Cookson, président de l'Union cycliste internationale.
Presenting the medals is Mr. Brian Cookson, president of the UCI.
Les fleurs seront présentées par également la montre généreusement donnée par Tissot.
Presenting flowers and the watch kindly donated by Tissot is the First Lady of Virginia, Dorothy McAuliffe.
Well, a good ride from Romanas Navadauskas. Not entirely a surprise, although not many people would have had him as a top three finisher today.
Au deuxième rang et médaillé d'argent.
In second place, earning the silver medal from Australia, Michael Matthews.
Silver for Australia, just as 12 months ago. Medal is being presented there by Brian Cookson.
And presenting the medal, Mr. Brian Cookson, president of the UCI.
And we're almost ready for the crowning of the new world champion.
And to present the flowers and the watch kindly donated by Tissot, First Lady of Virginia, Dorothy McAuliffe.
Premier champion du monde et médaillé d'or.
And now, the gold medal and world champion from Slovakia, Peter Sagan.
I think that's gone down pretty well around here.
La médaille et le maillot de champion du monde seront présentés par
the medal and world champion's jersey is being presented by UCI president, Mr.
Well, it's not very often Slovakia on the top of the sporting world. A great ride, a stinging final attack, and a worthy winner of this World Road Race Championship.
And now, presenting the flowers and watch kindly donated by Tissot, First Lady of Virginia, Dorothy McAuliffe.
Et maintenant, mesdames et messieurs, en l'honneur du champion du monde, assistons à la levée des drapeaux et écoutons l'hymne national.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, in honor of the world champion, please rise for the playing of the national anthem of Slovakia.
Get the feeling a pretty big celebration is about to start.
Ladies and gentlemen, the podium.
And there we are, final confirmation. Peter Sagan, Michael Matthews and Romanas Navadauskas. After 261 kilometres in the saddle.
messieurs, ne quittez pas. Dans quelques instants, nous allons voir la cérémonie protocolaire pour le championnat des nations de cette saison 2015.
A reminder for you that highlights of this men's road race, should you wish to watch it all again and see Peter Sagan's final attack which led to victory, will be on BBC 2 tomorrow afternoon from 2 o'clock.
At the UCI Road World Championships.
And we can relive Peter Sagan's golden ride. Good week of racing overall, though, do you not think, Rochelle?
Absolutely. It was, like we said, the course really lended itself to exciting racing, and it always came down to the last moment. So it was really riveting racing on the edge of the seat at the end of each of the races. So fantastic yesterday. And seeing the best bike riders in the world take the World Championships always really nice as well. So with Lizzie Armitstead yesterday and Peter Sagan, a very deserving winner today. Very entertaining racing.
And an entertaining winner. I think we had a great week, actually. Say, an interesting circuit that's rather unique, and it was absolutely perfect for him. It needed a semi-sprinter with climbs like that to be able to get enough force to get a gap in those closing few kilometres. So it was an excellent year for Peter Sagan, and he took full advantage of it.
And in 12 months' time, we will be in Doha for next year's World Championship, when Peter Sagan will try to defend his title. That brings to an end our coverage from Richmond, Virginia this week. Hope you've enjoyed it. From Rochelle Gilmore, Chris Boardman and myself, Simon Brotherton, will leave you with some of the sights and sounds of the men's elite road race. But from us, it's goodbye for now.